Part 2, Chapter 8 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. The rest of the infantry hurriedly marched across the bridge, though they were crowded in the tunnel-like passage at the end. At last all the baggage wagons had crossed, the crush became less, and the last battalion marched upon the bridge. Only the hussars of Denisov's command were left on the end of the bridge toward the enemy. The enemy, though plainly visible from the heights opposite, could not as yet be seen from the level of the bridge, since from the valley, through which flows the Enns, the horizon is bounded by an eminence lying about half a verst distant. Directly in front was a plot of waste land, over which here and there moved bands of Cossack patrols. Suddenly, on the height opposite the road, appeared troops in blue capotes and accompanied by artillery. It was the French. The Cossack patrol came galloping down the road. All the officers and men of Denisov's squadron, although they tried hard to talk of different things and to look in other directions, nevertheless were unable to keep out of their thoughts what was there before them on the hill, and their eyes constantly turned to those patches which were moving against the horizon, and which they knew were the troops of the enemy. It was now afternoon, and the weather had cleared. The sun was sinking brilliantly over the Danube and the forest-clad mountains that walled him in. There was no wind, and occasionally from the hilltop came the sound of bugles and the shouts of the enemy. Between the squadron and the enemy there was now no one except the Cossack patrols. The space between them was only a little more than 2,000 feet. The enemy had ceased to fire, and all the more distinctly was felt that solemn, ominous gap, unapproachable and inexorable, that divides two hostile armies. One step beyond that line, which is like the bourne that divides the living from the dead, and there is the unknown of suffering and death. And what is there? Who is there? There, beyond that field, beyond that tree, and that roof glittering in the sun. No one knows, and no one wishes to know, and it is terrible to pass across that line, and I know that sooner or later I shall have to cross it, and shall then know what is on that side of the line, just as inevitably as I shall know what is on the other side of death. And yet I am strong, full of life, joy, and exuberant spirits, and surrounded by other men just as full of health and exuberant spirits. Thus every man feels, even if he does not formulate it in his thought, when he comes in sight of the enemy, and this feeling lends a peculiar vividness and distinctness of impression to everything that occurs at such moments. On the hill where the enemy were arose a puff of smoke, and a cannonball, whistling, flew over the heads of the squadron of hussars. The officers, who had been standing together, scattered to their posts. The hussars began to get their horses into regular line. No one spoke in the ranks. All looked intently at the enemy and at the commander and awaited the word of command. A second, a third shot flew over them. Evidently, the enemy were firing at the hussars, but the cannonballs, whistling as they flew swiftly by, went far over their heads and fell somewhere in the rear. The hussars did not look up, but each time that they heard the whiz of the ball, the whole squadron, as though by orders, holding their breath until the cannon shot had passed over, with their monotonously diverse faces, raised themselves in their stirrups and then settled back again. The soldiers, not turning their heads, looked at each other out of the corners of their eyes, each curious to know what impression was produced upon his neighbor. Every face, from Denisov's to the trumpeters, showed around the lips and chin a line denoting internal struggle, excitement, and agitation. The quartermaster frowned and looked at the men as though he meditated inflicting punishment upon them. The yunker, Mironov, ducked his head each time that the ball flew over. Rostov, posted on the left flank, on his prancing grechik, had the delighted look of a schoolboy called out before a great audience to pass his examination, in which he believes that he is going to distinguish himself. He looked at every one with a face unclouded and bright, as though asking them to bear him witness that he was perfectly calm under fire. But even in his face the same line indicative of something new and solemn showed itself around his mouth, against his will. "Who's that making a bow there? Yegor Miwonov? You?" "It isn't white. Look at me," cried Denisov, who could not keep still, but kept riding up and down in front of the squadron. Vaska Denisov, with his flat nose and black hair, his little bent figure, his sinewy hand with short, hairy fingers, grasping the hilt of his drawn sword, was just the same as usual, or rather, just the same as he was apt to be in the evening after he had been drinking a couple of bottles. Only he was a trifle ruddier than ordinary, and, carrying his head very high, like a bird when it is drinking, he pitilessly plunged the spurs into the flanks of his good Bedouin, and galloped back to the other flank of the squadron, and cried out in a hoarse voice his orders that they should examine their pistols. Then he rode off toward Kirsten, the second captain, who came up to meet Denisov, walking his broad and steady-going mare. The captain, with his long mustaches, was as grave as usual, but his eyes flashed with unwonted brilliancy. "Well, how is it?" said he to Denisov. "It won't come to a fight. You'll see. We shall be ordered back." "The deuce only knows what they'll do," replied Denisov. "Ah, Wustov!" he cried to the yunker, noticing his radiant face. "Well, now's your chance," and he smiled approvingly, evidently feeling proud of the yunker. Rostov felt perfectly happy. At this moment a high officer appeared on the bridge. Denisov spurred off to meet him. "Your Excellency, let us attack 'em. I will drive 'em back." "Attack them!" cried the officer, showing his annoyance in his voice, and frowning as though at a persistent fly. "And why are you delaying here? Don't you see the flankers are withdrawing? Order your squadron back." The squadron crossed the bridge and retired beyond the reach of shots, not having lost a single man. Behind them came a second squadron which had been forming the rear guard, and last of all, the Cossacks crossed to the farther side. The two squadrons of the Pavlograd regiment, crossing the bridge one after another, galloped up the road. The regimental commander, Karl Bogdanovich Schubert, overtook Denisov's squadron and walked his horse along, not far from Rostov, but without giving him the slightest notice, although it was the first time that they had met since their quarrel about Telyagin. Rostov, who, now that he was in line, realized that he was in the power of the man toward whom he felt guilty, did not take his eyes from the colonel's athletic back, the light hair at the back of his head, and his red neck. Sometimes, it seemed to Rostov that Bogdanuitch was merely pretending not to notice him, and that his whole aim now was to try the yunker's courage, and he straightened himself up and looked around him gaily. Then, again, it seemed to him that Bogdanuitch rode close to him to display his own courage. Now, it occurred to him that his opponent was going to send the squadron into some forlorn hope in order to punish him. And then again, it occurred to him that after the affray he would come to him and magnanimously extend to him the hand of reconciliation, in honor of the wound which he should receive. The high-shouldered Zherkov, well known to the Pavlograd boys, having not long since been in their regiment, came riding up to the regimental commander. Zherkov, after his dismissal from the general's staff, had not remained in the regiment, saying that he was not such a fool as to put on the tugging collar in the ranks, when, by serving on the staff and having nothing to do, he could gain greater rewards, and so he had succeeded in getting himself appointed as special orderly to Prince Bagration. He now came to his former chief with a message from the commander of the rear guard. "Colonel," said he, with his most melancholy assumption of gravity, turning to Rostov's opponent, and glancing at his comrades, "you are ordered to halt and burn the bridge." "Who orders it?" asked the colonel testily. "Well, I don't know, Colonel, who orders it," replied the cornet gravely, "but the prince said to me, 'Go and tell the colonel that the hussars are to return as quickly as possible and burn the bridge.'" Immediately after Zherkov, an officer of the suite rode up to the colonel of the hussars with the same order, and immediately after the officer of the suite came the stout Nesvitsky galloping up with all his might on his Cossack's horse, which could hardly carry him. "How is it, Colonel?" he cried while still at a distance. I told you to burn the bridge, but now someone has mistaken the order. Everybody here has lost his wits, and there's nothing done right." The colonel took his time in halting the regiment, and turned to Nesvitsky. "You told me to burn up the combustibles," said he, "but as to burning that, you did not say a word." "What's that, batyushka?" exclaimed Nesvitsky, reining in his horse, taking off his cap, and with his fat hand brushing back his hair, dripping with perspiration. "How's that? Didn't I say that the bridge was to be burned when you burned all the combustibles?" "I won't be called batyushka by you, Mr. Staff Officer, and you did not tell me to burn the bridge. I know my duties, and I am accustomed faithfully to carry out what I am commanded to do. You said the bridge was to be burned, but who was to do it, the Holy Ghost could not tell me." "Well, that's always the way," cried Nesvitsky, with a wave of the hand. "What are you doing here?" he asked, turning to Zherkov. "Exactly the same thing as you are. But how wet you are! Let me wring you out." "You said, Mr. Staff Officer," proceeded the colonel in an offended tone. "Colonel," interrupted the officer from the suite, "you must make haste, or else the enemy will be pouring grape shot into us." The colonel silently looked at the officer from the suite, at stout Prince Nesvitsky, and at Zherkov, and frowned. "I will burn the bridge," he said in a solemn voice, as though to express by it that in spite of all the disagreeable things that happened to him, he was always prepared to do his duty. Spurring his horse with his long, muscular legs, as though the animal were to blame for everything, the colonel started forward and ordered the second squadron, in which Rostov served, to return, under the command of Denisov, and burn the bridge. "Well, that's the way it is," said Rostov to himself. "He wants to try me." His heart beat and the blood rushed to his face. "Let him see if I am a coward," he thought. Once more, over all the happy faces of the men in the squadron, appeared that same serious line which they had worn at the time they were under fire. Rostov, not taking his eyes from his opponent, the regimental commander, tried to discover in his face a confirmation of his suspicions. But the colonel did not look at Rostov, but as usual gazed sternly and solemnly along the line. The word of command was heard. "Lively! Lively!" cried voices around him. With their sabers catching in the reins, with rattling spurs, the hussars dismounted in all haste, not knowing what they were to do. They crossed themselves. Rostov now looked no more at the colonel. He had no time. He was afraid with a real sinking of the heart that he should be left behind. His hand trembled as he turned his horse over to the groom, and he felt how the blood was rushing back to his heart. Denisov, on his way back, shouted something to him as he passed. Rostov saw nothing except the hussars running by his side, impeded by their spurs and with rattling sabers. "The stretchers!" cried some voice behind him, but Rostov did not stop to think what that demand for stretchers meant. He ran on, striving only to be in advance of the others, but at the bridge he failed to look where he was going, and slipping in the slimy, sheeted mud, stumbled and fell upon his hands. The others dashed ahead of him. "At both sides, Captain!" shouted the colonel, who, having ridden ahead, had reined his horse not far from the bridge, and sat looking on with a triumphant and radiant expression. Rostov, wiping his soiled hands on his riding trousers, glanced at his opponent and determined to go on, thinking that the further forward he went, the better it would be. But Bogdanuitch, without looking at him or even noticing that it was Rostov, cried to him, "Who is that in the middle of the bridge? Take the right side. Yunker, come back," he shouted testily, and then turned to Denisov, who, making a show of his foolhardiness, was riding upon the bridge. "Why run such risks, Captain? You'd better dismount," cried the captain. "Ha! He always finds someone in fault," replied Vaska Denisov, turning in his saddle. Meantime, Nesvitsky, Zherkov, and the staff officer stood in a little group, out of range, and watched the now little band of hussars in yellow shakos, dark green turnabouts, embroidered with gold lace and blue trousers, who were swarming over the bridge, and now, in the other direction, looked at the blue capotes marching down from the distant hill, and the groups with horses, which could easily be recognized as field pieces. Will they get the bridge burnt or not? Who is ahead? Will they have time to set the bridge on fire before the French turn grape on them and drive them back? Such questions as these, every man in the great band of soldiers that were stationed near the bridge involuntarily asked himself as he looked at that bright afternoon, at the bridge, and at the hussars, and then again, on the other side, at the bluecoats approaching with bayonets and field pieces. "Ooh, the hussars will catch it!" exclaimed Nesvitsky. "They're within range of grape now." "It was useless to send so many men," said the staff officer. "That's a fact," returned Nesvitsky. "If he'd only sent 2 smart young fellows it would have been just as well." "Ach, your illustriousness," remarked Zherkov, not taking his eyes from the hussars, but still speaking in his own peculiar fashion, which left it in doubt whether he was serious or in earnest. "Ach, your illustriousness, how can you think so? The idea of sending 2 men! How then would we get the Vladimir and the ribbon? Supposing they do have a little thrashing, then there'll be a chance for the colonel to report the squadron and get a ribbon for himself. Our Bogdanuitch knows a thing or two." "Now there," said the staff officer, "that means grape." He pointed at the French field pieces, which they were unlimbering and bringing into range. In the direction of the French, from the groups which had been recognized as the artillery, they saw a puff of smoke arise, then a second, a third, almost simultaneously, and by the time the report of the first had reached their ears, a 4th puff arose. 2 reports one after another, and then a third. "Oh, ugh!" groaned Nesvitsky, as though from excruciating agony, and seizing the staff officer's arm. "Look! One fell! One fell! 2, I should think. If I were Tsar, there should be no more war," said Nesvitsky, turning away. The French guns were again quickly loaded. The infantry in the blue capotes came dashing at double quick toward the bridge. Again, at different distances, puffs of smoke appeared and the grape pattered and rattled on the bridge. But this time Nesvitsky could not see what took place on it. A thick smoke poured up from it. The hussars had succeeded in setting fire to it, and the French field pieces were fired at it, not indeed to prevent it, but because they were loaded and there was nothing else to shoot at. The French had succeeded in sending 3 charges of grape before the hussars returned to their grooms. 2 of the volleys had been wildly aimed and the grape had gone afield, but the last discharge struck in the middle of the group and hit 3 hussars. Rostov, preoccupied by his relations with Bogdanuitch, remained on the bridge, not knowing what he had to do. There was no one to cut down. He had always imagined a battle to consist of cutting down, and he could not help set fire to the bridge either, because he had not provided himself with wisps of straw as the others had. He was standing there and looking on, when suddenly there was a rattling on the bridge as though someone had been scattering hazelnuts, and one of the hussars who happened to be nearest to him fell against the parapet with a groan. Rostov and several others ran to him. Again there was a cry for stretchers. 4 men grasped the wounded hussar and started to bear him away. "Oh, let me alone for Christ's sake!" shrieked the wounded man, but nevertheless they took him and bore him off. Nikolai Rostov turned away, and, as though he were searching for something, began to gaze into the distance, at the water of the Danube, at the sky, at the sun. How beautiful the sky seemed, how blue, how calm, how profound. How bright and magnificent the sinking sun, how carelessly brilliant the waters of the distant Danube gleamed. And still more lovely were the far purpling mountains beyond the Danube, the monastery, the mysterious defiles, the pine forests, veiled to the top in a transparent mist. There it was, full of peace and happiness. I should wish for nothing in the world, if only I were there, thought Rostov. How much happiness I might have there, in this sunshine, while here, groans, suffering, terror, and confusion, and hurry. There again someone shrieks, and here we are all running for our lives, and I am running with the rest, and here it is. Here is death, all above me and around me. A moment, and perhaps never again shall I see the sun, this river, those defiles. At that instant the sun went into a cloud. Rostov saw several stretchers being carried before him, and the terror of death and of the stretchers, and love for the sun and for life, all mingled in one painfully disturbing impression. O Lord God, Thou who art there in yonder heaven, save, pardon, and defend me," whispered Rostov in his heart. The hussars hastened back to their grooms. Their voices grew louder and more confident. The stretchers were now out of their sight. "Well, brother, so you smelt powder," rang Vaska Denisov's voice in his ear. "It's all over, but I am a coward. Yes, I am a coward," thought Rostov, and with a heavy sigh he took the bridle from the hands of his groom and mounted his grachik, which was waiting for him. "What was that? Grape shot?" asked he of Denisov. "That's just what it was," shouted Denisov. "We worked like heroes, and it was wascally work. A charge is ware sport, and you hewn down the dogs. But here, the devil only knows what it is. They shoot at you as though you were a target." And Denisov rode off and joined the colonel, Nesvitsky, Zherkov, and the staff officers, who were talking together a short distance from Rostov. "One thing's evident, no one noticed it," thought Rostov. And in truth no one had noticed it because each and every one shared in the sensation which the yunker experienced at being under fire for the first time. "We shall have a splendid report sent," Zherkov was saying. "Do you know, they may give me a lieutenancy." "Inform the prince that I burned the bridge," said the colonel, with a gay and triumphant expression. "But suppose it is asked about our loss?" "A mere trifle," said the colonel, in his deepest tones. "2 hussars wounded and 1 finished," said he with apparent joy, and scarcely refraining from a contented smile, as he brought out with ringing emphasis the happy phrase, "finished." Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. The Russian army of 35,000 men, under command of Kutuzov, pursued by the French, 100,000 strong, under Bonaparte himself, meeting with unfriendly disposed natives, no longer having confidence in their allies, suffering from a lack of provisions, and obliged to act in a manner opposite to all preconceived conditions of war, was in a hasty retreat down the Danube, halting when the enemy overtook them, and fighting them off by skirmishes at the rear guard, but fighting no more than was necessary to ensure their retreat without losing any of their baggage. Actions had taken place at Lambach, at Amstetten, at Melk, but, notwithstanding the bravery and fortitude displayed by the Russians, as even their enemy acknowledged, these actions did not prevent their movements from being a retreat, conducted with all possible celerity. The Austrians, who had escaped from the surrender at Ulm, and had joined Kutuzov at Braunau, had now separated from the Russians, and Kutuzov was left with only his weakened, famished forces. It was impossible any longer to think of defending Vienna. In place of the offensive warfare so craftily elaborated in accordance with the laws of the new science of strategy, the plan of which had been communicated to Kutuzov by the Hofkriegsrath while he was in Vienna, the only thing that was left him now, unless he were to sacrifice his army, as Mack had done at Ulm, was to effect a juncture with the troops on their way from Russia, and even this was almost an impossibility. On the 9th of November, Kutuzov and his army crossed to the left bank of the Danube, and, for the first time, halted, having now put the river between himself and the main body of the French. On the 11th, he attacked and defeated the division under Mortier, which was stationed on the left bank of the Danube. In this engagement, for the first time, some trophies were captured, a stand of colors, cannon, and 2 of the enemy's generals. For the first time, after a fortnight's retreat, the Russian army halted, and at the end of the battle not only held the field of battle, but had driven off the French. Although the army was exhausted and in rags, and reduced a third by the killed, wounded, sick, and stragglers, although the sick and wounded had been left on the other side of the Danube, with a letter from Kutuzov commending them to the magnanimity of the enemy, although the regular hospitals, and the houses of Krems which had been turned into lazarettos, were unable to receive all the sick and wounded remaining, still, in spite of all this, the halt at Krems and the victory over Mortier signally raised the spirits of the army. The most gratifying but improbable reports were in circulation throughout the troops and even at headquarters, concerning imaginary reinforcements from Russia being at hand. concerning some great victory won by the Austrians, and the retreat and panic of Bonaparte. During the battle, Prince Andrei had been near the Austrian general, Schmidt, when he was killed. His own horse had been wounded under him, and he himself had been slightly grazed by a bullet on the hand. As a sign of special favor from the commander-in-chief, he was sent to carry the news of this victory to the Austrian court, which had left Vienna, now threatened by the French, and was established at Brünn. On the evening of the victory, Prince Andrei, excited, but not weary, for in spite of his apparently delicate constitution, he could endure physical fatigue far better than much stronger men, having brought Dokhturov's report to Kutuzov, was dispatched that same evening as a special courier to Brünn. Such an errand ensured the courier not only a decoration, but pointed infallibly to promotion. The night was dark, but starry. The road made a black line across the snow which had been falling during the engagement. Now recalling the impressions of the battle through which he had passed, now joyfully imagining the impression which he should cause by the news of the victory, recollecting the parting words of the commander-in-chief and his comrades, Prince Andrei drove on at a furious pace in his post-carriage, experiencing the feelings of a man who had long waited and at last is about to attain his wished-for joy. As soon as he closed his eyes, his ears were filled with the roar of musketry and cannon, mingled with the rumble of the wheels and the details of victory. Now it seemed to him that the Russians were flying, and that he himself was killed. But he would awake with a start, feeling a strange delight at the realization that nothing of the sort had taken place, and that, on the contrary, it was the French who had been defeated. Then again he would recall all the details of the victory, his own serene manliness during the engagement, and his recollections would lull him to sleep again. The dark, starry night was followed by a bright, joyous day. The snow gleamed in the sunshine, and the horses sped swiftly along, and in monotonous variety on both sides flew by new woods, fields, and villages. At one of the post-houses he overtook a train of Russian wounded. A Russian officer in charge of the convoy was stretched out in the foremost cart, and shouting at the top of his voice, and scolding the soldiers in coarse language. The long German Vorspans, each containing 6 or more wounded, pale and bandaged and dirty, jolted heavily along over the rough, paved road. Some of them were talking. Prince Andrei overheard their Russian speech. Others were munching bread, while those who were most seriously hurt gazed with the good-natured and childish curiosity of sickness at the courier hurrying by them. Prince Andrei ordered the driver to stop, and asked one of the soldiers where they had been wounded. "Day before yesterday, on the Danube," replied the soldier. Prince Andrei took out his purse and gave the soldier 3 gold pieces. "For them all," he added, turning to the officer in command. "Get well as fast as you can, boys," said he to the soldiers. "There's still much to be done." "Well, Mr. Adjutant, what's the news?" asked the old officer, evidently taking a fancy to have a talk. "Good news. Forward," he cried to his driver, and he was borne swiftly on. It was already quite dark when Prince Andrei reached Brünn and found himself surrounded by lofty houses, lighted shops, and street lamps, handsome carriages rumbling over the wooden pavements, and by all that atmosphere of a large, lively city which is always so fascinating to a soldier after camp life. Prince Andrei, notwithstanding the swiftness of his journey and his sleepless night, felt as he drove up to the palace even more excited than he had the evening before. His eyes gleamed with a feverish light, and his thoughts rushed through his mind with extraordinary rapidity and clearness. Vividly, all the details of the battle came into his mind, not with any confusion, but in due sequence, word for word, as he imagined he should render his account to the Emperor Franz. Vividly, he imagined the circumstantial questions which might be asked him, and the answers which he should make to them. He supposed that he should be immediately summoned before the emperor. But at the principal entrance of the palace he was met by an official who, discovering that he was only a courier, sent him round to another entrance. "Take the corridor at the right, Your Hochgeboren. There you will find the Flügel adjutant who is on duty," said the official. "He will take you to the Minister of War." The Flügel adjutant, coming to meet Prince Andrei, asked him to wait while he went to the minister. In 5 minutes he returned, and bowing with unusual deference, and allowing Prince Andrei to pass in front of him, directed him through a corridor into a private office occupied by the Minister of War. The Flugel adjutant, by his extravagant politeness, seemed to be trying to defend himself from any attempt at familiarity on the part of the Russian courier. Prince Andrei's exultant feeling was decidedly cooled down the moment he entered the door into the minister's private office. He felt humiliated, and this feeling of wounded pride changed instantly, but imperceptibly, into a feeling of contempt which had no reasonable cause. His fertile mind at the same moment began to search for a point of view according to which he might be justified in scorning both the Flugel adjutant and the Minister of War. It is probably very easy for them to show how to gain victories, though they have never smelt gunpowder, he said to himself. His eyes contracted contemptuously. He walked into the War Minister's private office with all the deliberation in the world. This feeling was still further intensified when he caught sight of that dignitary sitting between two candles at a great table, and not deigning to give his visitor even a glance for the first 2 minutes. The War Minister's bald head, with its fringe of gray hair, was bent over some papers which he was reading and marking with a lead pencil. He finished reading them, not even lifting his head when the door opened to admit his visitor, though he must have heard the steps. "Take this and deliver it at once," said the Minister of War to his secretary, handing him some papers, and not even yet recognizing the existence of the courier. Prince Andrei came to the conclusion that out of all the affairs that preoccupied the Minister of War, the feats of Kutuzov's army either interested him the least or else he felt obliged to give this impression to the Russian courier. "Well, it is all the same to me," he said to himself. The Minister of War assorted the rest of his papers, placing them in regular order, and then at last lifted his head. He had an intelligent and determined face, but at the instant that he turned to Prince Andrei, this intelligent and firm expression seemed to change as if by purpose and consciously, and in its place came a dull, hypocritical smile, in which there was no pretense even of hiding its hypocrisy. The habitual smile of a man accustomed to receiving many petitions one after the other. "From General Field Marshal Kutuzov?" he asked. "I hope it is good news. So he has had an encounter with Mortier. A victory. It was time." He took the dispatch which was directed to him and began to read it with a melancholy expression. "Ach, mein Gott, mein Gott, Schmidt," said he in German. "What a misfortune! What a misfortune!" Having run through the paper he laid it on the table and glanced at Prince Andrei, evidently weighing something in his mind. "Ach, what a misfortune! That affair, you say, was decisive, but Mortier was not taken." He pondered. "I am very glad that you have brought me this good news, although the death of Schmidt is a costly price to pay for the victory. His Majesty will probably desire to see you, but not this evening. I thank you. Go and get rested. Tomorrow be at the levee after the parade. However, I will give you due notice." The dull smile which had disappeared during the conversation again appeared on the War Minister's face. "Good-bye. Auf Wiedersehen. I thank you very much. His Majesty the Emperor will no doubt wish to see you," he repeated, and inclined his head. When Prince Andrei had left the palace, he felt that all the interest and happiness which the victory had brought him had deserted him and been left behind in the indifferent hands of the War Minister and of the polite Flugel adjutant. The whole course of his thoughts had instantly changed. The battle seemed to him like the recollection of something that happened long before. End of chapter 9. Part 2, Chapter 10 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Prince Andrei put up at Brünn, at the residence of his friend, the diplomat Bilibin. "Ah, my dear prince, no one could be more welcome," said Bilibin, coming down to greet him. "Franz, take the prince's luggage into my sleeping room," he added, turning to the valet who had admitted the visitor. "So you're bringing news of a victory. Excellent. But I'm under the weather, as you can see." Prince Andrei, having washed and changed his dress, joined the diplomat in his luxurious study, and sat down to the dinner which had been prepared for him. Bilibin drew up comfortably before the fire. After his hurried journey, and indeed after this whole campaign, during which he had been deprived of all the comforts and elegancies of life, Prince Andrei experienced a pleasant feeling of repose amid these luxurious conditions of existence, to which he had been accustomed since childhood. Moreover, it was pleasant after his reception by the Austrians to talk, not indeed in Russian, for they spoke in French, but with a Russian who, as he supposed, shared the general Russian aversion, now felt with especial keenness, for the Austrians. Bilibin was a man of 35, unmarried and belonging to the same set as Prince Andrei. They had been acquaintances long before Petersburg, and had become more intimate during Prince Andrei's last visit to Vienna, in company with Kutuzov. Just as Prince Andrei was a young man who promised to make a brilliant career in the military profession, so Bilibin, with even greater probability, was on the road to success in diplomacy. He was still a young man, but he was not a young diplomat, since he had begun his career at the age of 16, had been in Paris and in Copenhagen, and now held a very responsible post in Vienna. Both the chancellor and the Russian ambassador at the court of Vienna knew him and prized him highly. He was not one of those diplomats who are considered to be very good, because they have merely negative qualities, do nothing but their perfunctory duties, and are able to speak French. He was rather one of those who work con amour, and with intelligence. Notwithstanding his natural indolence, he sometimes spent the whole night at his writing table. He put in good work, no matter what the nature of the work in hand. It was the question how, not the question why, that interested him. It was a matter of indifference to him what the diplomatic business was about, but he took the greatest satisfaction in artistically, accurately, and elegantly composing circulars, memorials, or reports. Bilibin's services were prized, not only because of his skill in inditing letters, but still more because of his faculty for shining in society and carrying on conversation in the highest spheres. Bilibin liked to talk just as he liked to work, but it was essential that the topic should let him display his delicately polished wit. In society he was constantly on the watch for a chance to say something remarkable, and he never mingled in conversation except under such conditions. His talk was plentifully begemmed with keen and polished phrases, original with himself, and yet having an interest for all. These phrases were prepared in Bilibin's internal laboratory, as a sort of portable property, which even the dullest members of society might easily remember and carry from party to party. And, in fact, Bilibin's witticisms made the rounds of Viennese drawing-rooms. Les mots de Bilibin se colportent dans les salons de Vienne, and had often had an effect on so-called important events. His thin, weary-looking sallow face was covered with deep wrinkles, which always seemed clean and parboiled, like the ends of the fingers after a bath. The motions of these wrinkles constituted the principal play of his physiognomy. Now, it was his forehead that was furrowed with broad lines, and his eyebrows were lifted high. Again his brows were contracted and deep lines marked his cheeks. His deep-set little eyes looked always frank and cheerful. "Now, then, tell us your exploits," said he. Bolkonsky, in the most modest manner, without once referencing to himself, told him of the combat and of the minister's behavior. "They received me and the news that I brought like a dog in the game of ninepins," said he, in conclusion. Bilibin smiled, and the wrinkles in his face relaxed. "However, mon cher," said he, "in spite of the high esteem which I profess for the Orthodox Russian army, I confess that your victory is not one of the most victorious." Thus he went on, and all the time speaking in French, and introducing Russian words only when he wished to give them a scornful emphasis. "It was this way, wasn't it? You fell with all your overwhelming numbers upon that unhappy Montier, and yet Montier slipped between your hands. Where was the victory in that?" "Well, speaking seriously," replied Prince Andrei, "we can at least say without boasting that it was rather better than Ulm." "Why didn't you take at least one marshal prisoner?" "Because things aren't always done as they are forecast, nor can they be arranged with all the regularity of a parade. We expected, as I told you, to turn their flank at 7 o'clock in the morning, and we did not succeed till 5 in the evening. Why didn't you succeed by 7 in the morning? You ought to have outflanked them by 7 in the morning," said Bilibin, smiling. "You ought to have done it at 7 in the morning." "Why didn't you suggest to Bonaparte, through diplomatic agency, that he'd better abandon Genoa?" asked Prince Andrei in the same tone. "I know," interrupted Bilibin. "As you sit on your sofa before the fire, you think that it is very easy to capture marshals. It is, indeed. But why didn't you capture him? And don't be surprised that neither the Minister of War, nor His Most August Majesty, my Emperor, nor King France is very grateful for your victory, and I myself, the unfortunate secretary of the Russian legation, feel no special impulse to express my delight by giving my Franz a tailor and letting him take his Liebchen for a walk on the Prater. To be sure, there's no Prater here." He looked straight at Prince Andrei and suddenly smoothed out the wrinkled skin upon his forehead. "Now, my dear, it is my turn to ask you why," said Bolkonsky. "I assure you, I cannot understand. Perhaps there are diplomatic subtleties here that are above my feeble mind, but I cannot understand. Mack has destroyed a whole army. The Archduke Ferdinand and the Archduke Karl are giving no signs of life and are making one blunder after another. Finally, Kutuzov alone really gains a victory, destroys the spell of the French, la Chambre du Français, and the Minister of War isn't interested enough to inquire after the details." "That is the very reason, my dear. Voyez-vous, mon cher? Hurrah for the Tsar, for Russia, the faith, tout c'est bel et bon." "All that's very well and good, but what do we, I mean the Austrian court, care for your victories? Only bring them your fine news about a victory won by the Archduke Karl or Ferdinand. Un archiduc voulait. One is as good as another, as you well know. A victory, even though it were only over a squad of Bonaparte's firemen, and that would be another thing. We should proclaim it with the thunder of cannon. But this, as a matter of course, can only vex us. The Archduke Karl is nothing. The Archduke Ferdinand covers himself with disgrace. You desert Vienna. You no longer defend it, as though you said, 'God is with us. May God be with you and your capital.' One general, whom we all loved, Schmidt, you allowed to be killed by a bullet, and you congratulate us on the victory? Confess that nothing could be imagined more exasperating than this news which you bring. C'est comme un fait exprès, comme un fait exprès. Moreover, even if you had won the most brilliant victory, even if the Archduke Karl should, what change would that make in the course of events? It's too late now, for Vienna has been occupied by the French army." "What? Occupied? Vienna occupied?" "Not only occupied, but Bonaparte is at Schönbrunn, and the count, our dear friend, Count Verbna, has gone there to him for orders." Bolkonsky, after his fatigue and the impressions of his journey and his reception, and especially since his dinner, felt that he did not grasp the full meaning of the words which he heard. "This morning Count Lichtenfels was here," continued Bilibin, "and showed me a letter containing a circumstantial account of the parade of the French in Vienna. Les princes mourants et tous les tremblements. You can see that your victory is not such an immense delight, and you can hardly be regarded as our saviors." "Truly, as far as I am concerned, it is a matter of indifference, absolute indifference," said Prince Andrei, beginning to comprehend that his tidings about the engagement at Krems was of really little importance compared with such an event as the occupation of the Austrian capital. "How came Vienna to be occupied? How about the bridge? And that famous tête de pont? And Prince Auersperg? It was reported among us that Prince Auersperg was defending Vienna," said he. "Prince Auersperg is on this side, on our side of the Danube, and will defend us very wretchedly, I think. But still he will defend us. And Vienna is on the other side. No, the bridge is not taken yet, and I hope it will not be. It has been mined, and the order is to blow it up. If it were not for that, we should have been long ago in the mountains of Bohemia, and you and your army would have spent a wretched quarter of an hour between two fires." "But still this does not mean that the campaign is at an end, does it?" asked Prince Andrei. "Well, it's my impression that it is. And so think the bigwigs here, but they dare not say so. What I said at the beginning of the campaign will come true, that your skirmish near Dürtstein will not settle the affair, nor gunpowder, in any case, but those who invented it," said Bilibin, repeating one of his mots, while he puckered his forehead, and paused a moment. "The question simply depends on this: what is to be the outcome of the Berlin meeting of the Emperor with the Prussian king? If Prussia joins the alliance, en force Allemand l'Autriche, Austria's hand is forced, and there will be war, but if not, then all they have to do is arrange for the preliminaries of a second Campo Formio." "But what an extraordinary genius!" suddenly cried Prince Andrei, doubling his small fist and pounding the table with it. "And what luck that man has!" "Who, Bonaparte?" queried Bilibin, knitting his brow and thereby signifying that he was going to get off a witticism. "Buonaparte," he repeated, laying a special emphasis on the "you." "I certainly think that now when he is laying down the laws for Austria from Schönbrunn, he must be spared that 'you.' Il faut lui faire grâce de lui. I am firmly resolved to make the innovation, and I shall call him Bonaparte, tout court." "No, but joking aside," said Prince Andrei, "is it possible that you think the campaign is finished?" "This is what I think. Austria has been made a fool of, and she is not used to that, and she will take her revenge. And she has been made a fool of because in the first place, her provinces have been pillaged. It is said the Orthodox est terrible pour le pillage. Her army is beaten, her capital is taken, and all this pour les bourgeois of the King of Sardinia. And in the second place, entre nous, mon cher, I suspect that we are being duped. I suspect dealings with France and a project of peace, a secret peace, separately concluded." "That cannot be," said Prince Andrei. "That would be too base." "Qui vivra verra. You will see," said Bilibin, scowling, this time in a way that signified that the conversation was at an end. When Prince Andrei went to the chamber that had been prepared for him, and stretched himself between clean sheets on a soft down mattress, and on warm perfumed pillows, he began to feel that the battle, the report of which he had brought, was far, far away. The Prussian alliance, the treachery of Austria, Bonaparte's new triumph, the parade and levee, and his reception by Emperor Franz the next day, filled his mind. He closed his eyes, but instantly his ears were deafened by the cannonading, the musketry, the rumble of the carriage wheels, and now once more the musketeers came marching in scattered lines down the hillside, and the Frenchmen were firing, and he felt how his heart thrilled, and he galloped on ahead, with Schmidt at his side, and the bullets whistled merrily around him, and he experienced such a feeling of intensified delight in life as he had not felt since childhood. He awoke with a start. "Yes, it was all so," said he, smiling to himself, a happy childlike smile, and he fell asleep with the sound sleep of youth. End of chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. He awoke the next morning, late. Recalling the impressions of the previous day, he remembered, first of all, that he was to be presented that day to the Emperor Franz. He remembered the Minister of War, the officiously polite Flugel adjutant, Bilibin, and the conversation of the evening before. Putting on his full dress uniform, which he had not worn for a long time, to go to court, he went down to Bilibin's study, with his hand bandaged, but fresh, full of spirits, and handsome. 4 young gentlemen connected with the diplomatic corps were gathered in the study. Bolkonsky was already acquainted with Prince Ippolit Kuragin, one of the secretaries of the legation. Bilibin introduced him to the others. The gentlemen at Bilibin's were gay, rich young men of fashion, who formed, both in Vienna and here in Brünn, an exclusive circle, which Bilibin, the leader of it, called ours, les notes. This coterie, composed almost exclusively of diplomats, were occupied with the doings of society, their relations to certain women, and their duties as secretaries, so that the interests of war and diplomacy were a sealed book to them. The gentlemen apparently took Prince Andrei and adopted him as one of themselves, an honor which they did not confer upon everyone. From politeness, and as a topic for beginning conversation, they asked him a few questions about the army and the battle, and then conversation quickly drifted into inconsequential but jovial sallies of wit and gossip. "But this is specially good," said one, relating the misfortunes of a colleague. "Especially good, when the Chancellor himself told him to his face that his transfer to London was a promotion, and that he was to so regard it. Can you imagine his looks at hearing that? But what is worse than all, gentlemen, I must expose Kuragin. A man is in trouble, and this Don Juan, this terrible man, must needs take advantage of it." Prince Ippolit was stretched out in a Voltaire chair, with his legs thrown over the arm. He laughed. "Parlez-moi de ça. Tell me about it," he said. "Oh, you Don Juan! Oh, you snake!" said various voices. "You don't know, Bolkonsky," said Bilibin, turning to Prince Andrei, "that all the atrocities committed by the French army, I almost said the Russian army, are nothing in comparison with what this man has been doing among the ladies." "La femme est la compagne de l'homme." Woman is man's helpmeet, said Prince Ippolit, sententiously, and he began to stare through his lorgnette at his elevated feet. Bilibin and "our fellows" roared, as they looked at Prince Ippolit. Prince Andrei saw that this young man of whom, it must be confessed, he had almost been jealous was the butt for this circle. "I must give you a little sport with Kuragin," whispered Bilibin to Bolkonsky. "It's rich to hear him talk about politics. You must see what an important air he assumes." He took a seat near Ippolit, and wrinkling his brows portentously, began to draw him into conversation on political affairs. Prince Andrei and the others gathered around the two. "The cabinet cannot express any thought of alliance," began Ippolit, letting his eyes wander significantly from one to the other, "without expressing, as in its last note, vous comprenez. Vous comprenez. And then if His Majesty the Emperor does not go back on his principles, our alliance—" "Attendez. I have not finished," said he to Prince Andrei, seizing him by the arm. "I suppose that intervention will be stronger than non-intervention, and—" He was silent for a moment. "The non-receipt of our dispatch of the 28th of November cannot be charged as intentional. That will be the end of it." And he let go of Bolkonsky's arm, signifying that now he was entirely done. "Demosthenes, I recognize thee by the pebble which thou hast concealed in this golden mouth," said Bilibin, his cap of hair moving on his head with satisfaction. All laughed. Ippolit laughed louder than the rest. He was evidently not at his ease and could not get his breath, but he was unable to refrain from the forced laugh that distorted his usually impassive face. "Now then, gentlemen," said Bilibin, "Bolkonsky is a guest at my house here in Brünn, and I am anxious to treat him well and give him a taste of all our pleasures here so far as possible. If we were in Vienna, this would be easy, but here, in this beastly Moravian hole, ce vilain trou moras, it will be harder, and I beg you all to lend me your aid. Il faut lui faire les honneurs de Brünn. You undertake the theaters. I will introduce him to society. You, Ippolit, of course, the ladies." "I must show him Amélie. She's a beauty," said one of the circle, kissing the ends of his fingers. "All in all, this bloodthirsty soldier," said Bilibin, "must be brought to more humane views." "It is doubtful if I can profit by your hospitality, gentlemen, for it is now time for me to go out," said Bolkonsky, looking at his watch. "Where?" "To the Emperor." "Oh, oh, oh! Well, au revoir, Bolkonsky. Good-bye, Prince. Come back to dinner with us as early as you can," shouted several voices. "We will look for you. Try to say as much as you can in praise of the commissariat and the roads when you speak to the Emperor," said Bilibin, as he accompanied Bolkonsky into the entry. "I wish I could say flattering things, but I cannot," said Bolkonsky with a smile. Well, then, do just as much of the talking as you can. His passion is for audiences, but he does not like to talk, and he does not know how, as you will see for yourself. End of chapter 11. Part 2, Chapter 12 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At the levee, Prince Andrei, who stood in the place appointed among the Austrian officers, merely received a long fixed stare from the Emperor Franz, and a slight inclination of his long head. But after the levee, the Flugel adjutant of the evening before politely communicated to Bolkonsky the Emperor's desire to give him an audience. The Emperor Franz received him standing in the middle of his room. Before beginning the conversation, Prince Andrei was struck by the evident confusion of the Emperor, who reddened and did not know what to say. "Tell me when the action began," he asked hurriedly. Prince Andrei told him. This question was followed by others, no less simple. "Is Kutuzov well? How long ago did he leave Krems?" And so on. The Emperor spoke as though his whole aim were to ask a certain number of questions. The answers to these questions, as he made only too evident, did not interest him. "At what hour did the engagement begin?" asked the Emperor. "I cannot tell, Your Majesty, at what hour the fighting began on the front, but at Durenstein, where I happened to be, the army made the first attack at 6 o'clock in the evening," said Bolkonsky eagerly, for he supposed that he now had a chance to enter into the carefully prepared and accurate description of all that he had seen and knew. But the Emperor smiled and interrupted him. "How many miles is it?" "From where and to where, Your Majesty?" "From Durenstein to Krems." 3 miles and a half, Your Majesty." "Have the French abandoned the left bank?" "According to the reports of our scouts, the last of them crossed that same night on rafts." "Plenty of provender at Krems?" "Provender was not furnished in that abundance which—" But the Emperor interrupted him. "At what hour was General Schmidt killed?" "At 7 o'clock, I should think." "At 7 o'clock! Very sad, very sad." Then the Emperor thanked him and made him a bow. Prince Andrei left the audience chamber and was immediately surrounded by courtiers coming from all sides. From all sides flattering glances rested on him, and flattering words were heard around him. The Flugel adjutant reproached him for not having put up at the palace, and offered him the use of his rooms. The Minister of War came and congratulated him on having received the order of Maria Theresa of the 3rd degree, which the Emperor had conferred upon him. The Empress's chamberlain invited him to wait upon Her Majesty. The Grand Duchess also desired to see him. He did not know who to answer first, and it took him several seconds to collect his wits. The Russian ambassador put his hand on his shoulder, drew him into a window, and began to talk with him. In spite of Bilibin's prognostications, the news brought by Bolkonsky was joyfully hailed. A Thanksgiving Te Deum was ordained. Kutuzov was decorated with the Grand Cross of Maria Theresa, and all the army was rewarded. Bolkonsky was overwhelmed with invitations and was obliged to spend the whole morning in making up calls upon the principal dignitaries of Austria. Having finished his calls, about 5 o'clock in the afternoon Prince Andrei, mentally composing a letter to his father about the engagement and his visit to Brunn, returned to Bilibin's lodgings. At the door of the house occupied by Bilibin stood a britska half full of luggage, and Franz, Bilibin's valet, was just coming out, laboriously dragging another trunk. On his way back to Bilibin's, Prince Andrei had stepped into a bookstall to lay in a store of books for his campaign, and had spent some time there. "What does this mean?" asked Bolkonsky. "Alas, Your Excellency," said Franz, with difficulty tumbling the trunk into the britska. "We're going farther off. The rascal is after us again." "But what is it? What does it mean?" demanded Prince Andrei. Bilibin came out to meet Bolkonsky. His usually tranquil face showed traces of excitement. "Well, well, confess that it's delightful," said he. "This story of the Thabor Bridge," the bridge at Vienna. They crossed it without striking a blow." Prince Andrei still failed to understand. "Where have you been that you don't know what every coachman in the city has heard long since?" "I have just come from the Grand Duchess's. I heard nothing of it there." "And haven't you noticed that everywhere they're packing up?" "No, I haven't. But what is the trouble?" asked Prince Andrei impatiently. "What is the trouble? The trouble is that the French have crossed the bridge which Auersperg was defending, and the bridge was not blown up, so that Murat is now hastening down the road to Brunn, and they will be here today or tomorrow." "Be here? But why was the bridge not blown up, when it was mined?" "Well, that's what I ask you. No one, not even Bonaparte, knows that." Bolkonsky shrugged his shoulders. "But if the bridge is crossed, the army is destroyed. Of course it will be cut off," said he. "That's the joke of the thing," rejoined Bilibin. "Listen. The French enter Vienna, just as I told you. All very good. On the next day, that is yesterday, Messrs. Marshals Murat, Lannes, and Billiard mount their horses and ride down to the bridge. Notice, all three of them are Gascons. 'Gentlemen,' says one of them, 'you know that the Thabor bridge is mined and countermined, and that in front of it is a terrible tête de pont, and 15,000 men who are commanded to blow up the bridge and not allow us to pass. But our master, the Emperor Napoleon, would be pleased if we took that bridge. Let us three go, therefore, and take that bridge.' 'Yes, let us go,' said the other, and they go to it and take it and cross it, and now they are on this side of the Danube with their whole army, and are in full march against us and against your communications." "A truce is jesting," said Prince Andrei, becoming melancholy and serious. This news was sad, and at the same time pleasant to him. As soon as he knew that the Russian army was in such a hopeless situation, it occurred to him that he himself was the one called upon to rescue it from this situation, that this was his Toulon, destined to lift him up from the throng of insignificant officers and open to him the straight path of glory. Even while he was listening to Bilibin, he was picturing himself going back to the army, and there, in a council of war, proposing a plan which alone might save them, and that to him alone it was granted to accomplish this plan. "A truce is jesting," said he. "I am not jesting," insisted Bilibin. "Nothing is more veracious or more melancholy. These gentlemen ride upon the bridge without escort, displaying their white handkerchiefs. They assert that there is an armistice, and that they, the marshals, have come over to talk with Prince Auersperg. The officer on guard lets them into the tête de pont. They give him 1,000 choice specimens of Gasconade, and they say that the war is ended, that the Emperor of France has decided upon a conference with Bonaparte, and that they wanted to see Prince Auersperg, and 1,000 other trumpery lies. The officer sends for Auersperg. These gentlemen embrace the officers, jest, sit astride the cannon, and meantime a French battalion quietly crosses the bridge and flings the bags with the combustibles into the water and enters the tête de pont. At last the lieutenant general, our dear Prince Auersperg von Mauturn himself, appears on the scene. Our dear enemy, flower of the Austrian army, hero of the Turkish wars. Our enmity is at an end. We can shake hands. The Emperor Napoleon is dying with anxiety to make the acquaintance of Prince Auersperg. In one word, these gentlemen, who are not Gascons for nothing, so but juggle Auersperg with fine words, he is so ravished by this rapidly instituted intimacy with the French marshals, so dazzled by the sight of Murat's mantle and ostrich feathers, that he does not see the point, and quite forgets that he himself ought to be pointing at the enemy. Notwithstanding the vehemence of his remarks, Bilibin did not fail to pause after this mot, so as to allow Bolkonsky time to appreciate it. The French battalions run on the bridge, spike the cannon, and capture the bridge. The bridge is theirs. But this is best of all, he went on to say, allowing the fascination of his narrative to keep his excitement within bounds. This, that the sergeant who had charge of the cannon, the discharge of which was to explode the mines and blow up the bridge, this sergeant, I say, seeing the French soldiers running over the bridge, was just going to fire his gun, but Lannes pulled away his hand. The sergeant, who was evidently more intelligent than his generals, hastens to Auersperg and says, 'Prince, you are imposed upon. The French are here.' Murat sees that their game is played if the sergeant is allowed to speak further. With pretended surprise, a true Gascon that he is, he turns to Auersperg. 'I don't see in this anything of your world-renowned Austrian discipline,' says he. 'Do you allow a man of inferior rank to speak to you so?' It was a stroke of genius. Prince Auersperg prides himself on punctilio and has the sergeant put under arrest. But you must confess that all this story of the Thabor Bridge is perfectly delightful. It was neither stupidity nor cowardice." "C'est trahison peut-être. Perhaps it is treason, though," said Prince Andrei, his imagination vividly bringing up before him the gray capotes, their wounds, the gunpowder smoke, the sounds of battle, and the glory which was awaiting him. "Not at all. This puts the court in the most stupid position," continued Bilibin. "It is neither treason nor cowardice, nor stupidity. It's just the same as at Ulm." He paused as though trying to find a suitable expression. C'est du mac. Nous sommes maquis. We are macked," he said, at last satisfied that he had coined un mot, and a brilliant mot, such a one as would be repeated. The wrinkles that had been deeply gathering on his forehead quickly smoothed themselves out in token of his contentment, and with a slight smile on his lips he began to contemplate his fingernails. "Where are you going?" he asked, suddenly turning to Prince Andrei, who had got up and was starting for his chamber. "I'm off." "Where?" "To the army." "But you intended to stop 2 days longer, didn't you?" "Yes, but now I'm going immediately." And Prince Andrei, having given his orders for the carriage, went to his room. "Do you know, my dear fellow," said Bilibin, coming into his room, "do you know, I have been thinking about you. Why are you going?" And in testimony of the irrefragability of his argument against it, all the wrinkles vanished from his face. Prince Andrei looked inquiringly at his friend, and made no reply. "Why are you going? I know. You think that it is your duty to hurry back to the army, now, when it is in danger. I understand it, mon cher. C'est de l'enthousiasme." "Not at all," said Prince Andrei. "But you are une philosophie. Be one absolutely. Look at things from the other side, and you will see that your duty, on the contrary, is to preserve yourself. Leave this to others who are not fit for anything else. You have no orders to return, and you won't be allowed to go from here, so of course you can stay, and go with us wherever our unhappy lot carries us. They say we are going to Olmütz, and Olmütz is a very nice little city, and you and I can make the journey very comfortably in my calash." "Cease your jesting, Bilibin," said Bolkonsky. "I am speaking to you sincerely, as your friend. Judge for yourself. Where, and for what purpose, are you going now, when you can remain here? One of two things will happen to you." Here he managed to gather a fold of wrinkles under his left temple. "Either peace will be concluded before you reach the army, or else defeat and disgrace will await you with the rest of Kutuzov's army." And Bilibin smoothed the skin again, feeling that the dilemma was unavoidable. "Of that I am not in a position to judge," said Prince Andrei coldly, but he thought in his own mind, "I am going to save the army." "Mon cher, vous êtes un héros," said Bilibin. End of chapter 12. Part 2, Chapter 13 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. That same night, having taken his leave of the Minister of War, Bolkonsky set out for the army, though he did not himself know where he should find it, and had some apprehensions lest on the road to Krems he should be captured by the French. At Brunn, all the court were engaged in packing, and the heavy luggage had already been dispatched to Olmütz. Near Etzelsdorf, Prince Andrei struck the highway over which the Russian army was moving in the greatest haste and the greatest disorder. The road was so encumbered with teams that it was impossible for a carriage to make its way along. Having secured from the head of the Cossack division a horse and Cossack, Prince Andrei, hungry and tired, managed to get past the teams, and at last drove on in search of the commander-in-chief and his own train. The most ominous reports of the condition of the army had reached him on his way, and these reports were more than confirmed by the sight of the army hurrying on in disorder. "This Russian army, which English gold has brought together from the ends of the universe, we shall make it suffer the same fate, the fate of Ulm." Bolkonsky remembered these words from Bonaparte's general orders to his army at the beginning of the campaign, and these words inspired in him an admiration for the genius of his hero, together with a sense of wounded pride and a hope of glory. "But suppose nothing be left me but to die," he said to himself. "Well then, be it so, if it is necessary. I shall not die more shamefully than others." Prince Andrei looked contemptuously at the endless confusion of detachments, baggage wagons, field pieces, and gun carriages, and again baggage wagons of every possible description, trying to outstrip each other and getting in each other's way as they toiled along over the muddy road, 3 and 4 abreast. In all directions, in front as well as behind, wherever the ear listened, were heard the creaking of wheels, the rumble of vehicles, carts and gun carriages, the tramping of horses' feet, the cracking of whips, the shouts of drivers, the cursing of soldiers, denshchiks and officers. Along the borders of the highway were everywhere seen the carcasses of horses that had fallen and been left, either flayed or not flayed, as the case might be, then broken down wagons by which solitary soldiers sat waiting for something. Then, again, he saw little detachments of troops straying from the main column and hastening to scattered villages, or coming back from them, with hens, sheep, hay, or bags filled with various objects. On the slopes and rises, the groups crowded together still more densely, and an uninterrupted tumult of noises arose. Soldiers plodding through mud up to their knees helped to drag by main force the field pieces and wagons. Whips cracked, hoofs slipped, traces strained, and throats were split with shouting. The officers, who directed the retreat, galloped back and forth among the wagons. Their voices were hardly distinguishable above the general uproar, and it could be seen by their faces that they were in despair at the possibility of reducing this chaos into order. "Voilà cher Orthodox army," said Bolkonsky to himself, quoting Bilibin's words. Wishing to inquire of some of these men where the commander-in-chief was to be found, he galloped up to the train. Directly opposite to him was an odd equipage, a sort of cross between a cart, cabriolet, and a calash, driven by one horse and evidently constructed out of some soldier's domestic belongings. This vehicle was driven by a soldier, and under the leather cover, behind the apron, sat a woman all wrapped up in shawls. Prince Andrei rode up and was just going to question the soldier, when his attention was attracted by the despairing shrieks of the woman sitting in the vehicle. An officer, who had charge of the train, had set to beating her driver because he attempted to pass ahead of the others, and the blows of the whip fell on the apron. The woman was screaming desperately. Seeing Prince Andrei, she thrust her head out from under the hood, and waving her thin arms, freed from the shawls, she cried, "Adjutant! Mr. Adjutant! For God's sake, protect me! What is going to happen? I'm the doctor's wife, of the 7th Jaegers. They won't let us pass. We are left behind, and have lost our friends." "I will knock you flatter than a pancake. Turn back," cried the officer, angrily, to the soldier. "Back with you, and take your jade." "Mr. Adjutant, help me! What can I do?" cried the doctor's wife. "Please let this team pass. Don't you see that it is a woman?" said Prince Andrei, riding up to the officer. The officer glanced at him, and without saying a word turned to the soldier again. "I'll teach you! Back!" "Let them pass, I tell you," repeated Prince Andrei, compressing his lips. "Who are you, anyway?" suddenly cried the officer, turning to Prince Andrei in a drunken fury. "Who are you?" He addressed him insolently, with a special emphasis on the pronoun. "Are you commander here? I'm the commander here, and not you. Back with you! I'll knock you flatter'n a pancake." This expression had evidently pleased the officer. "He gave the little adjutant a capital rating," said a voice behind. Prince Andrei saw that the officer had got into one of those paroxysms of drunken fury in which a man is not responsible for what he says. He saw that his interference in the troubles of the doctor's wife was attended with what he feared more than aught else in the world, being made ridiculous. But instinct immediately came to his aid. The officer had not time to finish what he was saying, before Prince Andrei, his face distorted by rage, rode up to him and threw up his whip. "Have the goodness to let them pass!" The officer made an angry gesture and hastily rode off. "It all comes from them, from these staff officers, all this disorder does," he muttered. "Do as you please." Prince Andrei hastily rode away without looking up or heeding the thanks of the doctor's wife, who called him her preserver, and, recalling with disgust the particulars of this humiliating scene, he galloped toward the village where he had been told that the commander-in-chief was to be found. When he reached the village he dismounted and started for the first house, intending to rest, if only for a minute, and get something to eat and try to banish all the humiliating thoughts that tortured him. "This is a troop of footpads and not an army," he was saying to himself, when, just as he happened to look up at the window of the first house, a well-known voice called him by name. He looked up and saw Nesvitsky's handsome face thrust out of the little window. Nesvitsky, vigorously chewing something in his moist mouth, was waving his hand and calling him to come in. "Bolkonsky! Bolkonsky! Don't you hear me? Come quick!" he cried. Entering the house, Prince Andrei found Nesvitsky and another adjutant having some lunch. They turned eagerly to Bolkonsky with the question whether he had brought anything new. Prince Andrei read in their familiar faces an expression of alarm and uneasiness. This expression was especially noticeable on Nesvitsky's unusually jolly face. "Where's the commander-in-chief?" asked Bolkonsky. "Here, in this very house," replied the adjutant. "Tell us, is it true there is peace and a capitulation?" demanded Nesvitsky. "I should have to ask you that. I know nothing, except that I had great trouble in finding you." "And what sort of a plight do you find us in? It's horrible, my dear fellow. I plead guilty for having laughed at Mack, but here we are in a far worse position, brother," said Nesvitsky. "But sit down and have something to eat." "Now, Prince, you won't find your luggage or anything, and only God knows where your man Pyotr is," said the other adjutant. "Where's the headquarters?" "We are to spend the night at Naum." "And I had everything that I needed packed on 2 horses," said Nesvitsky, "and they made me some splendid pack saddles, even though we should have to worry through the mountains of Bohemia. It's a bad state of things, brother. What's the matter? Aren't you well? You shake so," asked Nesvitsky, noticing that a sudden tremor ran over Prince Andrei, as though from the discharge of a Leyden jar. "Nothing is the matter," replied Prince Andrei. He happened at that instant to remember his recent encounter with the doctor's wife and the officer of the baggage train. "What's the commander-in-chief doing here?" he went on to ask. "I haven't the least idea," replied Nesvitsky. "All I know is that it's nasty, nasty, nasty business," said Prince Andrei, and he started for the house where the commander-in-chief was. Passing by Kutuzov's carriage, the jaded saddle horses of his suite, and the vociferating Cossacks, he went into the cottage. Kutuzov himself, as Prince Andrei had been told, was in the cottage with Prince Bagration and Weirother. Weirother was the Austrian general who had succeeded to the place of the Schmidt who had been killed. In the entry, the little Kozlovsky was squatting on his heels before a clerk. The clerk, with his cuffs rolled up, was hastily writing, with a tub turned over for a desk. Kozlovsky's face looked pinched and wan. He had evidently not slept the night before. He glanced up as Prince Andrei came in, but he did not even nod to him. "Second line. Have you written it?" said he, proceeding with what he was dictating to the clerk. "The Kiev Grenadiers. The Podolian." "Don't go so fast, your honor," said the clerk in a disrespectful and surly manner, looking up at Kozlovsky. Kutuzov's animated and impatient voice was at this moment heard in the room beyond, answered by another which Prince Andrei did not recognize. By the sound of these 2 voices, by the preoccupied way in which Kozlovsky glanced at him, by the surly disrespect shown by the clerk, by the fact that the clerk and Kozlovsky were sitting on the floor by a tub, and so handy to the commander-in-chief, and finally, because the Cossacks holding the saddle horses were laughing so noisily in front of the windows, by all this, Prince Andrei was impressed with the idea that something grave and disagreeable must have occurred. Prince Andrei, with urgency, turned to Kozlovsky with questions. "In a moment, Prince," said Kozlovsky. "These are the dispositions for Bagration." "But the capitulation?" "There's no such thing. Preparations are making for a battle." Prince Andrei started for the room where he heard the talking. But just as he was going to open the door, the voices in the room became silent, the door was flung open, and Kutuzov, with his eagle nose and puffy face, appeared on the threshold. Prince Andrei stood directly in front of him, but from the expression of the commander-in-chief's one available eye, it could be seen that he was so absolutely absorbed by his work and idea that he did not see anything at all. He looked straight into his aide's face, and yet did not recognize him. "How now? Finished?" he inquired of Kozlovsky. "In 1 second, Excellency." Bagration, a short, slender man, still in the prime of life, and with a firm and impassive face of the Oriental type, followed the commander-in-chief. "I have the honor of presenting myself," said Prince Andrei, in a pretty loud tone, and at the same time extending an envelope. "Ah? From Vienna? Good. Wait a little, wait a little." Kutuzov and Bagration went out on the step. "Well, Prince, good-bye," said he to Bagration. "Christ be with you. I give you my best wishes for the great emprise." Kutuzov's face unexpectedly softened, and the tears came into his eyes. With his left hand he drew Bagration to him, and with his right, on which flashed a ring, he made the sign of the cross over him in a manner peculiar to himself, and offered him his puffy cheek to kiss, instead of which Bagration kissed him on the neck. "Christ be with you," repeated Kutuzov, and got into the calash. "Come with me," said he to Bolkonsky. "Your Excellency, I should like to be employed in this movement. Let me stay in Prince Bagration's division." "Come with me," again said Kutuzov, and noticing that Bolkonsky hesitated, he added, "I myself need good officers. I need them myself." They took their seats in the calash and drove in silence for some minutes. "There is still much, very much before us," said he, with an old man's keenness of perception, as though he clearly read all that was passing in Bolkonsky's mind. "If a 10th part of this division returns tomorrow, I shall thank God," added Kutuzov, as though talking to himself. Prince Andrei looked at Kutuzov, and his eyes were involuntarily attracted by the deep scar on Kutuzov's temple, where the Turkish bullet had crashed through his head at Ismailio, and his extravasated eye. "Yes, he has a right to speak thus calmly of the destruction of these men," thought Prince Bolkonsky. "That was the very reason why I asked you to let me go with that division," said he aloud. Kutuzov made no reply. It seemed as though he had already forgotten what he had just said, and he sat absorbed in thought. 5 minutes later, Kutuzov, comfortably rocking on the easy springs of the calash, turned to Prince Andrei. His face showed not a sign of emotion. With gentle irony he began to ask Prince Andrei after the details of his interview with the emperor, and the court gossip concerning the Krem's engagement, and concerning certain women of whom both of them were acquainted. End of chapter 13. Part 2, Chapter 14 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Kutuzov had learned on the 13th of November, through one of his scouts, that the army under his command was in an almost helpless position. The scout had brought word that the French, in overwhelming numbers, had crossed the bridge at Vienna and were marching to cut off the communication between Kutuzov and the reinforcements coming to him from Russia. If Kutuzov decided to remain at Krems, then Napoleon's army of 150,000 men would cut him off from all his communications, would outflank his exhausted army of 40,000, and then he would be in the same position as Mack at Ulm. If Kutuzov decided to abandon the road leading to his point of communications with his reinforcements, then he would be obliged to penetrate into the unknown and pathless region of the Bohemian mountains, defending his rear from the constant attacks of the enemy on his trail, and giving up all hope of effecting a junction with Buxhovden. If Kutuzof determined to take the highway from Krems to Olmutz so as to meet the reinforcements from Russia, then he ran the risk of being anticipated on this route by the French, who had crossed the Danube at Vienna and would be likely to force him to fight in the middle of the march, burdened with all the luggage and heavy baggage, and to deal with an enemy double his own number, and surrounding him on every side. Kutuzof had decided on this last alternative. The French, according to the report of the scout, had crossed the bridge at Vienna and were in full march upon Znaim, which lay in the line of Kutuzof's projected retreat, more than 100 versts, about 60 miles, ahead of him. If they could reach Znaim before the French, they were in a fair hope of saving the army, but if the French were given a chance of getting into Znaim first, it meant the disgrace of a surrender, like that at Ulm, or else the general destruction of the army. It was certainly impossible to anticipate the French with all the troops. The road which the French would traverse from Vienna to Znaim was both shorter and better than the road which the Russians had from Krems to Znaim. On the night after receiving this information, Kutuzof sent 4,000 men of Bagration's vanguard over the mountains to occupy the road from Vienna to Znaim. Bagration was ordered to make this short cut without pausing to rest. He was to face Vienna and turn his back on Znaim, and if he succeeded in anticipating the French, he was to do his best to hold them in check. Kutuzof himself, with all the baggage, would hasten on toward Znaim. Bagration, crossing the mountains marching without a road, 45 versts on a stormy night, losing a third part of his forces in stragglers, came out with his famished, shoeless men at Hollabrunn, on the road from Vienna to Znaim, a few hours before the French reached it from Vienna. It was necessary for Kutuzof to travel a whole day and night with his baggage wagons before reaching Znaim, and therefore, in order to save the army, Bagration, with only 4,000 soldiers, hungry and tired out, was obliged to engage the entire force of the enemy during the course of the 24 hours. This was manifestly impossible. But a strange chance made the impossible possible. Having been successful in the piece of finesse which had given the French the bridge at Vienna without a blow, Murat thought that it would be fine to try a similar deception on Kutuzof. Meeting Bagration's feeble contingent on the road to Znaim, he supposed that it was Kutuzof's whole army. In order that there might be no question of his crushing this army, he determined to await the arrival of all the forces that had started out from Vienna, and with this end in view, he proposed an armistice for 3 days with the condition that both armies should not change their positions or move from their places. Murat asserted that negotiations for peace were already in progress and that, therefore, in order to avoid the useless shedding of blood, he had proposed the armistice. The Austrian general, Count Nositz, who was posted in the van, credited the words of Murat's emissary and retired, exposing Bagration. Another emissary came to the Russian line to make the same assurances about negotiations of peace and to propose 3 days' armistice. Bagration answered that he was not authorized either to refuse or accept an armistice, and he sent his adjutant back to Kutuzof to carry the proposition that had been made to him. The armistice was, for Kutuzof, the only means of gaining time, of giving Bagration's toil-worn division a chance to rest, and of sending the baggage wagons and other things, the movements of which were concealed from the French, by a roundabout way to Znaim. The proposal for an armistice offered the only possibility, and one most unexpected, of saving the army. On receipt of this news, Kutuzof promptly sent his adjutant general, Winzengerode, who happened to be present, over to the hostile camp. Winzengerode was not only to accept the armistice, but also even to propose terms of capitulation, while, in the meantime, Kutuzof sent his aides back to expedite the movements of the baggage train of the whole army along the road from Krems to Znaim. The weary, famished contingent under Bagration was to cover this operation of the baggage train and of the whole army, and to maintain a firm front against the enemy 8 times as strong. Kutuzof saw that by discussing terms of capitulation, which did not bind him to anything, time would be gained for sending around at least a portion of the heavy baggage, but he also saw that Murat's blunder would be quickly detected. Both of these anticipations were realized. As soon as Bonaparte, who was at Schönbrunn, 25 versts from Hollabrunn, read Murat's report and his scheme for an armistice and capitulation, He saw through the hoax and wrote the following letter to him. Schönbrunn, November 16th, 1805, 8 o'clock a.m. To Prince Murat. I cannot find words to express my displeasure. You merely command my van and have no right to conclude an armistice without orders from me. You are making me lose the advantage of a campaign. End the armistice instantly and march on the enemy. Explain to him that the general who signed this capitulation had no right to do so, that only the Emperor of Russia has this right. However, if the Russian Emperor should ratify the proposed agreement, I also would ratify it. But it is only a trick. March. Destroy the Russian army. You are in a position to capture their baggage and artillery. The Russian Emperor's adjutant general is a blank. Officers are of no account when they are not endowed with any powers. This one had none. The Austrians let themselves be duped without crossing the Vienna Bridge. You have allowed yourself to be duped by the Russians. Napoleon. Bonaparte's aide galloped off at headlong speed to carry this angry letter to Murat. Bonaparte himself, not feeling confidence in his generals, moved toward the field of battle with all his guards, fearing lest he should be cheated of his prey, and the 4,000 men under Bagration, gaily building Bouvier fires, dried and warmed themselves, and for the first time in 3 days cooked their kasha gruel, and not one of the detachment knew or dreamed of what was threatening them. End of chapter 14. Part 2, Chapter 15 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon when Prince Andrei, having through his urgency been granted his request by Kutuzov, reached Grund and reported to Bagration. Bonaparte's aide had not yet reached Murat's division, and the battle had not begun. Nothing was known in Bagration's detachment about the general course of events. They talked about a peace, but did not believe in its possibility. They talked also about an engagement, but neither did they believe in the imminence of any engagement. Bagration, knowing that Bolkonsky was the commander-in-chief's favorite and trusted adjutant, received him with all the marks of respect and condescension possible to a commander, assured him that either that day or the next an engagement would probably take place, and granted him free choice to be present with him during the battle, or to remain in the rear and superintend the retreat, which, he said, would be a very important position. However, it is most likely that nothing will be done today, said Prince Bagration, as if to relieve Prince Andrei's anxieties. At the same time, he thought, if this is only one of the ordinary jack-a-dandies of the staff, sent out to win a cross, he will get it just as well by staying in the rear. But if he desires to be with me, let him. He will be useful if he is a brave officer. Prince Andrei gave no decided answer, but asked the prince's permission to reconnoiter the position and learn the disposition of the forces, so that in case of necessity he might know where he was. An officer on duty, a handsome man, faultlessly attired and with a diamond ring on his index finger, who spoke French badly but fluently, offered to be Prince Andrei's guide. On all sides were to be seen wet and melancholy-looking officers, apparently searching for something, and soldiers lugging from the village doors, benches, and fences. Here, Prince, we cannot get rid of men such as these, said the staff officer, pointing to the soldiers. The officers let them leave their places, and here again, the officer pointed to a sutler's tent pitched near them. They gather around and loaf and loaf. This morning I drove them all out, and look, it's all full again. I must go and disperse them. 1 minute. Let us go, and I will get some cheese and a loaf of bread from him, said Prince Andrei, who had not yet had anything to eat. Why didn't you tell me, Prince? I should have been delighted to have shared my bread and salt with you. They dismounted and went into the sutler's tent, where a few men and a number of officers with flushed and weary faces were sitting around a table, eating and drinking. Now what does this mean, gentlemen? Said the staff officer in a tone of vexation, like a man who has been iterating the same thing again and again. You know it is forbidden to absent yourself from your posts in this way. The prince has forbidden any such thing, and here you are, Mr. Captain, said he, turning to a little lean, dirty artillery officer, who without boots, he had given them to the sutler to dry, in his stocking feet, stood up as the others entered, and greeted them with a not altogether unnatural smile. "Well, aren't you ashamed of yourself, Captain Tushin?" continued the staff officer. "One would think that as an officer you would set a good example, and here you are with your boots off. If an alarm were sounded you would make a fine show without boots." The staff officer smiled satirically. "Please go to your places, gentlemen. All of you," he added, in a tone of command. Prince Andrei could not help smiling as he looked at Captain Tushin, who, silent and smiling, stood first on one bare foot and then on the other, and looked inquiringly with his large, intelligent, and good-natured eyes, from Prince Andrei to the officer of the day. "The soldiers say it is easier to go barefooted," said Captain Tushin, timid and still smiling, evidently anxious to escape from his awkward predicament by assuming a jesting tone. But he did not say anything further, as though he felt that his joke was not appreciated and was not a success. He grew confused. "Please go to your places," repeated the staff officer, trying to preserve his gravity. Prince Andrei once more glanced at the diminutive form of the artillery officer. There was something about it peculiar, utterly unmilitary, and rather comical, but still extraordinarily attractive. The officer of the day and Prince Andrei remounted their horses and rode on. Having passed by the village, constantly overtaking or meeting soldiers and officers of different divisions, they came in sight of the new entrenchments at their left, made of reddish clay freshly dug up. Several battalions of soldiers in their shirt sleeves, in spite of the cold wind, and looking like white ants, were busy digging at these fortifications. Behind the breastworks, shovels full of red clay were constantly tossed up by the men hidden from sight. They rode up to the earthworks, examined them, and riding on, mounted the opposite slope. From the top of it they could see the French. Prince Andrei reined in his horse and began to look around. "There's where our battery is stationed," said the staff officer, indicating the highest point, "under command of that droll fellow whom we saw without his boots. From the top there you can get a bird's eye view of everything. Let us go to it, Prince." "I thank you cordially, but now I can make my way alone," said Prince Andrei, wishing to get rid of the staff officer. "Do not trouble yourself, I beg you." The staff officer turned back and Prince Andrei rode on alone. The farther toward the front he rode, and the nearer to the enemy he came, the more orderly and admirably disposed seemed to be the army. The greatest disorder and despondency were in the division of the baggage train before Znaim which Prince Andrei had overtaken that morning, and which was at least 10 versts from the French. In Grund also there was a certain atmosphere of apprehension and fear of something. But the nearer Prince Andrei came to the French outposts, the more satisfactory seemed to be the condition of the Russian forces. The soldiers in their capotes stood drawn up in line, and a sergeant and captain were counting the men, laying a finger on the breast of the last soldier of each division and directing him to lift his hand. Others, scattered over the whole space, were dragging sticks and brushwood and constructing rude huts, while they gaily laughed and chatted. Around the bivouac fires some dressed and others stripped were drying their shirts and leg wrappers, mending their boots and capotes, crowding around the kettles and kasha boilers. In one company dinner was ready, and the soldiers, with eager faces, gazed at the steaming kettle, and waited while the kapternamus, or sergeant, carried a wooden cupful to be tasted by the officer who was sitting on a log in front of his hut. In another company, more fortunate, since not all were provided with vodka, the soldiers stood in a throng around a pock-marked, broad-shouldered sergeant, who, tilting the keg, filled in turn the covers of the cans which eager hands extended toward him. The soldiers, with reverent faces, lifted the can covers to their lips, drained them, and rinsing the vodka in their mouths and wiping them on their coat sleeves, went off with contented faces. All the faces were as free from care as though the enemy were miles away, and there was no probability of a battle in which at least half of the division might be left on the field, as though indeed they were somewhere in their native land anticipating undisturbed repose. Having ridden past the regiment of Jaegers, Prince Andrei reached the Krief Grenadiers, gallant young fellows, occupied all with the same peaceful pursuits, but not far from the regimental commander's hut, distinguished only by its height from the others, he saw a platoon of the grenadiers, in front of whom lay a man, stripped. 2 soldiers held him down, and 2 flourishing supple rods were giving him measured strokes on his naked back. The man who was undergoing the punishment screamed unnaturally. A stout major walked up and down in front of the line, and without heeding the man's shrieks, kept saying, "It's scandalous for a soldier to steal. A soldier ought to be honest, noble, and brave, and if he steals from his comrade, he has no honor in him, he is a mean fellow. More, more," and still resounded the swishing of the rods and the despairing but pretendedly piteous cries. "More, more," repeated the major. A young officer, who was just turning away from the scene of the punishment with a mixed expression of incredulity and compassion, looked up questioningly at the adjutant as he rode by. Prince Andrei, penetrating to the extreme front, rode along by the outposts. The Russian pickets and those of the French were separated by a considerable distance at each flank, but at the center, on the space where the emissaries had crossed in the morning, the lines were so close that they could see each other's faces and exchange remarks. Besides the soldiers, who were stationed as pickets in this place, there stood on both sides many sightseers, who, laughing and jesting, stared at the hostile troops as though they were strange and foreign curiosities. Ever since early morning, notwithstanding the orders to stay away, the officers had been unable to rid themselves of these inquisitive individuals. The soldiers, standing in the lines like men who had come out to see something rare, no longer paid any attention to the French, but made observations on the newcomers, or, bored to death, waited to be relieved. Prince Andrei reined in his horse to reconnoiter the French. "Look you, look," said one soldier to his comrade, pointing to a musketeer, who, in company with an officer, had gone up to the line of sentries and was talking earnestly and hotly with a French grenadier. "See how glib he jabbers. The Frenchman can't begin to keep up with him. That beats you, Sidorov." "Wait, listen. He's clever," replied Sidorov, who considered himself a master in the art of speaking French. The soldier whom the jesters were remarking was Dolokhof. Prince Andrei recognized him and listened to what he was saying. Dolokhof, with his captain, had gone up to the sentry on the left flank where their regiment was stationed. "There, once more, urged the captain, leaning forward and trying not to miss a word, albeit it was perfectly unintelligible to him. "Please make haste. What does he say?" Dolokhof did not answer his captain. He had got drawn into a heated discussion with the French grenadier. Naturally, they were talking about the campaign. The Frenchman, confusing the Austrians with the Russians, contended that it was the Russians who had surrendered and run away from Ulm. Dolokhof contended that the Russians had not surrendered but had beaten the French. "And here, if they tell us to clear you out, we will do it," said Dolokhof. "You look out that we don't take you and all your Cossacks with us," retorted the Frenchman. The spectators and the Frenchmen, who were listening, laughed. "We will teach you to dance Russian fashion, as we did in the time of Suvarof," said Dolokhof. "What's that time he's giving us?" asked another Frenchman. "Ancient history," said another, perceiving that the reference was to some past war. "The emperor will teach your Suvara the same as he has taught others." "Bonaparte," began Dolokhof, but the Frenchman interrupted him. "We have no Bonaparte. We have the emperor, sacre nom," cried the other excitedly. "The devil skin your emperor." And Dolokhof began to pour out a string of oaths, in Russian, soldier fashion, and shouldering his musket, walked off. "Let us be going, Ivan Lukitch," he said to his captain. "He's stopped talking French," cried the soldiers in the line. "Now it's your turn, Sidorov." Sidorov winked and addressed the Frenchman, beginning to jabber a perfect stream of meaningless words. "Kari, mala, tafa, safi, muter, kashka," he jabbered, trying to give great expression to the inflections of his voice. "Ho, ho, ho, ha, 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 ugh," rang among the soldiers with such a hearty and jovial laughter that the Frenchmen across the line were irresistibly infected, and one would have thought, after this, that all that was necessary was for them to fire off their muskets, explode their cartridges, and scatter to their homes as soon as possible. But the guns remained loaded. The barbarians in the huts and earthworks looked out just as threateningly as ever, and the unlimbered cannon remained as before, pointing at each other. End of chapter 15. Part 2, Chapter 16 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. After riding the entire line, from the right flank to the left, Prince Andrei made his way to the battery, from which, according to the staff officer, the whole field was visible. Here he dismounted and leaned against the last one of 4 unlimbered field pieces. A sentry, who was pacing up and down in front of the guns, started to give Prince Andrei the military salute, but at a sign from the officer, desisted, and once more began his monotonous, tedious march. Behind the guns were the gun carriages. Still farther back the horses were picketed, and the bivouac fires of the gunners were burning. At the left, at a little distance from the outmost gun, was a new, wattled hut, in which could be heard the lively voices of officers, talking together. It was true, from the battery a view was disclosed of almost all the disposition of the Russian forces, and of a large part of the enemy's. Directly in front of the battery, on the slope of another hill, lay the village of Schöngraben. Farther, both to the left and to the right, could be distinguished in 3 places, through the smoke of their bivouac fires, the masses of the French troops, the greater part of which were evidently stationed in the village itself and behind the hill. At the left of the village, in the smoke, something that resembled a battery could be made out, but by the naked eye it was impossible to distinguish it clearly. The Russian right flank was distributed along a rather steep elevation, which commanded the position of the French. Here were stationed the Russian infantry, and at the very end could be seen the dragoons. At the center, where Tushin's battery was posted, and where Prince Andrei was studying the lay of the land, there was a very steep and direct descent and approach to a brook separating the Russians from Schöngraben. At the left of the Russian position, the infantry were engaged in cutting wood in the forest, and there also arose the smoke of their bivouac fires. The French lines were much more extended than ours, and it was plain that the French could outflank us easily, on both sides. Back of our position was a steep and deep ravine, along which it would be difficult for artillery or cavalry to retreat. Prince Andrei, leaning on the cannon, took out a notebook and drew a plan of the disposition of the armies. At 2 places he indicated with a pencil certain observations to which he should draw Bagration's attention. In the first place, it was his idea that the artillery should be concentrated in the center, and in the second place, to transfer all the cavalry to the other side of the ravine. Prince Andrei, having been constantly thrown with the commander-in-chief and occupied with the movements of masses and general arrangements, and having diligently studied descriptions of historical engagements, found himself involuntarily trying to forecast the course of the action, but only in its general features. He imagined that the engagement would probably occur somewhat as follows. If the enemy attack the right flank, he said to himself, the Krief Grenadiers and the Polodian Jaegers will be obliged to hold their position until the reserves from the center are sent to their aid. In this case the dragoons may attack the flank and cut them to pieces. In case the attack is made on the center, we must place on this elevation our central battery, and under its protection we can draw back the left flank and let them retreat down the ravine en échelon. Thus he reflected. All the time that he was in the battery by the cannon, he had constantly heard the voices of the officers talking in the hut. But, as often happens, he had not noticed a single word that they said. Suddenly he was so struck by the tone of sincerity in the tone of their voices that he involuntarily began to listen. No, my dear, said a pleasant voice that somehow seemed very familiar to Prince Andrei. I say that if it were possible to know what was to be after death, then none of us would have any fear of death. That's so, my dear. Another voice, evidently that of a younger man, interrupted him. Well, whether we're afraid of it or not, it's all the same, there's no escaping it. But all men are afraid of it. Yes, you know so much, said a third lusty voice, breaking in upon the others. You artillerymen know so much because you can take with you, everywhere you go, your tipples of vodka and your rations. And the possessor of the lusty voice, evidently an infantry officer, laughed. Yes, all men are afraid of it, continued the first familiar voice. We are afraid of the unknown, that's it. It's no use saying the soul goes up to heaven. Why, we know very well that up yonder there's no heaven, but only the atmosphere. Again the lusty voice interrupted the artilleryman. Come now, Tushin, let us have some of your travnik." "So that is the very same captain who was at the Salter's tent, in his stocking feet," said Prince Andrei to himself, glad to recognize the pleasant voice of the philosopher. "The travnik you can have," said Tushin, "but still, as to comprehending the life to come—" He did not finish his sentence. At that instant a whiz was heard in the air, nearer and nearer, swifter and louder, and a cannon ball, as though unable to say all that it wanted to say, plunged into the earth not far from the hut, tearing up the ground with superhuman violence. The ground seemed to groan with the terrible shock. In a moment the little Tushin came running out of the hut ahead of the others, with his after-dinner pipe at the side of his mouth, his kind, intelligent face rather pale. He was followed by the possessor of the lusty voice, a young infantry officer, who hurried off to his company, buttoning his coat as he ran. End of chapter 16. Part 2, Chapter 17 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Prince Andrei mounted his horse, but remained in the battery, trying to distinguish by the smoke the cannon that had sent the projectile. His eyes wandered over the whole landscape. All that he could make out was, that the till now motionless masses of the French were beginning to stir, and that there really was a battery at the left. The smoke above it had not yet dispersed. 2 French riders, apparently aides, were spurring down the hill. At the foot of the hill, a small, but clearly distinguishable column of the enemy were moving, evidently for the purpose of strengthening the lines. The smoke of the first gun had not blown away, when another puff arose, followed by the report. The action had begun. Prince Andrei turned his horse and galloped back to Grund to find Prince Bagration. Behind him he heard the cannonade, growing more frequent and louder. It was plain that our side had begun to reply. Below, in the space where the envoys had met, musket shots were heard. Lemarot, with Bonaparte's angry letter, had just dashed up to Murat, and Murat, ashamed of himself and anxious to retrieve his blunder, had immediately begun to move his army against the center, and at the same time around both flanks, hoping before night and the arrival of the emperor to demolish the insignificant division that opposed him. "It has begun. Here it is," said Prince Andrei to himself, feeling his heart beat more violently. "But where? How shall I find my Toulon?" Riding among the companies which had been eating their kasha gruel and drinking vodka only a quarter of an hour before, he everywhere found the soldiers hastily moving about, getting into line and examining their guns. On all faces there was the same feeling of expectancy which he had in his heart. The face of every soldier seemed to say, "It has begun. Here it is. How terrible! How glorious!" Before he reached the unfinished earthworks, he saw in the twilight of the gloomy autumn day some horsemen riding toward him. The foremost, in a felt burka and lamb's wool cap, rode a white horse. This was Prince Bagration. Prince Andrei stopped and waited for them. Prince Bagration reined in his horse and, recognizing Prince Andrei, nodded to him. He kept his eyes straight ahead all the time, while Prince Andrei was reporting to him what he had seen. The thought, "It has begun, here it is," could also be read on Bagration's strong, brown face with the half-closed, dull eyes that seemed to show the lack of sleep. Prince Andrei, with uneasy curiosity, looked into his impassive face and tried to read whether he had any thoughts or feelings, and if so, what the thoughts and feelings of this man were at this moment. Is there anything remarkable behind that impassive face? Prince Bagration nodded his head in approval of what Prince Andrei reported and said, "Good," as though all that had taken place and all that he heard was exactly what he had already anticipated. Prince Andrei, all out of breath from his swift gallop, spoke hurriedly. Prince Bagration pronounced his words with his Eastern accent and with especial deliberation, as though to give the impression that there was no haste. However, he put his horse to the trot in the direction of Tushin's battery. Prince Andrei and his suite followed him. His suite consisted of an attaché, of Zherkov, the prince's personal adjutant, an orderly, the staff officer of the day on a handsome English cob, and a civil chinovnik serving as auditor, who, out of curiosity, had asked permission to come out to the battle. The auditor, a fat man with a fat face, with a naive smile of delight, glanced around, as he jolted on his horse, presenting a strange figure, his camelot cloak on a pack saddle, among the hussars, Cossacks, and adjutants. "This man here wanted to see a battle," said Zherkov to Bolkonsky, pointing to the auditor. "Why, he's got a pain in the pit of his stomach already." "Come now, that'll do!" exclaimed the auditor, with a radiant, naive, and at the same time shrewd smile, as though he enjoyed being made the butt of Zherkov's jokes, and as though he purposely made himself out to be duller than he really was. "Très drôle, mon monsieur prince," said the staff officer of the day. He remembered that in French there was some peculiar way of speaking the title of prince, but he could not get it quite right. By this time they had all reached Tushin's battery. A cannon ball fell a short distance in front of them. "What was that fell?" asked the auditor, with his naive smile. "French pancakes," replied Zherkov. "Such things kill, I suppose," mused the auditor. "How shocking!" And it was evident that he took great delight in witnessing the whole scene. The words were hardly out of his mouth, when again unexpectedly came the same terrible whistle, interrupted suddenly by striking into something alive, and swish, 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 a Cossack, riding only a few steps behind, and at the right, plunged off his horse and to the ground. Zherkov and the staff officer of the day crouched down in their saddles and drew their horses to one side. The auditor reined up near the Cossack and looked at him with eager curiosity. The Cossack was dead. The horse was still struggling. Prince Bagration, blinking his eyes, glanced around, and seeing the cause of the confusion, turned his head again indifferently, as much as to say, "It isn't worth while to bother with trifles." He reined in his horse with the skill of a good rider, bent over a trifle, and adjusted his sword, which had got entangled in his burqa. The sword was an old one, unlike those worn at the present time. Prince Andrei remembered having heard it said that Suvorov had given his sword to Bagration in Italy, and this recollection was peculiarly agreeable to him at this time. They reached the very same battery where Bolkonsky had been when he made his reconnaissance of the battlefield. "Whose company?" asked Prince Bagration of the gunner who was standing by the caissons. He asked "whose company," but his question seemed really to imply, "Aren't you all frightened, you men here?" and the gunner understood it so. "Captain Tushin's, your Excellency," cried the freckled, red-haired gunner, in a jocund voice, saluting. "So," exclaimed Bagration, absent-mindedly, as he passed by the limbers toward the last gun. Just as he reached it, this cannon rang out, with a report that deafened Bagration and his suite, and in the smoke that spread round could be seen the gunners, seizing the cannon and slowly bringing it back to its first place. Gunner number 1, a huge soldier with broad shoulders, holding the sponge, leaped back with a long stride to the wheel, and number 2, with trembling hand, forced the charge down the muzzle. A little round-shouldered man, the officer Tushin, stumbled over the tail of the carriage, hastened forward without heeding the general, and gazed into the distance from under his small hand. "Raise it 2 lines more. There, that'll do," he cried in his little thin voice, to which he tried to impart a vigor ill-suiting his nature. "Number 2," he whined. "Let 'em have it, Medvedev." Bagration beckoned to the officer, and Tushin, with an awkward and timid gesture, absolutely unlike those used by military men, and more like a priest when giving a blessing, raised 3 fingers to his visor and went to the general. Although it had been intended for Tushin's field pieces to sweep the valley, he had begun to send red-hot balls at the village of Schöngraben, in front of which heavy masses of the French could be seen concentrating. No one had directed Tushin where and how to fire, and so, having consulted with his sergeant, Zakharchenko, in whom he had great confidence, he decided that it would be a good plan to set the village on fire. "Good," said Bagration, in reply to the officer's scheme, and then began to scan the field of battle before him, and seemed to be lost in thought. On the right, in the foreground, the French were advancing. Below the height on which the Kiev regiment was stationed, in the ravine through which flowed the brook, could be heard the soul-stirring roll and rattle of musketry, and just at the right, the attaché pointed out to the prince the column of the French trying to outflank our wing. At the left the horizon ended in dense forest. Prince Bagration ordered 2 battalions from the center to strengthen the right wing. The attaché ventured to remark to the prince that if these battalions were withdrawn, the artillery would be uncovered. Prince Bagration turned to the attaché and without replying looked at him through his lifeless eyes. It seemed to Prince Andrei that the attaché's criticism was correct and that in fact no reply could be made to it. But at this instant an adjutant came galloping up from the regimental commander who was in the valley, with the report that overwhelming masses of the French were marching down upon them and that his regiment was demoralized and was falling back upon the Kiev grenadiers. Prince Bagration inclined his head in token of assent and approval. He walked slowly towards the right, and then sent the adjutant to order the dragoons to charge the French. But after the adjutant had been gone half an hour with this order, he returned with a report that the commander of the dragoon regiment had retired to the other side of the ravine so as to escape the destructive fire brought to bear upon him and to avoid useless loss of life, and therefore he had dispatched sharpshooters into the woods. "Good," said Bagration. Just as he was leaving the battery, at the left also, the reports of rifles in the forest began to be heard. And as it was too far for him to reach the left wing in time, Prince Bagration sent Zherkov thither to tell the old general, the very one who had exhibited his regiment before Kutuzov at Braunau, to retreat as soon as possible to the other side of the ravine, since, probably, the right wing would not be strong enough to withstand the enemy any length of time. Tushin and the battalion covering him were quite forgotten. Prince Andrei listened attentively to Prince Bagration's conversation with his subordinates, and to the orders that he issued, and to this amazement discovered that in reality he did not give any orders at all, but that the prince only tried to give the impression that all that was done by his various officers, either through necessity, chance, or volition, was done if not exactly by his orders, at all events in accordance with his design. Prince Andrei noticed that owing to the tact displayed by Prince Bagration, in spite of the fortuitousness of events and their absolute independence of the general's will, his presence was of great importance. The subordinates, with distracted faces, who kept galloping up to the prince, instantly became calm. Soldiers and officers received him with enthusiasm and were animated by his presence, and evidently took pride in displaying their courage. End of chapter 17. Part 2, Chapter 18 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Prince Bagration, having ridden up to the highest point of our right flank, began to make the descent toward the spot where a continual rattle of musketry was heard, and nothing could be seen through the gunpowder smoke. The nearer they approached the valley, the less they could see what was going on, but the more evident it became that they were near an actual battlefield. They began to meet with wounded. One man, with bleeding head and without his cap, was being dragged along on the arms of 2 soldiers. He was gurgling and spitting. The bullet had apparently entered his mouth or throat. Another whom they met was stoutly marching off by himself, without his musket, groaning loudly and shaking his injured hand with the keenness of the smart, while the blood was slowly dripping down his capote. His face appeared more frightened than hurt. He had only just been wounded. Crossing the road, they rode down a steep incline, and on the slope they saw a number of men lying. Then they met a crowd of soldiers, none of whom were wounded. These soldiers were hurrying up the slope, breathing heavily, and in spite of the general's presence they were talking in loud voices and gesticulating. Farther forward in the smoke could now be seen the ranks of gray capotes, and an officer, recognizing Bagration, dashed after the retreating throng of men, shouting to them to return. Bagration rode up to the lines, along which, here and there could be heard the swift crackling of musket shots, suppressed remarks, and the shouts of command. The whole atmosphere was dense with gunpowder smoke. The faces of all the soldiers were blackened with powder and full of animation. Some were ramming the charge home, others putting powder in the pan, or taking wads from their pouches. Still others were firing. But it was impossible to make out what they were aiming at through the dense cloud of smoke which hung in the motionless air. Quite often could be heard the pleasant sounds of buzzing and whistling bullets. What does this mean? Prince Andrei asked himself as he rode up to the throng of soldiers. It cannot be a charge because they are not moving. It cannot be a square, for that is not the way they form. The regimental commander, a rather spare, slender old man, with eyelids that more than half concealed his aged-looking eyes, giving him a benignant aspect, rode up toward Prince Bagration with the pleasant smile, and received him as a host receives a welcome guest. He explained to Prince Bagration that the French had made a cavalry charge against his regiment, but that, though the charge had been repelled, it had cost him half of his men. The regimental commander declared that the charge had been repulsed, meaning to express by this military term what had happened to his forces, but in reality he himself did not know what had taken place during the preceding half hour, in the army entrusted to his command, and was unable to say with absolute certainty whether the charge had been repulsed or whether his regiment had been worsted in the attack. At the beginning of the engagement he simply knew this, that along his whole line cannonballs and shells began to fly and to kill his men, that next someone had cried "the cavalry," and our men had begun to fire. And they had been firing till that time, not at the cavalry, which was out of sight, but at the French infantry showing themselves in the valley and shooting down our men. Prince Bagration inclined his head to signify that this was just as he had wished and anticipated. Turning to his adjutant, he ordered him to bring down from the hill the 2 battalions of the 6th Jaegers, by which they had just been riding. At this moment Prince Andrei was struck by the change which had taken place in Bagration's face. It expressed that concentrated and joyful resolution such as is shown by a man ready on a hot day to leap into the water, and who is taking the final run. That impression of dullness and lethargy covering a pretense of deep thoughts had vanished away. His hawk's eyes, round and determined, looked straight ahead with an enthusiastic and rather contemptuous expression, and wandered restlessly from one object to another, although his motions were as slow and deliberate as before. The regimental commander turned to Prince Bagration and begged him to retire to the rear on the ground that it was very perilous where they were. "Please, your illustriousness, for God's sake," said he, looking for confirmation to the attaché who was turning away from him, "be kind enough to notice." He called his attention to the bullets which were constantly whizzing, singing, and whistling around them. He spoke in a questioning, reproachful tone, such as a joiner might use to a gentleman trying to use an axe. "This is our work, and we're used to it. But you will callous your dainty hands." He spoke as though there were no possibility of these bullets killing him, and his half-closed eyes gave his words a still more persuasive effect. The staff officer joined his entreaties to those of the regimental commander, but Prince Bagration did not deign to answer him, but merely gave his orders to have the men cease firing and to open the ranks so as to give room for the 2 battalions that were on their way to join them. Just as he issued his command, a breeze springing up lifted the canopy of smoke which covered the valley. It was as though an invisible hand stretched across the sky from right to left, and the opposite height, with the French marching down, was brought into full view. All eyes were involuntarily fixed upon this column of the enemy, moving toward us, and winding like a serpent down the escarpment of the hill. Already the soldiers' bearskin shakos could be seen. Already the officers could be distinguished from the ranks, and their banner as it clung around the staff. "They march superbly," said someone in Bagration's suite. The head of the column was now just entering the valley. The collision would necessarily take place on this side of the ravine. The remains of the regiment that had been in the action before hastily reformed and went toward the right. Behind them, driving in the stragglers, came the 2 battalions of the 6th Jaegers in good order. They had not yet reached the position where Bagration was, but their heavy, measured step could be heard as the whole body kept perfect time. On the left wing, nearest of all to Bagration, marched the company commander, a round-faced, stately man with a stupid, happy expression of face. He was the very man who had been in Titian's hut. It was evident that his only thought at this moment was that he was marching bravely past his superiors. With the self-satisfaction of one attracting notice, he marched by lightly on his muscular legs. He almost seemed to fly, without the slightest effort keeping his back straight and distinguishing himself by his grace from the heavy march of the men who pressed on after him. He carried down by his side a slender, delicate sword, unsheathed, a sort of curving scimitar, not like a weapon, and looking now at the commander, now back at his men, not once losing step, he gallantly hastened on with all the energy of his gigantic frame. It seemed as though all the strength of his mind were directed toward going past his commander in the best possible form. Being conscious that he was doing this, he was happy. Left, left, left. It seemed as if he said this inwardly at every step, and taking this same time the wall of soldiers marched by with heavy knapsacks and equipment, as though each one of these hundreds of different soldiers with their grave faces said to themselves in thought, left, left, left. A stout major, puffing and losing step as he had to turn out of his way for a bush, a straggler, gasping for breath, his face expressing terror at his neglect, came at the double quick to overtake his company. A cannonball condensing the air before it flew over the heads of Bagration and his suite, and accenting the beat, left, left, plunged through the column. Close up ranks, ran the intrepid voice of the company commander. The soldiers made a bend around the place where the shot had made a gap. An old cavalryman, a non-commissioned officer who had remained behind to care for the wounded, regained the ranks, with a hop and a skip fell into step, and looked around sternly. Left, 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 seemed to resound from the threatening silence and from the monotonous tramping of feet beating simultaneously on the ground. Brave fellows, boys, said Prince Bagration. Glad dad, ran the reply down the line. A morose-looking soldier, as he passed to the left, shouting at the top of his voice, turned his eyes on Bagration, his expression seeming to say, "You yourself know," and another, not looking up, and evidently afraid of having his attention distracted, with wide open mouth, shouted and went by. The command was given to halt and unstrap knapsacks. Bagration rode up to the ranks that had just marched past him and got down from his horse. He gave the bridle to a Cossack, took off his burka and handed it to him, stretched his legs, adjusted his leather cap on his head. The head of the French column, with officers at the front, now appeared at the foot of the hill. Es Bogum, God be with you, shouted Bagration in a firm, loud, ringing voice, and instantly taking the lead and lightly waving his arm, he led them himself, with the awkward and apparently laborious gait of a cavalryman, across the first half of the field. Prince Andrei felt as though some irresistible impulse dragged him forward, and he experienced a great sense of happiness. Already the French were near at hand. Already Prince Andrei, rushing on side by side with Bagration, saw the belts, the red epaulets, even the faces of the French. He clearly distinguished one elderly French officer, who, with feet turned out and wearing gaiters, was struggling up the hill. Prince Bagration gave no new orders and marched on in silence at the head of his forces. Suddenly from among the French rang out one discharge, then a second, a third, and along the whole extent of the enemy's lines spread smoke and the rattle of musketry. A few of our men fell. In the number, that round-faced officer who had marched so gallantly and in such good form. But at the very instant that that first discharge had taken place, Bagration turned round and shouted, "Hurrah!" "Hurrah, rah, rah!" rang in a protracted yell down our line, and outstripping Bagration and each other, in a broken but joyous and animated line, our men dashed down the slope after the enemy who had given way. End of chapter 18. Part 2, Chapter 19 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. The charge of the 6th Jaegers secured the retreat of the right wing. In the center, the action of Tushin's forgotten battery, which had succeeded in setting the village of Schöngraben on fire, retarded the advance of the French. They stopped to put out the conflagration, which the wind was spreading, and thus gave time to retreat. The retirement of the center through the ravine was accomplished hastily and noisily, but there was no sign of demoralization. But the left wing, consisting of the infantry of the Azov and Podolian regiments and the Pavlograd Hussars, which was attacked simultaneously and outflanked by overwhelming numbers of the French, under the command of Lannes, was defeated. Bagration had sent Zherkov to the general in command of the left wing, with orders to retreat slowly. Zherkov, raising his hand to his cap, struck spurs into his horse and swiftly dashed off. But he had not more than got out of Bagration's sight than his courage began to fail him. Irresistible fear came over him, and he could not make up his mind to go where it seemed to him so perilous. He rode over to the army of the left wing, but he did not dare press forward to the front, where there was firing, and he began to search for the general and the officers where there was no possibility of finding them, and therefore the order was not delivered. The command of the left wing fell by order of seniority to the regimental commander of that same brigade which had been reviewed at Braunau by Kutuzof, and in which Dolokhov served as a private. The command of the extreme left wing was entrusted to the colonel of the Pavlograd regiment, in which Rostov served. This led to a serious misunderstanding. The two commanders had become involved in a violent quarrel, and at the very time when the right wing was in the thick of the battle, and the French had already begun to retreat, the two commanders were absorbed in a dispute, each doing his best to affront the other. The troops, both infantry and cavalry, were very far from being prepared for the work before them. The men, from private to general, were not expecting an engagement, and were calmly occupying themselves with the ordinary pursuits of peace. The cavalrymen engaged in feeding their horses, the infantry in collecting firewood. "He's my senior, however, in rank," the German colonel of hussars was saying, flushing and addressing the aide who had just ridden up to him. "So let him do as he pleases. I cannot sacrifice my hussars. Bugler, sound the retreat." But the battle came upon them in hot haste. Cannonade and musketry, all in confusion, thundered and rattled at their right and center, and the capotes of Lane's sharpshooters were already crossing the Milldam and forming on this side 2 gunshots away. The infantry general, with his tottering gait, went to his horse, and mounting and drawing himself up very straight and tall, rode off to the Pavlograd commander. The two men met with polite bows, and with concealed hatred in their hearts. "Once for all, Colonel," said the general, "I cannot leave half of my men in the woods. I beg of you, I really beg of you," he repeated the word, "to draw up in position and meet the charge." "I beg of you not to meddle with my affairs," replied the colonel angrily. "If you were a cavalryman—" "I am not a cavalryman, Colonel, but I am a Russian general, and if you don't know this—" "I know it very well, your excellency," cried the colonel, suddenly starting up his horse and turning purple with rage. "Wouldn't you like to come to the line, and then you can see that this position is as bad as it could be. I do not care to destroy my regiment for your gratification." "You forget yourself, Colonel. I am not seeking my own gratification, and I will not permit this to be said." The general, accepting the colonel's invitation as a challenge of courage, swelled out his chest and, frowning, rode forward with him in the direction of the outposts, as though all their dispute were to be settled there, at the front, under the fire of the enemy. They reached the outposts, a few bullets flew over them, and they paused and were silent. There was no reason for inspecting the outposts, since from the place where they had been before, it was perfectly evident that there was no chance for cavalry to maneuver among the bushes and gullies, and that the French were outflanking the left wing. The general and colonel looked at each other with fierce and significant eyes, like two gamecocks all ready for battle, and each waited vainly for the other to show a sign of cowardice. Both stood the test. As there was nothing for them to say, and as neither wished to give the other a chance to assert that he had been the first to retire from exposure to the enemy's fire, they would have stood there a long time, each manifesting his bravado, if at this time they had not heard in the forest, almost directly behind them, the crackling of musketry and a dull, confused yell. The French had fallen on the soldiery scattered through the forest gathering firewood. It was now impossible for the hussars to retreat at the same time with the infantry. They were already cut off by the French line at the left. Now, although the locality was most unpropitious, it was absolutely necessary to fight their way through to reach the road beyond. The squadron in which Rostov served had barely time to mount their horses before they found themselves face to face with the enemy. Again, as at the bridge over Enns, Between the squadron and the line of the enemy there was no one, and between them lay that terrible gap of the unknown and the dreadful, like the bourne that divides the living from the dead. All these men felt conscious of that gap, and were occupied by the question whether they should pass beyond it or not, and how they should cross it. The colonel came galloping along the front, and angrily replied to the questions of his officers, and like a man who in despair insists on his own way, thundered out some command. No one said anything definitely, but someone had given the squadron an idea that there was to be a charge. The command to fall in was given, then sabers were drawn with a clash, but as yet no one stirred. The army of the left wing and the infantry and the hussars felt that their leaders did not know what to do, and the indecision of the commanders communicated itself to the soldiers. If they would only hurry, thought Rostov, feeling that at last the time was at hand for participating in the intoxication of a charge of which he had heard so much from his comrades, the hussars. "Espogom! Forward, children!" rang out Denisov's voice. "Twat!" In the front rank, the haunches of the horses began to rise and fall. Grachik began to pull on the reins and dashed ahead. At the right, Rostov could see the forward ranks of his hussars, but farther in front there was a dark streak which he could not make out distinctly, but supposed to be the enemy. Reports were heard, but in the distance. "Charge!" rang the command, and Rostov felt how his Grachik broke into a gallop and seemed to strain every nerve. He realized that his division was dashing forward, and it became more and more exciting to him. He noticed a solitary tree just abreast of him. At first this tree had been in front of him, in the very center of that line which seemed so terrible, but now he had passed beyond it, and there was not only nothing terrible about it, but it seemed ever more and more jolly and lively. "Ugh, how I will slash at them," thought Rostov, as he grasped the handle of his saber. "Hurrah, rah, rah, rah," rang the cheers in the distance. "Now let us be at them if ever," thought Rostov, striking the spurs into Grachik, and overtaking the others, he urged him to the top of his speed. The enemy were already in sight before him. Suddenly, something like an enormous lash cracked all along the squadron. Rostov raised his saber, in readiness to strike, but just at that instant, Nikitendo, a hussar galloping in front of him, swerved aside from him, and Rostov felt, as in a dream, that he was being carried with unnatural swiftness forward, and yet was not moving from the spot. A hussar whom he recognized as Bandarchuk was galloping behind him and looked at him gravely. Bandarchuk's horse shied and he dashed by him. What does it mean? Am I not moving? Have I fallen? Am I dead? These questions Rostov asked and answered in a breath. He was alone in the middle of the field. In place of the galloping horses and backs of the hussars, he saw all around him the solid earth and stubble. Warm blood was under him. No, I am wounded and my horse is killed. Grachik raised himself on his forelegs, but fell back, pinning down his rider's foot. From the horse's head a stream of blood was flowing. The horse struggled but could not rise. Rostov tried to get to his feet, but likewise fell back. His saber tasha had caught in the saddle. Where our men were, where the French were, he could not tell. There was no one around him. Freeing his leg, he got up. Where, in which direction, is now that line which so clearly separated the two armies, he asked himself, and could find no answer. Has something bad happened to me? Is this the way things take place? And what must be done in such circumstances? He asked himself again as he got to his feet. And at this time he began to feel as though something extra were hanging to his benumbed left arm. His wrist seemed to belong to another person. He looked at his hand, but could find no trace of blood on it. There now, here are our fellows, he exclaimed mentally, with joy, perceiving a few running toward him. They will help me. In front of these men ran one in a foreign-looking shako and in a blue capote. He was dark and sunburnt, and had a hooked nose. 2 or 3 others were running at his heels. One of them said something in a language that was strange and un-Russian. Surrounded by a similar set of men, in the same sort of shakos, stood a Russian hussar. His hands were held, just behind him. They were holding his horse. Is our man really taken prisoner? Yes. And will they take me too? Who are these men? Rostov kept asking himself, not crediting his own eyes. Can they be the French? He gazed at the oncoming strangers, and in spite of the fact that only a second before he had been dashing forward solely for the purpose of overtaking and hacking down these same Frenchmen, their proximity now seemed to him so terrible that he could not trust his own eyes. Who are they? Why are they running? Are they running at me? And why? Is it to kill me? Me, whom everyone loves so? He recollected how he was beloved by his mother, his family, his friends, and the purpose of his enemies to kill him seemed incredible. But perhaps they may. For more than 10 seconds he stood, not moving from the spot, and not realizing his situation. The foremost Frenchman with the hooked nose had now come up so close to him that he could see the expression of his face, and the heated, foreign-looking features of this man, who was coming so swiftly down upon him with fixed bayonet and bated breath, filled Rostov with horror. He grasped his pistol, but instead of discharging it, flung it at the Frenchman, and fled into the thicket with all his might. He ran not with any of that feeling of doubt and struggle which had possessed him on the bridge at Enns, but rather with the impulse of a hare trying to escape from the dogs. One single fear of losing his happy young life took possession of his whole being. Swiftly guiding among the heather, and with all the intensity with which he had ever run when playing gorelki, he flew across the field, occasionally turning round his pale, kindly young face, while a chill of horror ran down his back. No, I'd better not look round, he said to himself, but as he reached the shelter of the bushes, he glanced round once more. The Frenchmen had slackened their pace, and at the very minute that he glanced round, the foremost runner had just come to a stop and was starting to walk back, shouting something in a loud voice to his comrade behind him. Rostov paused. It cannot be so, he said to himself. It cannot be that they wish to kill me. But meantime his left arm became as heavy as though a hundredweight were suspended to it. He could not run another step. The Frenchman also paused and aimed. Rostov shut his eyes and ducked his head. One bullet, then another, flew humming by him. He collected his last remaining energies, took his left arm in his right hand, and hurried into the thicket. Here in the bushes were the Russian Rangers. End of chapter 19. Part 2, Chapter 20 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. The infantry regiments, taken unawares in the forest, had rushed out, and the companies, becoming confused one with another, had formed a demoralized mob. One soldier, in his panic, had shouted the senseless words so terrible in war, "Cut off!" And these words, with the accompanying panic, had spread through the whole troop. Surrounded! Cut off! Lost! Cried the voices of the fugitives. The regimental commander, the moment that he heard the musketry and the shouting behind him, comprehended that something awful had happened to his regiment, and the thought that he, who had been during many years of service an exemplary officer, never guilty of any breach, might now be accused of negligence or faulty arrangements, came on him so keenly that, for the moment entirely forgetting the recalcitrant colonel of cavalry and his own importance as a general, and, above all, forgetting the peril and the impulse of self-preservation, he seized his saddle-bow and, spurring on his horse, dashed back toward the regiment under a shower of bullets falling all around him, but fortunately sparing him. He had only one desire, to find out what had occurred, to bring aid, and to repair the blunder if it were in any way to be attributed to him, and to escape all censure after his 22 years' service, in which his record as an officer had been blameless. Having fortunately spurred through the lines of the French unharmed, he came upon his regiment on the other side of the same forest through which our men had been running and scattering down the ravine, not heeding the word of command. That moment of moral vacillation had arrived which decides the fate of a battle. Would these scattered throngs of soldiers heed their commander's voice, or would they merely look at him and pursue their way? Notwithstanding the despairing shouts of their general, which had hitherto been so terrible to them, notwithstanding his infuriated, purple face, so unlike his ordinary appearance, and notwithstanding his brandished sword, the soldiers still persisted in their flight, shouted, fired their guns into the air, and paid no heed to the command. The moral balance, which decides the destiny of battles, had evidently kicked the beam on the side of panic. The general coughed, choking with the violence of his shouts and the gunpowder smoke, and reined in his horse in despair. All seemed lost. But at this moment, the French, who had fallen upon our lines, suddenly, without any apparent reason, fell back and vanished behind the edge of the forest, and the Russian sharpshooters made their appearance. This was Timokhin's company, the only one in the woods which had preserved any semblance of order. Entrenching themselves in the ditch near the forest, they had unexpectedly attacked the French. Timokhin had thrown himself upon the enemy with such a desperate cry, and flourishing his rapier, had dashed after them with such frantic and rash energy that the French, before they had time to collect their wits, flung away their muskets and fled. Dolokhov, dashing on abreast of Timokhin, killed one Frenchman point blank, and was the first to seize the officer by the collar and make him surrender. The fugitives turned back, the battalions formed again, and the French, who had cut the left wing into two, were driven back in a trice. The reserves succeeded in uniting their forces. The fugitives were brought to a halt. The regimental commander was standing with Major Ekonomov by the bridge, watching the retreating companies file past him, when a soldier approached him, seized his stirrup, and almost leaned against him. This soldier wore a blue coat of broadcloth, without a knapsack or shako. His head was bound up, and over his shoulder he carried a French cartridge pouch. In his hand he held an officer's sword. This soldier was pale. His blue eyes looked boldly into the general's face, and a smile parted his lips. Although the general was engaged in giving directions to Major Ekonomov, he could not help noticing this soldier. "Your Excellency, here are 2 trophies," said Dolokhov, showing the French cartridge pouch and sword. "I took an officer prisoner with my own hand. I stopped the company." Dolokhov was all out of breath with fatigue. He spoke in broken sentences. "The whole company can bear me witness. I beg of you to remember it, Your Excellency." Very good, said the regimental commander, and he turned to Major Ekonomov. But Dolokhov did not pass on. He untied his handkerchief, pulled him by the sleeve, and called his attention to the clotted blood on his hair. "A bayonet wound. I was in the front. Remember, Your Excellency." Tushkin's battery had been entirely forgotten, and only at the very end of the engagement, Prince Bagration, still hearing cannonading at the center, sent thither the first staff officer of the day, and then Prince Andrei, to order the battery to retire as speedily as possible. The covering forces, which had been stationed near Tushkin's cannon, had been withdrawn during the heat of the engagement by someone's orders, but the battery still continued to blaze away and had not been taken by the French, simply because the enemy could not comprehend the audacity of 4 guns continuing to fire after the supporting columns had been withdrawn. On the contrary, they supposed, from the energetic activity of this battery, that the principal forces of the Russians were here concentrated in the center, and twice they attempted to storm this point, and both times they were driven back by discharges of grape from these 4 cannon, standing alone on the hill. Shortly after Prince Bagration's departure, Tushin had succeeded in setting Schöngraben on fire. "See them scatter!" "It burns! See the smoke!" "Cleverly done!" "Splendid!" "The smoke, the smoke!" cried the gunners, growing excited. All the cannon had been directed, without special orders, in the direction of the fire. As though by one impulse the soldiers would cry out after every shot, "Cleverly done! That's the way to do it! See there, admirable!" The fire, fanned by the wind, quickly spread. The French columns, retreating behind the village, fell back, but as though for a punishment for this misfortune, the enemy established a battery of 10 guns a little to the right of the village and began to reply to Tushin's fire. In their childish delight at setting the village on fire, and at their successful onslaught upon the French, our gunners did not notice this battery until 2 cannon balls, followed by 4 at once, fell among the guns. One of them knocked over 2 horses, and the other carried away the leg of the powder-master. The animation of the men, once aroused, was not dampened, however, but only changed in character. The horses were replaced by 2 others from the reserve, the wounded were removed, and the 4 cannon were turned against the 10-gun battery. An officer, Tushin's comrade, had been killed at the beginning of the action, and during the course of the hour, out of 40 men serving the guns, 17 were disabled, but still the gunners were jolly and full of energy. Twice they noticed that below and not far away from them the French were beginning to appear, and they had loaded with grape. The little captain, with his weak, awkward gestures, kept calling upon his deshnik for just one more little pipe, which he called trybachka instead of trubachka, and then, knocking the ashes out, he would leap forward and look from under his little hand at the enemy. "Let 'em have it, boys," he would exclaim, and himself seizing the cannon by the wheel, he would bring it back into position, or he would clean out the bore. In the smoke, stunned by the incessant firing, though he jumped every time a gun went off, Tushin, keeping his nose-warmer between his teeth, ran from one gun to another, now aiming, now counting the charges left, now making arrangements for the change or removal of the killed or wounded horses, and shouting his orders in his weak, delicate, irresolute voice. His face kept growing more and more animated. Only when his men were killed or wounded did he frown, and, turning away from the unfortunate, shout sternly to the others, who, as usual, pressed forward, ordering them to carry away the wounded or the dead. The soldiers, for the most part, handsome young heroes, as always happens in the artillery, a couple of heads taller than their officer and twice as broadly built, looked at their commander with the inquiring look of children in trouble, and the expression which happened to be in his face was immediately reflected in theirs. As a consequence of the terrible din and roar, and the necessity for oversight and activity, Tushin felt not the least unpleasant qualm of fear, nor did the thought that he might be killed or painfully wounded enter his head. On the contrary, he kept growing happier and happier. It seemed to him that it was very long ago, not even that same afternoon, since the moment when he first caught sight of the advancing enemy, and had fired the first gun, and that little scrap of ground where he stood had been long, long known and familiar to him. Although he remembered everything, took everything into consideration, did everything the best of officers could have done in his position, still he was in a state bordering on the delirium of fever or the condition of a drunken man. In the midst of the stunning sounds of his own guns roaring on every side of him, in the midst of the enemy's shells, whistling and striking around him, seeing his sweating, flushed men serving their guns, seeing the blood of men and horses, seeing the puffs of smoke in the direction of the enemy, followed always by the swift flight of the cannonball, striking into the ground, on a human being, on the guns, or among the horses, seeing all these various sights, still his mind was filled with a fantastic world of his own, which at this moment constituted a peculiar delight to him. The enemy's guns were in his imagination, not guns but pipes, from which, from time to time, a viewless smoker puffs out wreaths of smoke. "See there, he gave another puff," said Tushin, in a half-whisper to himself, just as a wreath of smoke leaped away from the hill and was borne to the left in a ribbon by the wind. "Now, let us catch the little ball and send it back." "What is your order, your honor?" asked a gunner who stood near him and noticed that he had muttered something. "Nothing. Send a shell," he replied. Now then, our Matveyevna, he said to himself. It was the great, old-fashioned howitzer that Tushin personified under the name of Matveyevna, daughter of Matthew. The French around their guns reminded him of ants. Gunner No. 1 of the second field piece, a handsome fellow, too much given to drink, was dyadya, uncle, in his world. Tushin looked at him oftener than the others and delighted in all his movements. The sound of the musketry in the valley, now dying away and then increasing in violence, seemed to him like someone drawing long breaths. He listened to the intermittent rising and falling of these sounds. Hark, she's breathing again, breathing hard, he said to himself. He imagined himself a mighty giant of monstrous size, seizing the cannonballs with both hands and hurling them at the French. Well, Matveyevna, Matushka, little mother, don't betray us, he was just saying and starting away from the cannon when back of him was heard a voice which he did not know. Captain Tushin! Captain! Tushin looked around in alarm. It was the same staff officer who had sent him out of Grund. In a quavering voice the officer cried, "Are you beside yourself? Twice you have been ordered to retire, and you—" "Now why do they bother me?" exclaimed Tushin to himself, looking with dread at the officer. I'm all right," he returned, raising 2 fingers to his visor. But the colonel did not say all that he meant to say. A cannonball flying close to him cut him short and made him cower down close to his horse. He paused and was just going to repeat his order when still another cannonball silenced him. He wheeled his horse round and galloped away. "Retire! All of you, retire!" he cried from the distance. The soldiers laughed. In a minute an adjutant came with the same order. This was Prince Andrei. The first thing he saw as he reached the little space occupied by Tushin's cannon was an unharnessed horse with a broken leg, neighing near his mates. From his leg the blood was spurting as from a fountain. Among the limbers lay a number of the killed. One cannonball after another flew over him as he galloped up, and he was conscious of a nervous tremor running down his back. But the mere thought that he was afraid again roused his courage. "I cannot be afraid," he said to himself, and he deliberately dismounted among the field pieces. He delivered his message and still lingered in the battery. He resolved that the guns should be removed from their position and brought in under his direction. He and Tushin, stepping among the dead bodies, made the arrangements for limbering the cannon, even while the French were pouring a murderous fire upon them. "An officer just dashed up here, but he made himself scarce in no time," remarked a gunner to Prince Andrei. "He wasn't like your honor." Prince Andrei exchanged no words with Tushin. They were both so occupied that it seemed as though they did not see each other. When at last they succeeded in getting 2 of the 4 field pieces limbered, they started to descend the hill, leaving 1 field piece dismounted, together with the howitzer. Prince Andrei turned to Tushin. "Well, good-bye," said he, offering him his hand. "Good-bye, my dear," returned Tushin. "Dear heart, farewell, my dear fellow," exclaimed Tushin, the tears springing to his eyes, though he knew not why. End of chapter 20. Part 2, Chapter 21 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. The breeze had died down. Dark clouds hung low over the battlefield, mingling on the horizon with the smoke of gunpowder. It had grown dark, and therefore with all the more clearness the blaze of the 2 burning villages stood out against the sky. The cannonade had slackened, but still the rattle of musketry at the rear and at the right was heard with ever-increasing frequency and distinctness. As soon as Tushin and his field pieces, jolting and constantly meeting wounded men, got out of range and descended into the ravine, he was met by the commander and his aides, among whom were both the staff officer and Zherkov, who had been twice sent but had not once succeeded in reaching Tushin's battery. All of them gave him confused orders and counter-orders as to how and where to go, and overwhelmed him with reproaches and criticisms. Tushin made no arrangements, but rode toward the rear on his artillery jade, not saying a word for fear he should burst into tears, which without his knowing why were ready to gush from his eyes. Although the order was to abandon the wounded, many dragged themselves after the troops and begged for a ride on the gun carriages. That very same gallant infantry officer who before the beginning of the engagement had darted so energetically from Tushin's hut was stretched out on the carriage of the Matveyevna with a bullet in his belly. At the foot of the hill a pale yunker of hussars, holding one arm in his hand, came to Tushin and asked for a seat. "Captain, for God's sake, my arm is crushed," said he, timidly. "For God's sake, I can't walk any longer. For God's sake." It was evident that this yunker had more than once repeated this request and had been everywhere refused. He asked in an irresolute and piteous voice, "Give me a place, for God's sake." Climb on," said Tushin. "Spread out a cloak, uncle," he added, turning to his favorite gunner. "But where's the wounded officer?" "We took him off. He died," replied someone. "Climb on. Sit down, my dear fellow. Sit there. Spread out the cloak, Antonov." The yunker was Rostov. He held his left arm in his right hand. His face was pale and his teeth chattered with fever. He was assisted to climb on the Matveyevna to the very same spot from which they had removed the dead officer. There was blood on the cloak which Antonov spread out, and it stained Rostov's riding trousers and hands. "What, are you wounded, my dear?" asked Tushin, approaching the gun on which Rostov was riding. "No, only a bruise." "But where did that blood come from, on the gun cheek?" asked the other. "That's the officer's, your honor," replied a gunner, wiping away the blood with the sleeve of his capote, as though he were apologizing for the stain on the gun. By main force and with the help of the infantry, the guns were dragged up the slope, and when they reached the village of Gunthersdorf, they halted. By this time it was quite dark, so that it was impossible at 10 paces to distinguish the uniforms of the soldiers. The musketry fire was beginning to slacken. Suddenly shouts and the rattle of shots were heard again near by at the right. The darkness was lighted up by the flashes of the guns. This was the last attack of the French, and the soldiers replied to it as they entrenched themselves in the houses of the village. Once more all hands rushed out from the village, but Tushin's field pieces were hopelessly fast, and the gunners and Tushin and the yunker, silently exchanging glances, awaited their fate. Then the firing began to die away once more, and out from a side street came a party of soldiers, engaged in lively conversation. "Safe and sound, Petrov?" asked one. "We gave it them hot and heavy, brother. They won't meddle with us again," returned the other. "Can't see a thing. How was it? Warmed 'em up a little, eh?" "Can't see a thing. It's so dark, fellows. Anything to drink?" The French had been driven back for the last time, and once more, through the impenetrable darkness, Tushin's field pieces moved forward, surrounded by the rumbling infantry as by a frame. Something seemed to be flowing on through the darkness like an invisible, gloomy river, ever pushing forward in one direction, with a murmur of voices and the clinking of bayonets and the rumble of wheels. And above the general turmoil, clear and distinguishable above all other sounds, arose the groans and cries of the wounded in the blackness of the night. Their groans seemed to coincide with the pitchy blackness which surrounded the army. Their groans and this darkness of the night seemed to be one and the same thing. After a while, a wave of excitement ran through this onward struggling mass. Someone had come from headquarters on a white horse and shouted something as he rode along by. "What's that he says? Where now? Is it to halt? Did he express any gratitude?" Such were the eager questions heard on all sides, and then the whole moving mass, as it moved forward, recoiled on itself. Evidently the van had halted, and the report spread that orders were to bivouac there. All hands settled down where they were in the middle of the muddy road. Fires were lighted, and voices began to grow animated. Captain Tushin, having made his arrangements for his company, sent one of his men to find the temporary hospital, or at least a surgeon for the yunker, and sat down in front of the fire which his soldiers had built by the roadside. Rostov also dragged himself up to the fire. The fever, caused by his pain, the cold, and the dampness shook his whole frame. An irresistible inclination to drowsiness overcame him, but still he could not sleep, owing to the tormenting pain which he felt in his arm. It ached, and he found no position that relieved it. Sometimes he closed his eyes, then, again, he gazed into the fire, which seemed to him angrily red. Then again at the round-shouldered, slender figure of Tushin, sitting Turkish fashion near him. Tushin's large, intelligent, kindly eyes were fastened upon him with sympathy and compassion. He saw that Tushin with all his soul desired, and yet was totally unable, to help him. On all sides were heard the steps and voices of the infantry passing by, coming up and settling down around them. The sounds of voices, of steps, and trampling of horses, stamping their hoofs in the mud, the echo of axes far and near, all mingled in one pulsating uproar. Now, it was no longer like a viewless river rolling onward through the darkness, but rather like a gloomy sea, roaring and breaking after a storm. Rostov, half dazed, looked and listened to what was going on around him and before him. A foot soldier came up to the bivouac fire, squatted down on his heels, rubbed his hands over the fire, and turned his face around. "Any harm, your honor?" he asked, turning to Tushin with an inquiring expression. "Here. I lost my company, your honor. I don't know where it is. Hard luck." At the same time with the soldier, an infantry officer with a bandaged cheek came to the fire, and begged Tushin to order his field pieces to be moved a trifle, so as to allow the baggage train to pass. The company commander was followed by two soldiers. They were quarreling desperately, reviling each other, and almost fighting over a boot. "You lie! You didn't pick it up! Oh, you villain!" one of them was crying in a hoarse voice. Then came a lean, pale soldier with his neck done up in blood-stained bandages, and, in an irascible voice, asked the artillerymen for a drink of water. "What, must I die like a dog?" he grumbled. Tushin ordered the men to give him a drink. Then came a jolly soldier, asking for some fire for the infantry. "A little fire from a red-hot man for the infantry. Good luck to you, fellow countrymen. Thank you for the fire. We'll return it with interest," said he, as he disappeared into the darkness with a flaming brand. After this soldier came four, carrying something heavy wrapped up in a cloak, and went past the fire. One of them stumbled. "Oh, bah! The devils! They've been spilling firewood," cried one of them. "He's dead. What's the use of lugging him?" exclaimed another. "Well, I tell you." And they vanished in the darkness with their burden. "Say, does it hurt?" asked Tushin in a whisper. "Yes, it hurts." "Your honor, the general wants you. He's at the cottage yonder," said one of the gunners coming up to Tushin. "In a moment, my boy." Tushin got up, and buttoning his cloak and straightening himself, he left the fireside. In a cottage which had been made ready for him, not far from the artillerist's fire, Prince Bagration was still sitting at the dinner table, talking with a number of high officers who had called in for consultation. There was the little, old man with half-closed eyes, piteously gnawing a mutton bone, and the general of 22 years' blameless service, his face flushed from his vodka and his dinner, and the staff officer with the birthday ring, and Zherkov, uneasily looking at the others, and Prince Andrei with compressed lips and feverishly shining eyes. In the corner of the cottage leaned the standard taken from the French, and the auditor, with his innocent face, was fingering the stuff of which the standard was made, shaking his head doubtfully, perhaps because he was really interested in the standard, and perhaps, because being hungry, it was hard to see the dinner table at which no place had been set for him. In the next cottage was a captured colonel of dragoons, with our officers crowding around him, with curiosity in their eyes. Prince Bagration thanked the officers of the various divisions and made inquiries about the details of the engagement and the losses. The regimental commander, who had commanded the review at Braunau, explained to the prince that as soon as the action began, he had withdrawn from the woods, collected the men engaged in gathering firewood, and sending them back had charged with 2 battalions and simply carried the French at the point of the bayonet. When I saw that the first battalion was giving way, your illustriousness, I stood on the road and said to myself, I will let them get by first, and then order a running fire. And that was the way I did it." The regimental commander had been so anxious to do this, and so sorry that he had not been successful in doing it, that it now seemed to him that he actually had done so. Indeed, may it not have been so? How is it possible to decide, in the general confusion, what had happened and what had not happened? "By the way, I ought to observe, your illustriousness," he went on to say, remembering Dolokhof's conversation with Kutuzof and his last meeting with the young man, "that the cashiered private, Dolokhof, took a French officer prisoner, under my very eyes, and distinguished himself notably." "It was there I saw the charge of the Pavlograd Hussars, your illustriousness," remarked Zherkov, looking around uneasily, for he had not that day seen a single hussar and had only heard about them from the infantry officer. "They broke 2 squares, your illustriousness." A few, hearing Zherkov's words, smiled, because a joke was always expected from him. But, perceiving that what he said also redounded to the glory of our arms, and of the day's doings, they grew serious again, though they knew very well that what Zherkov said was a lie without even a semblance of foundation. Prince Bagration turned to the elderly colonel. "I thank you all, gentlemen. All parties have worked like heroes, infantry, cavalry, artillery. But how was it 2 field pieces were abandoned in the center?" he demanded, looking round for someone. Prince Bagration made no inquiries for the cannon of the left wing. He knew by this time that all the cannon there had been abandoned at the very beginning of the action. "I believe I asked you about them," he said, turning to the staff officer of the day. "One was dismounted," replied the staff officer, "but the other, as to that I myself cannot understand. I was there all the time and gave orders for it to be retired, and immediately I was called away. It was hot there, to be sure," he added modestly. Some one remarked that Captain Tushin was right here in the village, and that he had already been sent for. "Ah, but you were there, were you not?" asked Prince Bagration of Prince Andrei. "Certainly, we almost met there," said the staff officer, giving Prince Andrei an affable smile. "I did not have the pleasure of seeing you," declared Prince Andrei, coolly and curtly. All were silent. Tushin now appeared on the threshold, modestly making his way behind the backs of the generals. Passing around the generals, in the narrow room, and confused, as always, in the presence of his superiors, Tushin did not see the flagstaff and stumbled over it. Several laughed. "How is it the guns were abandoned?" asked Bagration, frowning, but not so much at the captain as at those who were rude enough to laugh, among whom Zherkov's voice was distinguished above the rest. Tushin, now for the first time, at the sight of the stern commander, realized with horror his crime and disgrace at having lost 2 guns while he himself was left alive. He had been so agitated that, till this moment, he had not had time to think of this incident. The laughter of the officers still more threw him off his balance. He stood in front of Bagration, with his lower jaw trembling, and could hardly stammer, I don't know, your illustriousness. I had no men, your illustriousness." "You might have had them from the forces that covered you." Tushin did not reply that there were no forces covering him, though this would have been the unvarnished truth. He was afraid he might compromise some of his superior officers, and so in silence, with staring eyes, he gazed into Bagration's face, as a schoolboy looks in confusion into his master's. A rather long silence ensued. Prince Bagration, evidently not wishing to be too severe, knew not what to say. The others did not venture to interfere in the conversation. Prince Andrei looked askance at Tushin, and his fingers twitched nervously. "Your illustriousness," said Prince Andrei, breaking the silence in his clear voice, "you were pleased to send me to Captain Tushin's battery. I went there and found 2/3 of his men and horses disabled, 2 of his guns dismounted, and no forces to cover him." Prince Bagration and Tushin kept their eyes fixed on Bolkonsky, who was speaking under the influence of restrained excitement. "And if your illustriousness will permit me to express my opinion," he went on to say, "we are indebted more than all for the success of this day to the action of this battery and the heroic steadfastness of Captain Tushin and his company," said Prince Andrei, and without waiting for any reply, he got up and left the table. Prince Bagration looked at Tushin, and evidently not wishing to show any disbelief in Prince Bolkonsky's stiff judgment, and at the same time not feeling himself prepared to acquiesce entirely with it, he inclined his head and told Tushin that he might go. Prince Andrei followed him. "Thank you, my boy, you have saved me," said Tushin to him. Prince Andrei looked at Tushin, and without saying anything, turned away from him. His heart was heavy and full of melancholy. It was all so strange, so unlike what he had anticipated. Who are they? Why do they come here? What do they want? And when will all this end? Rostov asked himself as he gazed at the shadows which unceasingly passed before him. The pain in his arm grew worse and worse. Unconquerable drowsiness oppressed him. Red circles danced before his eyes, and the impression of these voices and these faces, and the sense of his loneliness mingled with the sense of his agony. These soldiers, wounded and not wounded, they all did the same thing. They all pressed upon him, crushed him, tore his muscles, and roasted the flesh in his broken arm and shoulder. To rid himself of them, he closed his eyes. He lost himself for one moment, but during that brief interval of forgetfulness, he saw in his dream a countless collection of objects. He saw his mother, with her large, white hand. He saw Sonya's thin shoulders, Natasha's eyes and smiling lips, and Denisov, with his queer voice and long mustache, and Telyanin, and his whole encounter with Telyanin and Bogdanuitch. All this story was one and the same thing with what this soldier with the shrill voice said, and all this story and this soldier so cruelly, so constantly crushed, twitched, and pulled his arm in one direction. He struggled to escape from them, but they would not for a single second let go of his shoulder, or in the least relax their hold. It would not have hurt, it would have been all right if they would cease pulling him, but it was impossible to get rid of them. He opened his eyes and looked up. A black strip of the night, an arshin wide, hung over the glowing coals. Across this strip of light flew the powdery snow as it fell. Tushin did not return. The surgeon had not come. He was alone. A little soldier now sat on the other side of the fire, stripped and warming his thin, sallow body. "I'm of no use to anyone," thought Rostov. "No one helps me or takes pity on me. But if I were only at home, strong, happy, beloved." He sighed, and his sigh involuntarily changed into a groan. "Ai, does it hurt?" asked the little soldier, shaking his shirt over the fire, and without awaiting his answer, quacking like a duck, he added, "Good many men knocked to pieces this day. Terrible." Rostov did not heed the soldier. He gazed at the snowflakes fluttering down into the fire, and he recalled what winter would be at home in Russia, his warm, bright home, with his downy furs, swift sledges, his strong, healthy body, and the love and care of his family. "And why did I come here?" he asked himself. On the following day the French did not renew their attack, and the remains of Bagration's division effected a conjunction with Kutuzov's army. End of chapter 21, and end of part 2. Volume 1, Part 3, 1806, Chapter 1, of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne Spiegel. Prince Vasily was not in the habit of forecasting his plans. Still less did he ever think of doing people harm for the sake of his own advantage. He was merely a man of the world, who had been successful in the world, so that success had become a sort of second nature to him. He was always accustomed to allow circumstances and his relations to other men to modify his various plans and projects, but he rarely gave himself a very scrupulous account of them, though they constituted his chief interest in life. He managed to have several such plans and projects on the docket at one and the same time, and thus while a dozen formulated themselves, Some came to something, while others fell through. He never said to himself, for example, "This man is now in power, I ought to gain his confidence and friendship, and thereby secure myself the advantage of his assistance." Or this, "Here, Pierre is rich, I ought to induce him to marry my daughter and thus get the 40,000 rubles that I need." But, if by chance he met the man in power, instinct immediately whispered to him that this man might be profitable to him, and Prince Vasili struck up a friendship with him, and at the first opportunity, led by instinct, flattered him, treated him with easy familiarity, and finally brought about the crucial conversation. Pierre was under his tutelage at Moscow, and Prince Vasili procured for him an appointment as gentleman in waiting, which at that time conferred the same rank as Councillor of State, and he insisted on the young man accompanying him to Petersburg and taking up his residence in his own mansion. Without making any exertion, and at the same time taking it absolutely for granted that he was on the right track, Prince Vasili was doing all in his power to marry Pierre to his daughter. If Prince Vasili had formulated his plans beforehand, he could not have been so natural in his conversation, so simple and unaffected in his relations with all men, not only those above him, but those who stood below him. There was something that ever attracted him to men richer or more powerful than himself, and he was endowed with the rare art of seizing exactly the right moment for profiting by people. Pierre, who had unexpectedly succeeded to Count Bezukhoi's wealth and title, found himself, after his late life of loneliness and inaction, surrounded and occupied to such a degree that only when he was in bed could he have a moment entirely to himself. He was obliged to sign letters, to show himself at the courthouse in regard to matters of which he had no clear comprehension, to ask questions about this and that of his chief overseer, to ride out to his estate in the suburbs of Moscow, and to receive many people who hitherto had ignored his very existence, but would have been offended and insulted if he refused to see them. All these various individuals, businessmen, relations, acquaintances, were all with one accord disposed to treat the young heir in the most friendly and flattering manner. They were all indubitably persuaded of Pierre's distinguished merits. He was constantly hearing such phrases as, "With your extraordinary goodness," or "Considering your kind heart," or "You are so upright, Count," or "If he were as clever as you are," and so on, until he actually began to believe in his extraordinary goodness and his extraordinary intelligence, all the more because always, in the depths of his heart, it had seemed to him that he was really very good and very clever. Even people who before had been cross to him and showed him undisguised hatred, now became sweet and affectionate toward him. For example, the sharp-tempered elder sister, the princess with the long waist and the phenomenally smooth hair, like a doll's, came into Pierre's room after the funeral. Dropping her eyes and flushing deeply, she assured him how sincerely she regretted the misunderstandings that had arisen between them, and asked him as a special favor, though she felt that she had no right to do so, that she might be allowed, after the blow that had befallen her, to remain for a few weeks longer in the house which she had loved so well and where she had borne so many sacrifices. She could not restrain her tears and wept freely at these words. Touched by the change that the statuesque princess had undergone, Pierre took her by the hand and begged her forgiveness, though he could not have told for what. From that day the princess began to knit Pierre a striped scarf, and became entirely different to him. "Do this for her, my dear fellow, for she had much to put up with on account of the late count's whims," said Prince Vasili, giving him a paper to sign for the princess's benefit. Prince Vasili had made up his mind that he must cast this die and get this check of 30,000 rubles for the poor princess, in order that it might not enter her head to talk about the part which he had taken in the matter of the mosaic portfolio. Pierre signed the check, and from that time forth the princess became still more affectionate to him. The younger sisters also were very flattering in their behavior to him, especially the youngest one, the beauty with the mole, who often embarrassed Pierre with her smiles and her own embarrassment at the sight of him. It seemed to Pierre so natural that everybody should like him, it seemed to him so unnatural that anyone should not like him, that he could not help believing in the sincerity of those who surrounded him. In the first place, he had no time to question the sincerity or lack of sincerity. He had no time for anything, but was constantly in a state of delicious intoxication, as it were. He was conscious that he was the center of an important social mechanism, feeling that something was constantly expected of him, that if he failed to accomplish this he would offend many, and disappoint their expectations. But if he did this thing and that, all would be well, and he did whatever was asked of him, and always imagined that better things lay in store for him. During this first part of the time, Prince Vasili, more than anyone else, undertook the management of Pierre and his affairs. After Count Bezukhoi's death, he scarcely let Pierre out of his sight. Prince Vasili acted like a man who, though overburdened with business, wearied and careworn, was so filled with sympathy that he found it impossible to leave this hapless young man, the son of an old friend and the possessor of such an enormous fortune, to the play of fate and the designs of knaves. During the few days which he spent in Moscow after Count Bezukhoi's death, he kept calling Pierre to him or going himself to Pierre, and instructed him on his duties in a tone of such weariness and assurance that he seemed to say each time, "You know that I am overwhelmed with business, but it would be heartless in me to leave you now, and you know that what I tell you is the only thing feasible." "Well, my dear fellow, tomorrow we will start at last," said he one day, closing his eyes and touching Pierre's elbow with his fingers, while his voice had a tone that seemed to imply that this had long, long ago been decided upon, and was now perfectly beyond question. "Tomorrow we start. I will give you a place in my carriage. I am glad. We have done everything necessary here, and I ought to have been at home long ago. Here's what I got from the chancellor. I asked him for it for you. You have a place in the diplomatic corps, and are appointed gentleman in waiting. The diplomatic career is now open to you." Notwithstanding the tone of weariness and assurance in which these words were spoken, Pierre, who for some time had been thinking about his future, began to make an objection. But Prince Vasili interrupted him and spoke in that low, persuasive tone which effectually prevents anyone from breaking into a man's discourse, and which he employed in case it were absolutely necessary to meet a final objection. "But my dear fellow, I did this for my own sake, to satisfy my own conscience, and there is nothing to thank me for. No one ever complained of being too well loved, but then you are free. You can leave tomorrow. Then you can see for yourself in Petersburg. It is high time that you left these scenes of painful recollections." Prince Vasili sighed. "Well, well, my dear, and let my valet follow in your carriage. Oh, yes, I had almost forgotten," added Prince Vasili. "You know, my friend, we had some accounts with the late lamented, and so I have collected and kept the money from your Ryazan property. You don't need it. We will settle it up afterwards." What Prince Vasili called "from the Ryazan property" was a few thousand rubles of obrok, or peasants' quit rent, which he had appropriated for his own use. In Petersburg, just the same as in Moscow, Pierre found himself surrounded by an atmosphere of affection and love. He could not decline the office, or rather sinecure, for he had nothing to do, which Prince Vasili had procured for him, but he was so engrossed with acquaintances, invitations, and social duties, that he felt, even more than in Moscow, the sense of confusion, hurry, and of happiness ever beckoning but never becoming realized. Many the set of gay young bachelors with whom he had formerly been intimate were now absent from Petersburg. The Guard were away on the campaign. Dolokhof was serving in the ranks. Anatol had joined the army and had been sent into the province. Prince Andrei was abroad, and therefore Pierre had no chance to spend his nights as he had once liked to do, or in occasionally engaging in confidential talks with some old and treasured friend. All his time was spent in dinners and balls, and preeminently in the society of Prince Vasili, the portly princess his wife, and the beautiful Ellen. Anna Pavlovna Scherer, like everybody else, made Pierre feel the change which had come over society in regard to him. Hitherto, Pierre, in Anna Pavlovna's presence, had constantly felt that whatever he said was unbecoming, wanting in tact, unsuitable, that his speeches, however sensible they might seem while he was getting them ready in his mind, were idiotic as soon as he spoke them aloud, while on the other hand, Ippolit's most stupid utterances were regarded as wise and witty. Now, however, everything that he said was greeted with the epithet "splendid." Even if Anna Pavlovna did not say this, still he was made to see that she meant it, and that she refrained from saying it only out of regard for his modesty. At the beginning of the winter of the years 1805, 1806, Pierre received from Anna Pavlovna the usual pink note of invitation, and with this postscript, The beautiful Ellen will be with us, whom one is never tired of looking at." On reading this sentence, Pierre for the first time realized that a peculiar bond had sprung up between him and Ellen, recognized by other people, and this thought alarmed him because it seemed to place him under some sort of obligation which he could not fulfill, and at the same time it pleased him as an amusing situation. Anna Pavlovna's reception was exactly like the former one, except that the dessert with which she regaled her guests was not Montmartre as before, but a diplomat who had just arrived from Berlin, bringing the freshest details about the visit of the Emperor Alexander at Potsdam, and how the two most august friends had there sworn an oath of eternal alliance to protect the cause of right against the enemy of the human race. Pierre was received by Anna Pavlovna with a shade of melancholy, evidently having reference to the recent loss which the young man had undergone in the death of Count Bezukhoi. Everyone constantly felt it their duty to assure Pierre that he was greatly afflicted by his father's taking off, although he could hardly be said to have known him, and in Anna Pavlovna's case, this melancholy was almost equal to that high degree of melancholy which she always manifested at the mention of the most august Empress Maria Feodorovna. Pierre felt himself quite overwhelmed by this. Anna Pavlovna, with her usual art, arranged the circles of her drawing room. The largest, in which Prince Vasili and the generals were conspicuous, was enjoying the diplomat's conversation. Still another group was gathered about the tea table. Pierre was anxious to join the former, but Anna Pavlovna, who was in the excitable state of a great captain on the field of battle, when 1,000 new and brilliant ideas are struggling almost hopelessly for a successful accomplishment, Anna Pavlovna, seeing Pierre's motion, laid her finger on his sleeve. "Wait, I have designs on you for this evening." She glanced at Ellen and gave her a smile. "My dear Ellen, you must be good to my poor aunt, who has conceived a perfect adoration for you. Go and spend 10 minutes with her. And lest it should be very tiresome to you, here is our dear count, who certainly will not fail to follow you." The beauty went over to Ma Tante, but Anna Pavlovna detained the young man, pretending that she still had some indispensable arrangement to complete. "Charming, isn't she?" said she to Pierre, referring to the stately beauty who was sailing away. "And so self-possessed, and so much tact for a young girl, such wonderful capability and dignity. It all comes natural to her. Fortunate will be the man who secures her. With her a man, even of the humblest position in society, could not fail to attain the most brilliant position. Isn't that so? I only wanted to know your opinion." And Anna Pavlovna released Pierre. Pierre had honestly replied in the affirmative to her question about Ellen's art of self-reliance. Whenever he thought of Ellen, he thought of her beauty and of her extraordinary ability to appear grave and dignified in society. Ma Tante received the two young people in her corner, but it seemed as though she were trying to hide her adoration for Ellen, and make rather a show of awe for Anna Pavlovna. She glanced at her niece as though asking how she should behave toward these people. As Anna Pavlovna turned away, she again touched Pierre's sleeve with her finger and said, "I hope that you won't say another time that you are bored at my house," and she glanced at Ellen. Ellen smiled back with a look that seemed to say that she could not admit the possibility of anyone seeing her, and not being delighted. The aunt coughed, swallowed down the phlegm, and said in French that she was very glad to see Ellen. Then she turned to Pierre with the same compliment and the same look. During their tedious and desultory conversation, Ellen glanced at Pierre and smiled upon him with the same bright and radiant smile that she bestowed upon all people. Pierre was so accustomed to this smile that it made little impression upon him, and he gave it no special attention. The aunt happened at that moment to be speaking about a collection of snuff-boxes which had belonged to Pierre's late father, Count Bezukhoi, and she showed him her own snuff-box. The Princess Ellen asked to see the portrait of her husband painted in miniature on the cover. "That is apparently the work of Vinet," remarked Pierre, mentioning the name of a distinguished miniature painter. He leaned over the table to take up the snuff-box, but all the time he was listening to the conversation at the other table. He got up, intending to pass around, but the aunt handed him the snuff-box, passing it directly behind Ellen. Ellen moved aside to give room, and, as she looked up, she smiled. In accordance with the custom of the day, she wore a dress cut very low both in front and behind. Her bust, which always reminded Pierre of marble, was so near to him that even with his near-sighted eyes he could not help seeing the exquisite beauty of her neck and shoulders, and if he had stooped but a little, his lips would have touched her neck. He was conscious of the warmth of her body, the faint breath of some perfume, and the rustle of her corset as she moved. He saw not the statuesque beauty which agreed so well with the color of her dress. He saw and felt the whole charm of her form, concealed as it was only by her drapery. And having once seen this, his eyes refused to see her in any other way, just as it is impossible for us to recall an illusion that has once been explained. "And so you have not noticed before how charming I am," Ellen seemed to say. "Have you not noticed that I am a woman? Yes, I am a woman, whom any man might win, even you," her look seemed to say. And at that instant, Pierre was conscious that Ellen not only might be, but that she must be his wife, that it could not be otherwise. He knew this at this instant just as surely as he would have known it had he been standing with her under the bridal crown. How would this be, and when would it be? He could not tell, but he was sure that it would be the best thing for him. He even had a dim consciousness that somehow it would not be for the best, but he still knew that it would be. Pierre dropped his eyes, then raised them and tried once more to see that beauty so far off and foreign to him, as it were, which he had seen every day before, but he found it impossible. He no more could recall his former thought of her than a man who, having seen a blade of steppe grass in the midst and mistaken it for a tree, could ever be deceived into taking the blade of grass for a tree again. She was terribly near to him. Already she had begun to wield her power over him, and between him and her there was no longer any impediment except the impediment of his own will. "Excellent! I leave you in a quiet corner. I see that you are getting along very well there," said Anna Pavlovna's voice. And Pierre, coming to his senses with a start of terror lest he had been guilty of something reprehensible, reddened and glanced around. It seemed to him that all knew as well as he himself did what had happened to him. After a little while, when he had joined the large circle, Anna Pavlovna said to him, "I hear that you are refitting your Petersburg house." This was true. The architect had told him that it was needful to be done, and Pierre, though he did not know why, allowed the huge mansion to be improved. "That's a good plan, but I wouldn't give up your quarters at Prince Vasili's. It's a good thing to have a friend like the prince," said she, smiling at Prince Vasili. "I know something about it, do I not? And you are still so young. You need someone to advise you. You are not angry with me for exercising the prerogative of an old woman, I hope." She added this in Russian, and paused as women always pause, expecting something complimentary when they have been mentioning their age. "If you marry, that would be a different thing." And she united them in one significant glance. Pierre did not look at Ellen, but she looked at him. But all the time she was terribly close to him. He stammered something and reddened. After he returned home, Pierre was long unable to sleep for thinking of what had happened to him. What had happened to him? Nothing. All he knew was that a woman whom he had known as a child, of whom he had often heedlessly said, "Yes, she's pretty," when he was told that Ellen was a beauty, might be his. "But she is stupid. She acknowledges that she is stupid," he said to himself. "There is something revolting in the eye of her exciting my love, something repulsive. I have been told that her own brother Anatole was in love with her, and that she loved him in return, and that there was quite a scandal about it, and that was the reason why Anatole was sent away. Ippolit is her brother, her father, Prince Vasili. That's all ugly," he went on thinking, and even while he came to this decision, such considerations are endless, he found himself to his surprise indulging in a smile, and acknowledged that another series of considerations were arising in his mind, that while he was thinking of her faults, he was at the same time dreaming how she would be his wife, how she might be in love with him, how she might be quite different, and how all that he had heard and thought about her might be untrue. And again he saw her, not as Prince Vasili's daughter, but as a woman, her form concealed merely by her grayish garment. But no, why has this idea never entered my mind before? And again he assured himself that it was impossible, that there would be something shameful, contrary to nature, something, as it seemed, dishonorable to him in this marriage. He recalled her words and glances, and the words and glances of those who had seen them together. He remembered Anna Pavlovna's words and looks when she spoke to him about his house. He remembered 1,000 similar insinuations on the part of Prince Vasili and others. and a sense of horror came over him, lest he had bound himself by the very undertaking of such a project which was evidently wrong, and which he ought not to have undertaken. But at the very time that he came to this decision, in the other half of his mind arose her form in all its womanly beauty. End of chapter 1. Part 3, Chapter 2 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. In November 1805, Prince Vasili was obliged to go to 4 governments on a tour of inspection. He had secured this commission for himself so as to visit one of his ruined estates, and it was his intention, having picked up his son Anatole, who was with his regiment at one of the places on his route, to go with him on a visit to Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch Bolkonsky, so as to marry this same son to the daughter of this wealthy old man. But before starting on this journey and undertaking these new duties, Prince Vasili felt called upon to bring Pierre's little affair to a crisis. The truth was, Pierre, during these latter days of his visit at Prince Vasili's, had shown himself absurd, agitated, and moping in Ellen's presence, the proper condition of a man in love, but still he had not made his decision. Tout ça est bel et bon, mais il faut que ça finisse. It must be decided, said Prince Vasili one morning with a melancholy sigh, confessing to himself that Pierre, considering under what obligations he was to him, though Christ be with him, was not behaving very nicely in this matter. Youth, fickleness, well, God bless him, said Prince Vasili, with a feeling of satisfaction at his own benevolence. Mais il faut que ça finisse. Day after tomorrow is Leolina's birthday. I will have a little party for her, and if he does not come up to the point in seeing what his duty is, then it will be my affair. Yes, my affair. I am her father. A fortnight after Anna Pavlovna's reception, and the sleepless, agitated night that followed it, when he had made up his mind that to marry Ellen would lead to unhappiness, and that it was his duty to flee from her and to go away, Pierre, in spite of this decision, was still at Prince Vasili's, and felt with a sort of horror that each day he was becoming, in the eyes of the world, more and more attached to her, that he could not return to his former way of looking upon her, could not tear himself from her, that it was abominable, but still he must link his fate with hers. Perhaps he might have abstained, but scarcely a day passed that Prince Vasili, who formerly had so rarely given receptions, did not have company, and Pierre was obliged to be present, unless he were willing to disturb the general contentment and disappoint the expectation of all. Prince Vasili, during those rare moments when he was at home, as he passed by Pierre, would draw his head down, carelessly offer him his shaven, wrinkled cheek to kiss, and say, "Till tomorrow," or "We'll meet at dinner, or else I shall not see you," or "I stay at home for your sake," or the like. But notwithstanding the fact that Prince Vasili, according to his own account, stayed at home for Pierre's sake, he did not exchange 2 words with him, and yet Pierre did not feel himself strong enough to disappoint him. Each day he said to himself ever the same thing: "I must in the end understand her and explain her. What is she? Was I mistaken in her before, or am I mistaken now? No, she is not stupid. No, she is a beautiful girl," he said to himself from time to time. Never did she make a single error, never by any chance did she say anything stupid. She spoke little, but what she said was always simple and clear. So she could not be stupid. Never was she agitated or confused. She could not be a vile woman. Often it chanced that he began to discuss with her, or to utter his thoughts in her hearing, but every time she replied in some brief but appropriately worded remark, showing that she was not interested, or else with a silent smile and look, which more palpably than anything else proved to Pierre her superiority. She was in the right, for she made it evident that all arguments and reasonings were rubbish in comparison with this smile. She always treated him with a radiant, confiding, and confidential smile, which was meant for himself alone, as though there were in it something more significant than there was in that smile which she wore for the world in general. Pierre knew that all were waiting for him to at last speak the one word needful, to step over the certain line, and he knew that sooner or later he should cross it. A strange and invincible horror seized him at the mere thought of this momentous step. 1,000 times in the course of this fortnight, during which he felt himself all the time drawn deeper and deeper into the terrible gulf, he said to himself, "What does it mean? What I need is decision. Why do I lack it? He was anxious to come to a decision, but felt with horror that, in this matter, he was not displaying the strength of will which he knew he had, and which he really had. Pierre belonged to the number of those who are strong only when they have the consciousness of being perfectly pure. But ever since he had begun to be overmastered by the feeling of sensual desire that came upon him at Anna Pavlovna's, during the scene with the snuff-box, an undefined sense of guilt had paralyzed his will-power. On the evening of Ellen's name-day, a small party of friends and relatives, "our nearest and dearest," as the princess expressed it, took supper at Prince Vasili's. All these friends and relatives were given to understand that on this day the young lady's fate was to be decided. The guests were seated in the dining room. The Princess Kuragina, the portly, imposing woman who had once been famous for her beauty, sat at the head of the table. On each side of her were placed the more important guests, an old general, his wife, and Anna Pavlovna Scherer, and at the other end of the table were the younger and less honored guests. And there, also, sat the various members of the household, Pierre and Ellen side by side. Prince Vasili did not sit down with the rest. He walked around the table, in a jocund mood, stopping to chat now with one, now with another of his guests, speaking some light and pleasant word to all, except Pierre and Ellen, whose presence he seemed entirely to ignore. Prince Vasili was the very life of the company. The wax candles burned brightly, the silver and cut glass gleamed, the jewels of the ladies and the gold and silver epaulets of the officers glistened. The clatter of knives and plates and glasses, and the hum of lively conversation was heard around the table. An aged chamberlain, at one end, was heard assuring an aged baroness of his passionate love for her, while her laugh in reply rang out. At the other end, someone was telling of the misfortune that had fallen a certain Marya Viktorovna. Near the center of the table, Prince Vasili was standing, with a little circle of auditors, while he told the ladies, with a facetious smile on his face, of the last meeting on Wednesday of the Imperial Council, at which Sergei Kuzmich-Vyazmitinoff, the new military governor-general of Petersburg, received and read the then famous receipt addressed to him from the army headquarters by the Emperor Alexander Pavlovitch. The emperor declared that he was receiving from all sides proofs of the devotion of the people, and that the demonstration of Petersburg was particularly delightful to him, that he was proud of being the head of such a nation, and would do all in his power to prove himself worthy of the honor. This rescript began with the words, "Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides reports reach me." "And so he could not get further than Sergei Kuzmich?" asked a lady. "No, not a hair's breadth," replied Prince Vasili, laughing. "Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides. Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides." Poor Vyazmitinoff could not get any further. Several times he began the letter over again, but could only say Sergei, then sobs, Kuzmitich, tears, and then the words, "from all sides," were drowned in sobs, and he could not get any further. And again his handkerchief, and again, "Sergei Kuzmich, from all sides," and more tears, until at last he had to get someone else to read it for him. "Kuzmich, from all sides," and tears, repeated someone with a laugh. "Don't be naughty," exclaimed Anna Pavlovna from the other end of the table, raising her finger threateningly. "Our good Vyazmitinoff is such a dear, excellent man." This greatly amused the company. At the upper end of the table, where sat the honorary guests, all were apparently in jovial spirits and under the influence of the most varied and lively emotions. But Pierre and Ellen sat silent, side by side, at the lower end of the table. On the faces of each hovered a radiant smile, not evoked by the story about Sergei Kuzmitich, but rather a smile of bashfulness at their own thoughts. The others might chatter and laugh and jest. They might with good appetite enjoy the Rhine wine and the sauté and the ice creams. They might let their eyes avoid resting on that couple. They might seem to be quite indifferent and even to ignore their existence. Nevertheless, there was something in the very atmosphere that made it evident by the furtive glances bent upon them, that the anecdote about Sergei Kuzmitich and the laugh that it evoked, and the dinner and everything were but merely pretense, and that the energies of the whole company were, in reality, devoted to this young couple, Pierre and Ellen, even while Prince Vasili was imitating the lachrymose Sergei Kuzmitich. All the time his glance sought his daughter, and even when he was laughing his heartiest, the expression on his face seemed to say, "Yes, yes, it is going all right. It will be decided this evening." Anna Pavlovna, when she threatened him with Notre bon Vatsmatinov, let Prince Vasili read in her eyes as they flashed for a moment in Pierre's direction a congratulation for his daughter's coming marriage and good fortune. The old princess, as she offered a glass of wine to her neighbor with a melancholy sigh, and glanced gravely toward her daughter, seemed to say by this sigh, "Yes, my dear, now there is nothing for us but to sip sweet wine. Now it is the young people's turn to be insolently, defiantly happy. And what melancholy rubbish all that I have to say is, as though it meant anything," thought the old diplomat, as he gazed at the happy faces of the lovers. "Yonder is true happiness." Amid these mean, petty, and artificial interests uniting this company, there arose the natural feeling of attraction felt for each other by a handsome and healthful young man and woman, and this human feeling put to naught and soared above all their artificial babble. The jests were not amusing, the news was not interesting, the liveliness was only counterfeited. Not only they, but also the servants, waiting on the table, seemed to feel the same thing, and forget the proprieties of the service, as they gazed on beautiful Ellen, with her radiant face, and on Pierre's comely, stout face, so happy and so uneasy. It even seemed as if the light from the candles were all concentrated on these two happy faces. Pierre was conscious that he was the center of everything, and this position both pleased him and made him uncomfortable. He found himself in the position of a man plunged in some sort of absorbing occupation. He saw nothing, heard nothing, understood nothing clearly. Only occasionally through his consciousness flashed fragmentary thoughts and expressions of the reality. "And so it is all over," he said to himself. "How in the world did it happen? It was so sudden. Now I know that it is not for her sake alone, nor for my sake alone, but for the sake of all. This must be accomplished without fail. They all expect this so confidently. They are so certain that it will take place that I cannot disappoint them. But how will it take place? I know not, but it will be, it infallibly must be," thought Pierre, as he glanced at those shoulders gleaming so near him. Then suddenly a feeling of humiliation mingled in his thoughts. He felt embarrassed to be the object of general attention, to be a lucky man in the eyes of all others, to be another, though homely Paris, possessing his Helen of Troy. "But, to be sure, this has always been, and therefore it must be so," he said, trying to comfort himself. "And besides, what have I done to bring it about? When did it begin? I came from Moscow with Prince Vasili. There was certainly nothing in that. Then what harm was there in my staying at his house? And so I played cards with her, and picked up her reticule, and went to drive with her. When did it begin? When did it all begin? And now here he is sitting by her, in the quality of accepted suitor, hearing, seeing, feeling her presence, her breathing, her every motion, her beauty." Then suddenly it seemed to him that it was not she who was the beauty, but he himself, and to such an extraordinary degree that all had to look at him, and that he, delighting in this universal admiration, swelled out his chest, raised his head high, and rejoiced in his own happiness. Suddenly he heard a voice, a well-known voice, speaking and saying something for the second time, but Pierre was so absorbed that he did not comprehend what was said to him. "I asked you when you last heard from Bolkonsky," said Prince Vasili for the third time. "How absent-minded you are, my dear fellow." Prince Vasili smiled. And Pierre saw that all were smiling at him and at Ellen. "Well, suppose you all do know," said Pierre to himself. "What then? It is true." And he himself smiled his sweet, childlike smile, and Ellen also smiled. "When did you get the letter? Was it from Olmutz?" repeated Prince Vasili, who pretended that he wished to know in order to decide a dispute. "How can one talk and think about such trifles?" was Pierre's mental exclamation. "Yes, from Olmutz," he replied with a sigh. After supper Pierre gave his arm to Ellen and led her to the drawing room in the wake of the others. The guests began to disperse, and some went away without bidding Ellen farewell. Others, as though unwilling to tear her away from serious concerns, went up to her for a minute and then hurried away, without allowing her to accompany them to the door. The diplomat preserved a mournful silence as he left the drawing room. The utter futility of his diplomatic career presented itself in comparison with Pierre's good fortune. The old general growled out a surly reply to his wife when she asked him about the gout in his foot. Eka, the old fool," he said to himself. "Here's Elena Vasilyevna, and she'll be just as much of a beauty at 50." "It seems as though I might congratulate you," said Anna Pavlovna in a whisper to the old princess, and gave her a resounding kiss. "If I hadn't a sick headache I would stay a little longer." The princess made no answer, she was tormented by jealousy at her daughter's good fortune. While the guests were taking their departure, Pierre was left for some time alone with Ellen in the little sitting room where they often sat. During the past fortnight he had been often alone with Ellen, but he had never said a word to her about love. Now he felt that this was indispensable, but still he found it impossible to make up his mind to undertake this last step. He felt abashed. It seemed that here in Ellen's presence he occupied a place that belonged to someone else. "Not for thee is this good fortune," some internal voice seemed to whisper. "This happiness is for those who have not what thou hast." But it was essential to say something, and he tried to talk. He asked her if she had enjoyed the evening. She replied with her usual simplicity that this name day had been one of the pleasant events of her life. One or two of the nearest relatives still remained. They were gathered in the great drawing room. Prince Vasili with leisurely steps came to Pierre. Pierre got up and remarked that it was already late. Prince Vasili looked at him with a gravely questioning face, as much as to imply that what he said was too strange to be heard. But instantly this expression of sternness vanished, and Prince Vasili laid his hand on Pierre's sleeve, making him sit down again, and gave him a flattering smile. "Well, Lyolya," he asked, turning instantly to his daughter, with that easy-going tone of habitual affection peculiar to parents who have lived on terms of especial affection with their children ever since their childhood, but which in Prince Vasili's case had been acquired only through having observed other parents. And then he turned again to Pierre. "Sergei Kuzmitich, from all sides," he repeated, nervously unbuttoning the upper button of his waistcoat. Pierre smiled, but his smile made it evident how well he understood that Prince Vasili was not interested now in this anecdote about Sergei Kuzmitich, and Prince Vasili understood that Pierre understood this. Prince Vasili suddenly muttered some excuse and left the room. It seemed to Pierre that even Prince Vasili was embarrassed. The appearance of embarrassment in this old society man deeply affected Pierre. He glanced at Ellen, and she, it seemed, was also embarrassed, and her glance said, "Well, it is all your fault." "It is absolutely indispensable for me to take this step, but I cannot, said Pierre to himself, and once more he began to talk about irrelevant things, about Sergei Kuzmitich, asking what was the point of this anecdote as he had not caught it. Ellen with a smile confessed that she also knew nothing about it. When Prince Vasili returned to the drawing room, the princess was engaged in talking in low tones with an elderly lady about Pierre. "Of course it is a brilliant match, but happiness, my dear," said she in the usual mixture of French and Russian. "Marriages are made in heaven." "Les mariages se font dans les cieux," returned the old lady. Prince Vasili, pretending not to hear what she said, went to the farthest table and sat down on the sofa. He closed his eyes and appeared to be dozing. His head sank forward, and then he woke with a start. "Alina," he said to his wife, "go and see what they are doing." The princess went to the door, passed by it with a significant but indifferent look, and glanced in. Pierre and Ellen were still sitting and talking. "Just the same," she said in reply to her husband. Prince Vasili scowled and screwed his mouth to one side, and his cheeks began to twitch with that unpleasant coarse expression so characteristic of him. Then with a sudden impulse he sprang to his feet, threw his head back, and with decided steps, strode past the ladies into the little sitting room. Swiftly and with great assumption of delight, he went straight to Pierre. His face was so unusually triumphant that Pierre, in seeing him, rose to his feet in dismay. "Slava Bohu! Glory to God!" he cried. "My wife has told me all." He threw one arm around Pierre, the other around his daughter. "My dear boy, Lyola, I am very, very glad." His voice trembled. "I loved your father, and she will make you a good wife. God bless you." He embraced his daughter, then Pierre again, and kissed him with his malodorous mouth. Tears actually moistened his cheeks. "Princess, come here," he cried. The princess came and wept. The elderly lady also wiped her eyes with her handkerchief. They kissed Pierre, and he kissed the lovely Ellen's hand several times. After a little while they were left alone again. All this had to be so and could not be otherwise, thought Pierre, and there is no need to ask if it be good or evil. Good at least in that it is decided, and I am no longer tortured by suspense. Pierre silently held the hand of his betrothed and looked at her fair bosom as it rose and fell. Ellen, he said aloud, and then paused. He was aware that something of this sort must be said under such circumstances, but he could not for the life of him remember what was the proper thing to say. He looked into her face. She came nearer to him. Her face grew crimson. Ach, take them off. How they... She pointed to his glasses. Pierre took them off, and his eyes had a scared and entreating look in addition to that strange expression which people's eyes assume when they remove their glasses suddenly. He was about to bend over her hand and kiss it, but she with a quick and abrupt motion of her head intercepted the motion and pressed her lips to his. Her face disturbed Pierre by its changed and unpleasantly passionate expression. Now it is too late. It is all decided. Yes, and I love her, thought Pierre. Je vous aime, he said at last, remembering what was necessary in these circumstances, but these words sounded so meager that he was ashamed of himself. At the end of a fortnight he was married, the fortunate possessor, as they say, of a beautiful wife and of millions, and settled in the enormous Petersburg mansion of the Counts Bezukhoi, newly refitted for them. End of chapter 2. Part 3, Chapter 3 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. The old prince, Nikolai Andreevich Bolkonsky, in December 1805, received a letter from Prince Vasily announcing his coming with his son on a visit. I am making a tour of inspection, and of course the 100 versts distance across the country shall not keep me from coming to see you, venerated benefactor, he wrote, and my Anatole accompanies me. He is on his way to the army, and I hope you will permit him to show you the deep respect which he, in emulation of his father, has conceived for you. Well, there's no need of bringing Marie out, if suitors come to us of their own accord, said the little princess indiscreetly, when this was mentioned to her. Prince Nikolai Andreevich frowned and made no reply. 2 weeks after the receipt of the letter, Prince Vasily's servants made their appearance in advance of him, and on the next day he and his son arrived. The old Prince Bolkonsky had a low opinion of Prince Vasily's character, and this had been intensified of late by the great advances which he had made in rank and honors under the emperors Paul and Alexander. Now especially, from the letter and the insinuations made by the little princess, he saw what was in the wind, and his low opinion of Prince Vasily was transmuted in his heart into a feeling of really malevolent contempt. He snorted whenever he mentioned his name. On the day that Prince Vasily was expected, Prince Nikolai Andreevich was especially surly and out of sorts. Whether he were out of sorts because Prince Vasily was coming, or whether he was dissatisfied with Prince Vasily's visit because he was out of sorts, it did not alter the fact that he was out of sorts, and Tikhon early in the morning advised the architect not to come near the prince unless he was summoned. Listen, hear him walking up and down, remarked Tikhon, calling the architect's attention to the sounds of the prince's tramp. He stamps his heels, and we all know what that means. However, at the usual hour of 9 o'clock, the prince came out for his morning walk, dressed in his velvet shubka, with its sable collar, and in a cap of the same fur. The night before there had been a snowstorm. The path along which the prince walked to the orangery had been swept, traces of the broom were still to be seen on the snow, and the shovel was driven into a light embankment of snow, heaped high on both sides of the path. The prince went the round of the greenhouses, the yard, and the various buildings, frowning and silent. "Can sleighs come up?" he asked of his overseer, a man who was his image in face and actions, and was accompanying him with great deference back to the house. "The snow is deep, your illustriousness. I have already given orders to have the snow shoveled away from the Prespekt." The prince bent his head and started to go up the steps. "Glory to thee, O Lord," was the overseer's mental exclamation. "The cloud has passed." "It was hard to approach, your illustriousness," added the superintendent, "when I heard, your illustriousness, that your illustriousness was expecting a minister." The prince turned round toward his overseer and fastened his gloomy eyes upon him. "What? A minister? What minister? Who commanded you?" he exclaimed in his shrill, harsh voice. "The road is cleared not for the princess my daughter, but for a minister. We have no ministers at my house." "Your illustriousness, I supposed—" "You supposed!" screamed the prince, uttering the words more and more hastily and incoherently. "You supposed! Cutthroats! Blackguards! I will teach you to suppose!" And raising his cane, flourished it over Alpatuitch, and would have struck him had not the overseer instinctively dodged the blow. "You supposed! Blackguard!" screamed the prince. But notwithstanding the fact that Alpatuitch, alarmed at his audacity in avoiding the blow, hastened up to the prince, and humbly bent before him his bald pate, or possibly for this very reason, the prince continued to scream, "Blackguards! Have the road shoveled back again!" but did not raise the cane a second time, and hastened into his room. The Princess Marie and Mademoiselle Bourienne, knowing that he was in a bad humor, stood waiting for him to come to dinner. Mademoiselle Bourienne with a beaming face, which said, "Oh, I know nothing about it. As for me, I am always the same." And the princess pale and scared with downcast eyes. Hardest of all was it for the Princess Marie to know that in these circumstances she ought to imitate Mademoiselle Bourienne, but she could not do so. It seemed to her, if I should pretend not to pay any attention, he would think that I had no sympathy for him, and if I show him that I am melancholy and out of sorts myself, he will say, as he always does, that I am in the blues. The prince looked at his daughter's scared face and snorted. "Goo, or fool," he muttered. "And the other one not here? Can they have been tattling to her?" he wondered when he saw that the little princess was not in the dining room. "Where is the princess?" he asked. "Is she hiding herself?" "She is not feeling very well," said Mademoiselle Bourienne, with a radiant smile. "She won't come down. That is natural in her condition." "Hm, grumbled the prince, and took his seat at the table. His plate seemed to him not quite clean. He pointed to a spot and flung it away. Tikhon caught it and handed it to the butler. The little princess was not ill, but she was so invincibly afraid of the old prince that when she learned that he was in a bad humor, she resolved not to leave her room. "I'm afraid for my baby," said she to Mademoiselle Bourienne. "God knows what might happen if I were frightened." The little princess lived at Louisieux-Garay most of the time with a sense of fear and apathy for her father-in-law, whom she did not understand because her terror so overmastered her that she could not. The prince reciprocated this antipathy for his daughter-in-law, but it was not so strong as his contempt for her. The princess, since her residence at Louisieux-Garay, had taken special fancy to Mademoiselle Bourienne, spent whole days with her, often begged her to sleep with her, and talked about the old prince with her, and criticized him. "Some visitors are coming to see us, Prince," said Mademoiselle Bourienne as she unfolded her white napkin with her rosy fingers. "His Excellency Prince Kuragin, I understand?" said she, with a questioning inflection. This Excellency, as you call him, is a puppy. I got him appointed to the college," said the prince disdainfully. "But why his son is coming is more than I know. The Princess Lizaveta Karlovna and the Princess Marya, possibly, they know, but I don't know what he's bringing his son here for. I don't want him." And he looked at his blushing daughter. "So she isn't very well today? From fear of the minister, I suppose, as that blockhead of an Alpatuitch called him today?" "No, mon père." Though Mademoiselle Bourienne had been particularly unfortunate in her choice of a subject of conversation, she was not at all put out of countenance, but rattled on about the greenhouses, and about the beauty of some new flower that had just blossomed, and the prince, after his soup, melted and became more genial. After dinner he went to see his daughter-in-law. The little princess was sitting by a stand and chatting with Masha, her maid. She turned pale at the sight of her father-in-law. The little princess had very much altered. One would now much sooner call her ugly than pretty. Her cheeks were sunken, her lip was raised, her eyes had a drawn look. "Yes, a little headache," she replied to the prince's question how she felt. "Do you need anything?" "Non, merci, mon père." "Well, then, very good, very good." He left the room and went to the office. Alpatuitch with drooping head was waiting for him there. "Is the snow shoveled back?" It is, your illustriousness. Forgive me, for God's sake, this one piece of stupidity." The prince interrupted him and smiled his unnatural smile. "Well, then, very good, very good." He stretched out his hand for Alpatuitch to kiss, and then went to his cabinet. Prince Vasili arrived in the evening. He was met on the Prespekt, as they call the prospect or high road, by the coachman and stable hands, who with loud shouts dragged his covered vozok and sledge up to the entrance, over snow which had been purposely heaped upon the driveway. Separate chambers had been prepared for Prince Vasili and Anatol. Anatol, in his shirt sleeves and with his arms akimbo, was sitting before a table on one corner of which he stared absent-mindedly with his large handsome eyes, while a smile played over his lips. He looked upon his life as one unbroken round of gaiety which it was fated should be prepared for his amusement. And even now he looked in the same way on this visit to a churlish old man and a rich and monstrously ugly heiress. According to his theory, all this might lead to something very good and amusing. And why should he not marry her if she was so very rich? That never comes amiss, thought Anatol. He shaved, perfumed himself carefully and coquettishly, and with an expression of indifference that was innate to him, and holding his head high, like a young conqueror, he went to his father's chamber. 2 valets were engaged in getting Prince Vasili dressed. He himself looked around him with much animation and gave a nod to his son as he came in, as much as to say, "Good, that's the way I want you to look." "No, but tell me, babushka, without joking, is she monstrously ugly? Say," he asked, as though continuing a conversation that had been more than once broached during the course of their journey. "Oh, that'll do. It's all nonsense. The main thing is to try to be respectful and prudent towards the old prince." "If he's going to say unpleasant things to me, I shall go right away," said Anatol. "I can't abide these old men, eh?" "Remember, your whole future depends upon this." Meantime, in the maidservants' room, not only was it known that the minister and his son had arrived, but every detail of their personal appearance had been circumstantially discussed. But the Princess Mariya sat alone in her room and vainly struggled to conquer her inward agitation. "Why did they write me? Why has Lisa spoken to me about this? Why, of course it cannot take place," said she to herself, looking into her mirror. "How can I go down to the drawing room? Even if he pleased me, I could not now be sure of myself in his presence." The mere thought of her father's eyes renewed her dismay. The little princess and Mademoiselle Bourienne had, by this time, received all necessary information from the maid, Masha, who told them what a handsome young man, with rosy cheeks and dark eyebrows, the minister's son was, and how, when his papenka had been scarcely able to drag his feet up the stairs, he had flown up like an eagle, 3 steps at a time. After hearing this news, the little princess and Mademoiselle Bourienne hastened to the Princess Mariya's room, filling the corridor with the lively sound of their voices as they went. "Ils sont arrivés, Marie. Did you know it?" said the little princess, waddling along and dropping heavily into an armchair. She was no longer in the dressing sack, which she had worn in the morning, but had put on one of her best gowns. Her hair was carefully brushed and her face was full of animation, which, however, did not atone for her sunken and livid features. In the finery in which she was accustomed to appear in Petersburg society, it was still more noticeable that her beauty had sadly faded. Mademoiselle Bourienne had also taken pains to make some improvement in her dress, and this made her pretty, fresh face still more attractive. "What? And you intend to appear as you are, dear princess?" she exclaimed. "They will be here in a moment to bring word that the gentlemen are in the drawing room. We must go down, so won't you make just a little change in your toilet?" The little princess got up out of the armchair, rang for the maid, and hastily and merrily began to devise some adornment for her sister-in-law, and get it materialized. The Princess Mariya felt humiliated, in her own sense of dignity, by the excitement which the coming of her suitor stirred in her, and still more humiliated because both of her friends did not seem to imagine that it was possible to be otherwise. To tell them how ashamed she was for herself and for them would have been to betray her agitation. Moreover, to have refused to put on the adornment which they were getting ready for her would have entailed endless jests and reproaches. She grew red, her lovely eyes lost their brilliancy, her face became covered with patches, and with the unlovely expression, as of a victim, coming more and more frequently into her face, she surrendered herself into the power of Mademoiselle Bourienne and Lisa. Both the ladies labored in perfectly good faith to render her handsome. She was so homely that neither of them could ever dream of entering into rivalry with her. Therefore, being perfectly sincere in that naive and firm conviction peculiar to women, that ornaments can make a face beautiful, they busied themselves with her adornment. "No, it's a fact, ma bonne amie, that dress isn't becoming," said Lisa, looking critically at her sister-in-law from some little distance. "Truly, that dark red masaka that you have, truly, you know your whole fate, perhaps, depends upon this matter. This one is too light. It won't do. No, oh no, it won't do." It was not that the dress was not becoming, but the princess's face and whole figure were at fault. But neither Mademoiselle Bourienne nor the little princess realized this. It seemed to them that if they put a blue ribbon in her hair, and combed it up properly, and then added a blue scarf to her cinnamon-colored dress, and made some other additions, all would be well. They forgot that her scared face and her figure could not be altered, and, therefore, no matter how much they might vary the frame and adornment, the face itself would remain pitiful and unattractive. At last, after 2 or 3 experiments, to which the Princess Mariya patiently submitted, when her hair had been combed up high from her forehead, a mode of dressing the hair that absolutely changed her face, and that for the worse, she was dressed in the masaka dress with a blue scarf. The little princess walked around her twice in succession, adjusted with her dainty fingers some of the folds in the skirt, pulled out the scarf, looked at her with her head bent now on this side, now on that. "No, that is impossible," said she, decidedly, clasping her hands. "No, Marie, decidedly this does not do at all. I like you better in your little everyday gray dress. Now please, do this for me, Katya," she said to the maid. "Bring the princess her grayish dress, and see, Mademoiselle Bourienne, how I am going to fix it," she added, with a thrill of anticipation in her artistic pleasure. But when Katya brought the desired garment, the Princess Mariya sat motionless before the mirror looking at her face, and the mirror gave back the reflection of eyes full of tears and a mouth trembling with the premonition of a storm of sobbing. "Voyons, chère princesse," said Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Encore un petit effort." The little princess, taking the dress from the maid, went to the Princess Marie. "Well, now we will try something that is simple and becoming," said she. The 3 voices, hers, Mademoiselle Bourienne's, and Katya's, who was laughing, mingled into one merry chatter like the chirping of birds. "Non, laissez-moi. Let me be," said the princess, and her voice sounded so serious and sorrowful that the chirping of the birds ceased instantly. They looked at her large, beautiful eyes, full of tears and of melancholy, and they knew from their wide and beseeching expression that it was useless and even cruel to insist. "Un moi changé de coiffure," said the little princess. "I told you so," said she reproachfully to Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Marie has one of those faces which can't stand this way of dressing the hair. Not at all, not at all. Change it, please do." "Laissez-moi, laissez-moi. It's all absolutely the same to me," replied the young princess in a weary voice and scarcely refraining from tears. Mademoiselle Bourienne and the little princess were obliged to acknowledge to themselves that the Princess Mariya, as they had dressed her, was very homely, more so than usual, but now it was too late. She looked at them with that expression which they had learned to know so well, an expression of deep thought and melancholy. It did not inspire them with any sense of awe of her, for that feeling she could never inspire, but they knew that when her face had this expression, she was silent and immovable in her resolutions. "Vous changerez, n'est-ce pas?" asked Lisa, but when the Princess Mariya made no reply, Lisa left the room. The Princess Mariya was left alone. She would not grant Lisa's request, and not only she did not change the style of her hair, but did not even look at herself in the glass. Dropping her eyes and letting her hands fall nervously, she sat and pondered. She saw in her imagination her husband, a man, a strong, commanding, and strangely attractive being, who should suddenly carry her off into his own world, so different from hers, so full of happiness. She imagined herself pressing to her bosom her own child, just such a baby as she had seen the evening before at her old nurse's daughter's. Her husband stands looking affectionately at her and their baby. But no, This is impossible. I am too homely," said she to herself. "Please come to tea. The prince will be down in a moment," said the voice of the chambermaid outside the door. She started up from her daydream and was horror-struck at her own thoughts, and before she went downstairs she got up, went into the oratory, and pausing before the blackened face of the great image of the Saviour, lighted by the beams of the tapers, she stood there for several moments with folded hands. Her heart was filled with painful forebodings. Could it be that for her there was the possibility of the joy of love, of earthly love for a husband? In her imaginings concerning marriage, the Princess Mariya dreamed of family happiness and children, but her principal dream, predominating over all others, though unknown to herself, was that of earthly love. The feeling was all the stronger, the more she tried to hide it from others, and even from herself. "My God," she cried, "how can I crush out of my heart these thoughts of the evil one? How can I escape once and for all from evil imaginings, and calmly fulfill thy will?" And she had hardly offered this prayer ere God gave an answer in her own heart. "Desire nothing for thyself, seek not, disturb not thyself, be not envious. The future and thy fate must needs be hidden from thee, but live so as to be ready for anything. If it please God to try thee in the responsibilities of marriage, be ready to fulfill his will." With this consoling thought, but still with a secret hope that her forbidden earthly dream might be realized, the Princess Mariya, with a sigh, crossed herself and went downstairs, thinking not of her dress, or of her hair, or of how she should make entrance, or of what she should say. What did all that signify in comparison with the preordination of God, without whose will not a hair can fall from a man's head? End of chapter 3. Part 3, Chapter 4 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. When the Princess Mariya came down, Prince Vasili and his son were already in the drawing-room, talking with the little princess and Mademoiselle Bourienne. When she came in with her heavy gait, treading on her heels, the gentleman and Mademoiselle Bourienne stood up, and the little princess exclaimed, "Voilà Marie." The Princess Mariya saw them all, and saw them distinctly. She saw Prince Vasili's face becoming for an instant serious at the sight of her, instantly resume its smiling expression, and the little princess watching curiously the impression which her entrance would produce upon their guests. She also saw Mademoiselle Bourienne, with her ribbon and her pretty face, and her eyes more sparkling than usual, fixed on him. But she could not bring herself to see him, and all she could see was something tall, brilliant, and magnificent coming toward her as she entered the room. Prince Vasili was the first to greet her, and she kissed the bald forehead, bending over her hand, and answered his question by assuring him that, on the contrary, she remembered him very well. Then Anatole came to her. She could not see him as yet at all. She was only conscious of a soft hand holding hers, while she lightly touched with her lips the white brow adorned with handsome brown hair. When she looked at him, his beauty dazzled her. Anatole, hooking his right thumb behind one button of his uniform, stood with his chest thrust out, and his back bent in, resting his weight on one leg, and slightly inclining his head, and looking at the princess cheerily, but without speaking. He was evidently not thinking of her at all. Anatole was not quick-witted or a ready talker, but on the other hand, he had that gift of composure which is so invaluable in society, and a self-confidence that nothing could disturb. If a man lacking self-confidence is silent at a first introduction, and betrays a consciousness of the impropriety of such a silence, and attempts to escape from it, it makes a bad matter worse. But Anatole, swaying a little on one leg, had nothing to say, and gazed with an amused look at the princess's hair. It was evident that such ease of manner would enable him to preserve silence any length of time. His look seemed to say, "If this silence is awkward for anyone, then speak, but as for me, I have no desire to say anything." Moreover, Anatole had in his behavior toward women that manner which strongly piques curiosity, and excites fear and even love in them, a sort of scornful consciousness of his own superiority. His look seemed to say to them, "I know you. I know what is disturbing you. Ah, how happy you would be if..." Possibly he did not think any such thing when he met women, and there is considerable ground for such a supposition, because he thought very little, but this was what was expressed by his look and manner. The princess felt it, and apparently wishing to show him that she did not venture to do such a thing as engage his attention, she turned to his father. The conversation became general and rather lively, thanks to the merry voice of the little princess, whose downy lip was constantly showing her white teeth. She met Prince Vasili with that peculiarly vivacious manner which is often employed by people of merry, loquacious mood, and consists in the interchange between you and your acquaintance of the regular stock of witticisms of the day, and of pleasant and amusing reminiscences, which it is taken for granted are not understood by all people, but which really do not exist at all, any more than they did exist in the case of the little princess and Prince Vasili. Prince Vasili willingly adapted himself to this spirit. The little princess managed to include Anatol as well, though she scarcely knew him, and soon found herself sharing with him in recollections of events that in some cases had never happened at all. Mademoiselle Bourienne also took part in these general recollections, and even the Princess Mariya had a sort of satisfaction in feeling herself drawn into this light gossip. "Here at least we shall have the benefit of your company all to ourselves, dear prince," said the little princess, in French of course, to Prince Vasili. "It won't be as it used to be at our receptions at Annette's, where you always made your escape. You know, cette chère Annette." "Ah, but of course you won't oblige me to talk about politics as Annette does." "But our tea table?" "Oh, yes." "Why were you never at Annette's?" asked the little princess to Anatol. "Oh, but I know, said she with a sly expression. "Your brother Ippolit told me all about your doings. Oh," she exclaimed, threatening him with her finger. "And then again in Paris. I know all about your pranks." "And hasn't Ippolit told you?" asked Prince Vasili, addressing his son and seizing Princess Liza by the arm, as though they were in danger of her running away, and he wished to prevent it while yet there was time. "Hasn't he ever told you how he himself was dead in love with our dear princess here, and how she wouldn't have anything to say to him?" "Oh, she is a pearl among women, princess," said he, addressing the Princess Mariya. Mademoiselle Bourienne, on her part, when she heard the word Paris, did not lose the opportunity of also adding her recollections to the general conversation. She allowed herself to inquire of Anatol if he had been long in Paris and how that city pleased him. Anatol took evident pleasure in answering the Frenchwoman's questions, and with a smile talked with her about her native land. Seeing how pretty La Bourienne was, Anatol decided that, after all, it would not be so very stupid here at Luisiya Gorui. "Not at all bad looking," he said to himself as he looked at her. "Very far from it. I hope that when she marries me she will take this demoiselle de compagnie with her. La petite est gentille." The old prince took his own time about dressing, and as he thought what course was best for him to take, he frowned. The coming of these guests annoyed him. "What are Prince Vasili and his son to me? Prince Vasili is an empty swaggerer, and his son must be a fine specimen," he grumbled to himself. He was annoyed because the coming of these guests aroused in the depths of his soul an unsettled and constantly avoided question, a question in regard to which the old prince was always deceiving himself. The question was this, whether he could make up his mind to part with his daughter and let her marry. The old prince could never bring himself to ask the question directly, knowing beforehand that if he should answer it honestly, his honesty would come into open antagonism, not merely with his feelings, but with the whole order and system of his life. For Prince Nikolai Andreyitch, life without his daughter, little as he outwardly seemed to appreciate her, was out of the question. "And why should she get married?" he asked himself. "Probably to be unhappy. Here is Liza. Certainly it would be hard to find a better husband than Andrei, and yet is she contented with her lot? And who would take her from mere love? She is homely, awkward. They would marry her for her connections, for her wealth. And can't girls live unmarried? They'd be much happier." Thus thought Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch as he performed his toilet in his cabinet, and still at the same time the ever procrastinated question now demanded an immediate solution. Prince Vasili had brought his son, evidently with the intention of making a proposal, and therefore this very day or the next he should have to give a direct answer. His name, his position in the world was excellent. "Well, I've no objection," said the prince to himself, "but let him prove himself worthy of her. Well, we shall see. Yes, we shall see," he exclaimed aloud. "Yes, we shall see how it is." And with his usual firm tread he went into the drawing room, took in all present with a sweeping glance, noticed even the change that the little princess had made in her dress, and La Bourienne's ribbon, and the Princess Maria's monstrous headdress, and her isolation in the general conversation, and not least, Bourienne and Anatol's exchange of smiles. "She is dressed up like a fool," he thought, giving his daughter a wrathful glance. "She has no sense of shame, and he does not care anything about making her acquaintance." He went straight to Prince Vasili. "Well, how are you? How are you? Glad to see you." "Friendship laughs at distance," exclaimed Prince Vasili, quoting the familiar proverb with ready wit, and with his usual self-confident familiarity. "Here is my second son. Grant him your friendship, I beg of you." Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch surveyed Anatol. "A fine young fellow, said he. "Now come, give me a kiss," and he offered him his cheek. Anatol kissed the old man and looked at him curiously, but with perfect composure, expecting soon to hear one of those droll remarks of which his father had told him. Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch sat down in his usual place at one end of the sofa, and drew up an armchair for Prince Vasili, pointed him to it, and began to ask him about the news in the political world. He listened with apparent attention to what Prince Vasili had to say, but he kept glancing at the Princess Mariya. "So that's what they write from Potsdam, is it?" said he, repeating Prince Vasili's last words, and then suddenly getting up he went over to his daughter. "So this is how you dress before company, eh?" exclaimed he. "Excellent, admirable. You appear before folks with your hair done up in this new-fangled way, and I tell you, in the presence of these same folks, never again without my leave to rig yourself up in such a fashion." "It was my fault, mon père," said the little princess, blushing and coming to her sister-in-law's rescue. "You can do as you please," said Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch, making a low bow before his son's wife. "But she has no right to disfigure herself. She's ugly enough without that." And once more resumed his place, paying no further heed to his daughter, who was ready to weep. "On the contrary, that way of dressing her hair is very becoming to the princess," said Prince Vasili. "Well, Batyushka, my young prince, what is his name?" said Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch, turning to Anatol. "Come here. Let us have a little talk and get acquainted." "Now the sport begins," thought Anatol, and with a smile he took a seat by the old prince. "Well now, my dear, you have been educated abroad, somewhat different from your father and me, who had the parish dyachok to teach us our ABCs. Tell me, my dear, you serve in the Horse Guards, don't you?" asked the old prince, scrutinizing Anatol closely and keenly. "No, I have been transferred to the line," replied Anatol, scarcely able to keep from laughing. "Ah, excellent thing. So that you can serve the Tsar and your country. It's wartime. Such fine young men as you ought to be in the service. At the front, I suppose?" "No, prince. Our regiment has gone, but I was detached." "What was I detached for, papa?" asked Anatol, turning to his father with a laugh. "Famous way of serving, I must confess. What am I detached for? Ha ha!" roared Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch, and Anatol joined in still more vociferously. Suddenly Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch began to scowl. "Well, get you gone," said he to Anatol. Anatol with a smile went and rejoined the ladies. "And so you have had him educated abroad, eh, Prince Vasili?" asked the old prince of Kuragin. "I did the best I could for him, and I must say that the schools there are far better than ours." "Well, everything is changed, all new-fangled notions. He's a fine young man, a fine lad. Now let's go into my room." He took Prince Vasili by the arm and carried him off to his cabinet. Prince Vasili, finding himself alone with the old prince, immediately began to unfold to him his wishes and hopes. "What kind of an idea have you?" exclaimed the old prince savagely. "That I keep her tied and cannot part with her? What notions they have!" he exclaimed angrily. "Tomorrow, as far as I'm concerned, I merely tell you that I want to know my daughter's husband better. You know my principles, all above board. Tomorrow I will ask her in your presence if she will have him. If she will, then let him stay. Let him stay, I will study him." The prince snorted. "Or let him go, it's all the same to me," he cried in the same piercing tone in which he had uttered his farewell when his son took his departure. "I will tell you frankly," said Prince Vasili, in the tone of a cunning man who is convinced of the uselessness of trying to be shrewd toward such a sharp-eyed opponent. "You see, your eyes read through men. Anatol is no genius, but he is an honorable, kind-hearted boy, and an excellent son." "Very good. We shall see." As usually happens in the case of women who have been long deprived of the society of men, all three of the women at Prince Andreyevitch's, now that they had Anatol in their midst, felt that hitherto life had not been life for them. The powers of thinking, feeling, loving were instantly multiplied tenfold in each one of them, so that their existence, which had been till now as it were spent in darkness, was suddenly filled by a new light, full of rich significance. The Princess Mariya no longer gave a thought to her looks or the dressing of her hair. Her whole attention was absorbed by the handsome open face of the man who perhaps would be her husband. He seemed to her good, brave, resolute, manly, and noble. She was quite convinced of this. 1,000 dreams of the family life which she should enjoy in the future persisted in rising in her mind. She tried to banish them and keep them out of her imagination. "But was I too cool toward him?" queried the Princess Mariya. "I try to be reserved because I feel in the depths of my soul that he is already too near to me, but of course he cannot know all that I think about him, and he may imagine that I do not like him." And the young princess strove and yet was unable to be amiable to her new guest. "La pauvre fille, elle est diablement laide." Devilishly ugly. Such was Anatol's uncomplimentary thought of her. Mademoiselle Bourienne, who Anatol's arrival had brought into a high state of excitement, allowed herself to have quite different thoughts. Of course, being a pretty young girl, without any stated position in society, without relatives and friends, and far from her native land, she had no intention of devoting her whole life to the service of Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch, reading books to him and playing the part of companion to the Princess Mariya. Mademoiselle Bourienne had been long waiting for the Russian prince, who should immediately have wit enough to appreciate her superiority to these homely, unbecomingly dressed, and awkward Russian princesses, should fall in love with her and elope with her. Now at last the Russian prince had come. Mademoiselle Bourienne knew a story which her aunt had once told her, and which in imagination she liked to repeat to the end, with herself in the heroine's place. The story was about a young girl who had been seduced, and whose poor mother, sa pauvre mère, finding where she was, came and covered her with reproaches because she had gone to live with a man to whom she was not married. Mademoiselle Bourienne was often melted to tears by imagining herself telling him, her seducer, this story. And now this genuine Russian prince, had made his appearance. He would elope with her. Then sa pauvre mère would appear, and he would marry her. Thus in Mademoiselle Bourienne's fertile brain the whole romance evolved itself, from the moment that she began to talk with him about Paris. Not that Mademoiselle Bourienne conceived of all the details, or what she was going to do did not once occur to her, but still all the materials were long ago ready in her, and now they merely grouped themselves around Anatol, whom she was anxious and determined to please as much as possible. The little princess, forgetting her situation instinctively, and like an old war horse at the sound of the trumpet, made ready to flirt at headlong speed, without meaning anything by it, but with her usual naive and light-hearted spirit of fun. In spite of the fact that Anatol in the society of women generally affected the position of a man who considers it a bore to have them running after him, still he felt a consciousness of gratified vanity to see his power over these 3 women. Moreover, he began to feel for the pretty and enticing Bourienne a real animal passion, such as sometimes overcame him with extraordinary rapidity and impelled him to commit the coarsest and most audacious actions. After tea, they all went into the divan room, and the Princess Mariya was invited to play on the harpsichord. Anatol leaned on his elbows, in front of her, near Mademoiselle Bourienne, and, with eyes full of mirth and gaiety, looked at the young princess, who with a painful and at the same time joyous emotion felt his gaze resting on her. Her favorite sonata bore her away into a most genuinely poetic world, and the consciousness of that glance endowed this world with even more poetry. In reality, however, Anatole, though he looked in her direction, was not thinking of her, but was occupied with the motion of Mademoiselle Bourienne's foot, which he was at this moment pressing with his under the piano. Mademoiselle Bourienne was also looking at the princess, but her beautiful eyes had an expression of frightened happiness and hope. How fond she is of me, thought the Princess Mariya. How happy I am now, and how happy I might be with such a friend and such a husband. Husband! Can it be possible, she asked herself, not daring to look at him, but, nevertheless, feeling his gaze fixed on her face. In the evening, when after supper they were about to separate for the night, Anatole kissed the young princess's hand. She herself knew not how she dared to do such a thing, but she looked straight into his handsome face as it approached her short-sighted eyes. Turning from the princess, he went and kissed Mademoiselle Bourienne's hand. This was contrary to etiquette, but he did everything with such confidence and simplicity. Mademoiselle Bourienne flushed and glanced in dismay at the princess. Quelle délicatesse! How considerate of him, thought the princess. Can it be that Emile, so she called Mademoiselle Bourienne, thinks that I should be jealous of her and do not appreciate her affection and devotion to me? She went straight over to Mademoiselle Bourienne and gave her an affectionate kiss. Anatole was about to kiss the little princess's hand also. Non, non, non. When your father writes me that you are behaving beautifully, then I will let you kiss my hand, not before. And, shaking her finger at him, she left the room with a smile. End of chapter 4. Part 3, Chapter 5 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. All had gone to their rooms, but, with the exception of Anatole, who went to sleep as soon as he got into bed, it was long before anyone could close an eye that night. Is he really to be my husband, this handsome stranger, who seems so good? Ah, yes, above all, so good, thought the Princess Mariya, and a feeling of fear, such as she had scarcely ever experienced before, came upon her. She was afraid to look round. It seemed to her as though someone were standing there behind the screen in the dark corner, and this someone was he, the devil, and he was this man with the white forehead, the black eyebrows, and the rosy lips. She called her maid and begged for her to sleep in her room. Mademoiselle Bourienne, that same evening, walked for a long time up and down the winter garden, vainly expecting someone, now smiling at her own thought, now stirred to tears by imagining the words which sa pauvre mère would say in reproaching her after her fall. The little princess scolded her maid because her bed was not comfortable. It was impossible for her to lie on her side or on her face. Any position was awkward and uncomfortable. She felt more than ever tried today, especially because Anatole's presence brought back so vividly the days before she was married, when she was light-hearted and merry. She reclined in her easy chair, in her dressing jacket and nightcap. Katya, half asleep, with her hair hanging down in a braid, was turning for the third time and shaking up the heavy mattress, muttering to herself. I told you that it was all humps and hollows, insisted the little princess. I should like to go to sleep myself. I'm sure it isn't my fault. And her voice trembled as though she were a child, getting ready to cry. The old prince also could not sleep. Tikhon, as he napped, heard him stamping wrathfully up and down and snorting. It seemed to the old prince that he had been insulted through his daughter. The insult was painful, because it was directed not to himself, but to another, to his daughter, whom he loved better than himself. He kept telling himself that he would calmly think the whole matter over, and decide how in justice to himself he must act, but instead of so doing, he grew more and more vexed with himself. Let the first young man come along, and she forgets father and all, and she runs upstairs, combs up her hair and prinks, and is no longer like herself, glad to throw her father over. And she knew that I noticed it. And then, haven't I eyes to see that that simpleton has no eyes for anyone except Yurinka? Must get rid of her. And how is it that she hasn't enough pride to see it herself? If not for her own sake, she might at least show some for mine. I must show her that this booby doesn't think of her at all, but only stares at Bourienne. She has no pride, but I'll prove this for her." The old prince knew that if he told his daughter that she was laboring under a delusion, that Anatole was bent on flirting with Bourienne, he would in this way touch his daughter's pride, and his game would be played. For he was anxious not to part with his daughter. This consideration served to quiet him. He summoned Tikhon and began to undress. "The devil take him," he said to himself as Tikhon slipped the nightshirt over his master's thin, old body, the chest overgrown with gray hairs. "I did not invite 'em. They have come to upset my whole life, and my life will soon come to an end. The devil with 'em," he muttered, when his head was still hidden by the shirt. Tikhon knew the prince's habit of sometimes thinking aloud, and therefore he met with unflinching eyes the prince's wrathfully scrutinizing gaze, as his head came out from the nightshirt. "Have they gone to bed?" asked the prince. Tikhon, after the manner of all well-trained valets, knew by intuition what his baron was thinking about. He judged that the question referred to Prince Vasili and his son. "They have deigned to go to bed, and their lights are out, your illustriousness." "No reason why they shouldn't," briskly exclaimed the prince, and thrusting his feet into his slippers and his arms into his dressing gown, he went to the sofa where he usually slept. Although but few words had been exchanged by Anatole and Mademoiselle Bourienne, they thoroughly understood one another as to the first chapters of the romance up to the appearance of Pauvre Mère. They understood that they had much to say to each other in secret, and therefore early in the morning they both sought an opportunity for a private interview. While the young princess was going at the usual hour to meet her father, Mademoiselle Bourienne and Anatole met in the winter garden. The Princess Mariya on this particular day went with more than her usual trepidation to the door of her father's cabinet. It seemed to her that everyone knew that this day her fate was to be decided, but also knew what she herself felt about it. She read this expression on Tikhon's face, and on the face of Prince Vasili's valet, as he met her in the corridor on his way with hot water for the prince, and made her a low bow. The old prince this morning was thoroughly affectionate and kind in his behavior to his daughter. The Princess Mariya well knew this expression of kindness. It was the expression which his face generally wore when his nervous hands doubled up with vexation because she did not understand her arithmetical examples, and he would spring to his feet, walk away from her, and then repeat the same words in a low, gentle voice. He immediately addressed himself to the business in hand, and began to explain to her, all the time using the formal "we," "you." "I have received an offer for your hand in marriage," said he, with an unnatural smile. "I suppose you did not imagine," he went on to say, "that he came here and brought his pupil, for some inexplicable reason Prince Nikolai Andreyevitch called Anatole Vospetenik, pupil, for the sake of 'my handsome eyes.' Last evening he proposed for your hand, and, as you know my principles, I refer it to you." "How am I to understand you, mon père?" she exclaimed, turning pale and then blushing. "How understand me?" cried her father, wrathfully. "Prince Vasili is satisfied with you for a daughter-in-law, and has proposed for your hand in behalf of his pupil. That's what it means. How understand it? That I ask you." "I do not know so well as you, mon père," whispered the princess. "I? What have I got to do with it? Consider me out of the question. I'm not the one who's going to be married. What's your opinion? That is what must be known." The princess saw that her father did not regard the matter very favorably, but at the same time the thought occurred to her that now or never the whole destiny of her life hung in the balance. She dropped her eyes so as not to see his face, because she knew that she could not think if she were under its dominion, but even then she could only be subject to him, and she said, "I desire only one thing, to fulfill your will, but if it be necessary for me to express my desire." She had no time to finish her sentence. The prince interrupted her. "That's admirable," he cried. "He will take you for your fortune, and by the way, hook on Mademoiselle Bourienne. She will be his wife, and you," the prince paused. He noticed the effect produced on his daughter by his words. She hung her head and was ready to burst into tears. "Well, I was only jesting," said he. "Remember this one thing, princess. I stick to my principles that a girl has a perfect right to choose for herself. I give you your freedom. Remember this, though. The happiness of your whole life depends upon your decision. Leave me out of the consideration." "But I do not know, mon père." "There is nothing to be said. He will marry as he is bid, whether it be you or somebody else, but you are free to choose. Go to your room, think it over, and at the end of an hour come to me and tell me in his presence what your decision is, yea or no. I know that you'll have to pray over it. Well, pray if you please. Only you'd better use your reason. Get you gone. Yea or no? Yea or no? Yea or no?" cried he, as the princess, still in a mist, left the room with tottering step. Her fate was already decided, and happily decided. But what her father said about Mademoiselle Bourienne, that insinuation was horrible. False, let us hope, but still it was horrible, and she could not keep it out of her thoughts. She started directly to her room through the winter garden, seeing nothing and hearing nothing, when suddenly Mademoiselle Bourienne's well-known chatter struck her ear and woke her from her dreaming. She raised her eyes and, 2 paces away, saw Anatole with the Frenchwoman in his arms, and whispering something in her ear. With a terrible expression on his handsome face, he looked at the Princess Mariya, and at first did not release Mademoiselle Bourienne, who had not seen the princess at all. "Who is here? What is the trouble? Just wait a little," Anatole's face seemed to say. The Princess Mariya silently gazed at them. She could not comprehend it. Then Mademoiselle Bourienne uttered a cry and fled. Anatole with an amused smile gave the princess a bow, as though asking her to look on the ridiculous side of this strange behavior, and shrugging his shoulders, disappeared through the door that led to his own quarters. At the end of an hour Tikhon came to summon the Princess Mariya. He conducted her to her father's room and told her that Prince Vasili was also there. When Tikhon came for her the princess was sitting on a sofa in her room, with her arm around Mademoiselle Bourienne. The latter was weeping, and the princess softly stroked her hair. The princess's beautiful eyes, with all their usual calmness and brilliancy, gazed with affectionate love and sympathy into Mademoiselle Bourienne's pretty face. "No, princess, my place is forever gone from your heart," said Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Why, I love you more than ever," replied the Princess Mariya, "and I will try to do all that is in my power for your happiness. But you despise me. You, who are so pure, will never understand this frenzy of passion. Ah, my poor mother!" "I understand it all," replied the princess, with a melancholy smile. "Compose yourself, my friend. I am going to see my father," said she, and left the room. Prince Vasili, with one leg thrown across his knee and holding his snuff-box in his hand, was greatly excited, and evidently realized that he was in a precarious condition, and yet he tried to conquer his own nervousness. He was sitting with an imploring smile on his face as the Princess Mariya entered the room. He hastily applied a pinch of snuff to his nose. "Ah, ma bonne, ma bonne!" he exclaimed, rising and seizing her by both hands. He sighed and added, "My son's fate is in your hand. Décidez, ma bonne, ma chère, ma douce Marie. I have always loved you as though you were my own daughter." He turned away. Genuine tears stood in his eyes. "Fur, fur!" snorted Prince Nikolai Andreyitch. "The prince in the name of his pupil, I mean his son, makes you an offer. Will you or will you not be the wife of Prince Anatole Kuragin? Speak, yea or no," cried he. "And then I reserve to myself the right to give my opinion also. Yes, my opinion, and only my opinion," added Prince Nikolai Andreyitch, in reply to Prince Vasili's beseeching expression. "Yea or no?" "My desire, mon père, is never to leave you nor to part from you as long as we live. I do not wish to marry," said she with firm deliberation, fixing her beautiful eyes on Prince Vasili and on her father. "Folly! Nonsense! 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 Nonsense!" cried Prince Nikolai Andreyitch, frowning. He drew his daughter close to him, yet he did not kiss her, but merely brought his forehead close to hers, and squeezed her hand which he held in his so that she screamed out with pain. Prince Vasili arose. "My dear, I will tell you that this is a moment that I shall never forget. Never. But, my dear, can't you give us a little hope of ever touching your kind and generous heart? Say that perhaps, the future is so long, only say perhaps." "Prince, what I have told you is all that my heart can say. I thank you for the honor, but I can never be your son's wife." "Well, that ends it, my dear fellow. Very glad to have seen you, very glad to have seen you. Go to your room, princess. Go to your room," said the old prince. "Very, very glad to have seen you," he reiterated, embracing Prince Vasili. "My vocation is different," said the Princess Mariya to herself. "My vocation is to be happy in the happiness of others, a different sort of happiness, the happiness of love and self-sacrifice. And so far as within me lies, I will bring about the happiness of poor Emily. She loves him so passionately. She repents her conduct so bitterly. I will do everything to bring about a marriage between them. If he is not rich, I will give her the means. I will petition my father. I will ask Andrei. And I shall be so happy when she becomes his wife. She is so unfortunate, lonely, and helpless in a strange land. Ah, Bosmois, how passionately she must love him if she can so far forget herself. Maybe, I myself should have done the same thing," thought the Princess Mariya. End of chapter 5. Part 3, Chapter 6 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. The Rostovs had not heard for a long time from their Nikolushka, and it was near the middle of winter when a letter was handed to the count, on the envelope of which he recognized his son's handwriting. On receipt of the letter the count hastily and anxiously stole off to his own cabinet, walking on his tiptoes so as to escape observation, and shut himself in, and began to read it. Anna Mikhailovna, learning about the arrival of the letter, for she knew everything that took place in the house, quietly followed the count and found him with the letter in his hands, sobbing and laughing at the same time. Anna Mikhailovna, notwithstanding the improvement in her affairs, still continued to live at the Rostovs. "Mon bon ami," exclaimed Anna Mikhailovna, with a tone of pathetic inquiry in her voice, and prepared to give him sympathy to any extent. The count sobbed still more violently. "Nikolushka, a letter. Wounded. He was wounded, ma chère. Wounded, my darling boy. The little countess. Been made an officer. Glory to God. Slava Bohu. How can I tell the little countess?" Anna Mikhailovna sat down by him, wiped the tears from his eyes with her handkerchief, and from the letter, for they were dropping on it, and then from her own eyes, read the letter herself, soothed the count, and decided that she would use the time till dinner, and even tea, for preparing the countess, and then after tea she would break the news to her, if God would only aid her. During dinner time Anna Mikhailovna talked about the events of the war and about Nikolushka, and asked twice when they had received the last letter from him, though she herself knew perfectly well, and remarked that very likely they might have a letter from him, perhaps that day. Every time when, at such insinuations, the countess began to grow uneasy, and glance anxiously first at the count and then at Anna Mikhailovna most adroitly led the conversation to insignificant topics. Natasha, more than the rest of the family, was endowed with peculiar sensitiveness to shades of intonation, to the looks and expressions of faces, and as soon as dinner began, she pricked up her ears and came to the conclusion that there was some secret between her father and Anna Mikhailovna, and that it was something referring to her brother, and that Anna Mikhailovna was trying to prepare someone. Notwithstanding all her audacity, she dared not ask any questions during dinner time, for she knew too well how sensitive her mother was in regard to all that related to her son. But her curiosity was so great that she ate nothing, and kept turning and twisting in her chair, in spite of the reproaches of her governess. After dinner she rushed precipitously after Anna Mikhailovna and threw herself into her arms. "Auntie, darling, tell me what it is. Nothing, my dear. Yes, there is, dearest, sweet one, you old pet, and I shan't let you go till you tell me, for I know that you know." Anna Mikhailovna shook her head. "Your little witch, une fine mouche, mon enfant," said she. "A letter from Nikolenka? Truly, isn't that it?" cried Natasha, reading an affirmative answer in Anna Mikhailovna's face. "Yes, but for heaven's sake be more cautious. You know how this might trouble your maman." I will, but tell me all about it. You won't tell me? Well then, I'm going right to tell her." Anna Mikhailovna in few words told Natasha the contents of the letter under the conditions of secrecy. "My true word of honor," said Natasha, crossing herself. "I won't tell anyone." And immediately she went to Sonya. "Nikolenka, wounded, a letter!" she exclaimed triumphantly and joyously. "Nicholas!" cried Sonya, turning pale. Natasha, seeing the impression produced on Sonya by the news that her brother was wounded, realized for the first time all the sorrowful side of the news. She ran to Sonya, threw her arms around her neck, and burst into tears. "He's not badly wounded, and has been promoted to be an officer. He's all well again, for he wrote the letter himself," cried she through her tears. "That's the way. All you women are milksops," exclaimed Petya, marching along with gallant strides up and down the room. "I am very glad, more glad than I can tell, that my brother has distinguished himself so. You are all crybabies. You haven't any sense at all." Natasha smiled through her tears. "You haven't read the letter, have you?" "No, I haven't read it, but she said the worst was over and that he was already an officer." "Glory to God!" cried Sonya, crossing herself. "But maybe she was deceiving you. Let's go to maman." Petya walked silently up and down the room. "If I had been in Nikolushka's place, I should have killed still more of those Frenchmen," said he, after a little. "What nasty brutes they are! I would have killed such a lot of them that it would have made a pile so high," continued Petya. "Hush, Petya, what a goose you are!" "I am not a goose, but you are geese to cry over mere trifles," said he. "Do you remember him?" suddenly asked Natasha, after a moment's silence. Sonya smiled. "Do I remember Nicholas?" "No, Sonya. Do you remember him perfectly, so that you can recall everything about him?" asked Natasha, with an emphatic gesture, evidently wishing to give her words the most serious meaning. "Well, now, I remember Nikolenka. I remember him well, but I don't remember Boris. I don't remember him at all." "What? You don't remember Boris?" exclaimed Sonya in amazement. "No, I don't really remember him. I have a general idea how he looked, but I can't bring him up before me, as I can Nikolenka. If I shut my eyes I can see, but it is not so with Boris." She shut her eyes. "That way, no, not at all." "Oh, Natasha," said Sonya, looking at her friend with enraptured earnestness, as though she considered her unworthy to hear what she had in mind to say, and as though she were saying it to someone else, with whom it was impossible to jest. "I love your brother, and whatever might happen to him or to me, I shall never cease to love him as long as I live." Natasha looked at Sonya with wondering inquisitive eyes, and made no answer. She felt convinced that what Sonya had said was true, that what Sonya talked about was real love, but Natasha had never experienced anything like it. She believed that it was in the realm of the possible, but she could not understand it. "Shall you write him?" she asked. Sonya deliberated. The question how to write to Nicholas, and whether it were her duty to write to him, and what she should write to him, tormented her. Now that he were already an officer and a wounded hero, it was a question of doubt in her mind whether it would be right for her to remind him of herself and of the promise which he had made to her. "I do not know. I think if he writes to me, then I will answer it," she replied, blushing. "And shan't you feel ashamed to write to him?" Sonya smiled. "No." "Well, I should feel ashamed to write to Boris, and I am not going to." "Why should one feel ashamed?" "There now, I'm sure I don't know. It's awkward, anyway. I should be—" "Well, I know why she would be ashamed," said Petya, affronted at Natasha's first remark. Because she fell in love with that fat fellow with the glasses. He meant by this his namesake, Pierre, the new Count Bezukhoi. And now she's in love with that singer. Petya now referred to an Italian who was giving Natasha singing lessons. And that's why she would be ashamed. Petya, you're too silly. I'm no sillier than you are, Matushka, said the 10-year-old lad, exactly as though he were an elderly brigadier. The countess had been prepared during dinner time by means of Anna Mikhailovna's hints. Going to her own room, she sat down on her sofa, not taking her eyes from a miniature picture of her son, painted on her snuff-box, and her eyes quickly filled with tears. Anna Mikhailovna, with the letter, came into the countess's room on her tiptoes and remained standing. "Don't you come in," she said to the old count who was following her. She closed the door behind her. The count applied his ear to the keyhole and tried to listen. At first all that he heard was a monotonous sound of voices, then Anna Mikhailovna making a long speech without interruption, then a shriek, then silence, then again both voices speaking together with joyful inflections, and then steps, and Anna Mikhailovna opened the door. Anna Mikhailovna's face wore the proud expression of a surgical operator, who had just accomplished a difficult amputation and allows the public to enter and appreciate his skill. "C'est fait. It's all right," said she to the count, pointing with an enthusiastic gesture to the countess, who held in one hand the snuff-box with the portrait, in the other the letter, and was pressing her lips first to the one and then to the other. Seeing the count, she stretched out her hand toward him, embraced his bald head, and over his bald head looked at the letter and the portrait, and then, in order to press them to her lips again, very gently pushed the bald head away. Viera, Natasha, Sonya, and Petya came into the room, and the reading of the letter began. It contained a brief description of the campaign and the two engagements in which Nikolushka had taken place. He announced his promotion and said that he kissed Maman and Papa's hands, asking for their blessing, and kissed Viera, Natasha, and Petya. Moreover, he made his respects to Mr. Schelling and Madame Sauchet and his old nurse, and then he begged them to kiss his dear Sonya, whom he had always loved so, and whom he had remembered so affectionately. When Sonya heard this, she blushed so that tears came into her eyes, and, not able to endure the glances fastened on her, she ran into the drawing parlor, whirled around it at full speed, her dress flying out like a balloon, and then plumped down on the floor, all flushed and smiling. The countess melted into tears. "What makes you cry, Maman?" asked Viera. "Everything that he writes seems to me a cause for rejoicing and not for weeping." This was perfectly true, but, nevertheless, the count and the countess and Natasha all looked at her reproachfully. "Whom is she like, I wonder?" said the countess to herself. Nikolushka's letter was reread 100 times, and those who felt themselves entitled to hear it had to go to the countess, who would not let it out of her hands. The tutors came, and the nurses, and Mitenka, and ever so many acquaintances, and the countess read the letter to them each time with new delight, each time discovering new virtues in her Nikolushka. How strange, marvelous, and beautiful it was to her that her son, that son, the almost imperceptible motions of whose tiny limbs she had felt 20 years before, that son over whom she had quarreled with the count for spoiling him, that son who had learned to say Grusha first and then Baba, that this same son was now far away in a foreign land, in foreign surroundings, a heroic soldier, alone without help or guidance, performing there his part in the deeds of heroes. The universal experience of the world, in all ages, going to show that children by imperceptible steps march from the cradle into manhood, was not realized by the countess. The attainment of manhood by her son was at every step as extraordinary as though there had not been millions upon millions of men who had gone through exactly the same process. Just as 20 years before it had been almost impossible for her to believe that the mysterious little being that was living and moving somewhere under her heart would ever wail and nurse and learn to talk, so now it was incredible that this same being had become a strong, gallant man, the paragon of sons and of men, such as he was now, judging by his letter. "What a style he has! How elegantly he expresses himself," said she, as she read over the descriptive portions of the letter. And how much soul! Nothing about himself, nothing at all. Something about Denisov, but he himself must have been braver than all the rest. He writes nothing at all about his sufferings. How much heart he has! How well I know him! And how kindly he remembers all the household! He did not forget a single one. But I always said it of him, even when he was ever so little. I always said it. For more than a week rough drafts of letters to Nikolushka were prepared and written and copied out on white paper by the whole family under the superintendence of the countess and the zealous care of the count. All sorts of necessary articles were made into a parcel, together with money for the new uniform and the installation of the newly appointed officer. Anna Mikhailovna, a practical woman, had been shrewd enough to secure for her son a protector in the army, even for the better forwarding of correspondence. She had managed to find the opportunity of sending her letters in care of the Grand Duke Konstantin Pavlovitch, who commanded the guards. The Rostofs had supposed that Russkaya Gvardia Zagranitsie, the Russian guard on service abroad, was a sufficiently definite address, and that if a letter reached the Grand Duke commanding the guards, then there was no reason why it should not reach the Pavlograd regiment, which must be somewhere near, and therefore it was decided to be best to send the packet and the money by the Grand Duke's courier to Boris, and Boris would see to it that it was put into Nikolushka's hands. There were letters from the old count, from the countess, from Petya, from Viera, from Natasha, from Sonya, and finally 6,000 rubles for his outfit and various things which the count wished to send him. End of chapter 6. Part 3, Chapter 7 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the 24th of November, Kutuzov's fighting army, bivouacked near Olmutz, made ready to be reviewed on the following day by the Emperor of Russia and the Emperor of Austria. The Imperial Guards, which had just arrived from Russia, encamped about 15 versts from Olmutz, and on the next day were to proceed directly to the review, which would take place about 10 o'clock in the morning, on the parade ground at Olmutz. Nikolai Rostov on that day had received a note from Boris informing him that the Izmailovsky regiment was going to encamp about 15 versts away, and that he wanted to see him to give him some letters and some money. The money came particularly handy to Rostov just now, when, after the toils of the campaign, the army had settled down at Olmutz, and well-provided soldiers and Austrian Jews, offering all sorts of enticements, infested the camp. The Pavlograd warriors enjoyed banquet after banquet, celebrated in honor of promotions won during the campaign, as well as excursions into the town where Carolina, called Vergenka, or the Hungarian, had recently opened a tavern, at which all the waiters were girls. Rostov had just celebrated his promotion from yunker to cornet, had bought Denisov's horse, Bedouin, and was in debt to his comrades and the soldiers on every side. On receipt of the note from Boris, Rostov rode into Olmutz with some comrades, dined there, drank a bottle of wine, and rode off alone to the guards' camp to find the friend and companion of his youth. Rostov had not as yet had a chance to procure his new uniform. He wore a soiled yunker's jacket, with private's cross, his ordinary well-worn leather-seated riding trousers, and an officer's saber with a sword knot. The horse which he rode was a Don pony, which he had bought during the campaign, of a Cossack. His crumpled cap was rakishly set sideways on the back of his head. When he reached the camp of the Izmailovsky regiment, he thought how much he should surprise Boris and all his comrades of the guard by appearing before them like a veteran who had been under fire. The guard had made the whole campaign as though it were a picnic, making a great display of their neatness and discipline. Their marches had been short, their knapsacks had been transported on the baggage wagons, and the officers had been given splendid entertainments at every halting place by the Austrian authorities. The regiments entered and left the cities with music playing, and during the whole campaign, much to the pride of the guard, the men had marched in serried ranks, keeping step, while the officers, mounted, rode in their places of assignment. Boris during the whole campaign had marched and halted with Berg, who had now risen to be Rotnui Commandeer, or captain. Berg, having been given a company, had succeeded by his promptness and punctuality in winning the goodwill of his superiors, and his financial affairs were now in very good shape. Boris had made many acquaintances with men who might be of service to him, and by means of a letter of introduction given him by Pierre had become acquainted with Prince Andrei Bolkonsky, through whom he hoped to obtain a place on the staff of the commander-in-chief. Berg and Boris, neatly and elegantly dressed, were resting after their day's journey, and seated in a neat room that had been made ready for them, were playing checkers at a small round table. Berg held between his knees the pipe which he was smoking. Boris, with the carefulness characteristic of him, had piled up the checkers in pyramidal form with his delicate white fingers, and was waiting for Berg's move, and looking at his opponent's face, evidently thinking only of the game, just as he always thought only of what occupied him at the moment. "There now, how will you get out of that?" he asked. "We'll do our best," replied Berg, touching a king and then dropping his hand again. At this moment the door opened. "Ah, you petits enfants à la couche à dormir," he cried, quoting the words of their old nurse, in which he and Boris always found great amusement. "Batyushki, how you have changed!" Boris arose to meet Rostov, but as he did so he took pains to pick up and replace the checkers that had fallen, and he was about to embrace his friend, but Nikolai slipped out of his grasp. With that feeling peculiar to youth, which suggests the avoidance of beaten paths, and the expression of feelings like everyone else, and especially that often hypocritical fashion which obtains with our elders, Nikolai wanted to do something unusual and original, on the occasion of meeting his friends. He wanted to give Boris a pinch or a push, anything except kiss him, as was universally done. Boris, on the contrary, threw his arms around Rostov in a composed and friendly fashion, and kissed him 3 times. They had not met for almost 6 months, and in such an interval when young men have been taking their first steps on the pathway of life, each finds in the other tremendous changes, due to surroundings so entirely different from those in which they had taken their first steps of life. Both had changed greatly since they last met, and each was equally anxious to show the other the changes that they had undergone. "Oh, you cursed dandies, spruce and shiny, just in from a promenade. Not much like us poor sinners of the line," exclaimed Rostov, with baritone notes in his voice, and with brusque army manners, quite new to Boris, and he exhibited his own dirty and bespattered trousers. On hearing Rostov's loud voice, the German mistress of the house put her head in through the door. "Rather pretty, hey?" cried Nikolai, with a wink. "What makes you shout so? You will scare them," said Boris. "I wasn't expecting you today," he added. "It was only this afternoon that I sent my note to you through an acquaintance of mine, Kutuzov's adjutant, Bolkonsky. I didn't think of its reaching you so soon. Well, how are you? Been under fire already, have you?" asked Boris. Rostov said nothing in reply, but shook the Georgievsky cross on the lace of his coat, and pointed to his arm, which he carried in a sling, looking at Berg with a smile. "As you see," said he. "Well, well, so you have," returned Boris with a smile. "And we have also had a glorious campaign. You know His Imperial Highness was most of the time near our regiment, so that we had all sorts of privileges and advantages. What receptions we had in Poland, what dinners and balls, I can't begin to tell you. And the Cesarevitch was very courteous to all of us officers." Then the two friends related their experiences, the one telling of the jolly good times with the hussars and his campaign life, the other of the pleasures and advantages of serving under the direct command of men high in authority, and so on. "Oh, you guardsmen!" cried Rostov. "But come now, send out for some wine." Boris scowled. "Certainly, if you really wish it," and going to his couch he took out from under the clean pillows a purse, and ordered his man to bring wine. "Oh, yes, and I will deliver over to you some of the letters and your money," he added. Rostov took his packet, and flinging the money on the sofa, leaned both elbows on the table and began to read. He read a few lines and then gave Berg a wrathful glance. Berg's eyes fastened upon him annoyed him, and he shielded his face with the letter. "Well, they've sent you a good lot of money," exclaimed Berg, glancing at the heavy purse, half buried in the sofa. "And here we have to live on our salaries, Count. Now I will tell you about myself." "Look here, Berg, my dear fellow," said Rostov. "When I find you with a letter just received from home, and with a man with whom you want to talk about all sorts of things, I will instantly leave you so as not to disturb you. Hear what I say. Get you gone anywhere, anywhere, to the devil," he cried, and then seizing him by the shoulder and giving him an affectionate look full in the face, evidently for the purpose of modifying the rudeness of his words, he added, "Now see here, don't be angry with me, my dear heart. I speak frankly because you are an old acquaintance." "Ah, for heaven's sake, Count, I understand perfectly," said Berg, getting up and swallowing down his throaty voice. "Go and see our hosts, they have invited you," suggested Boris. Berg put on his immaculate, neat, and dustless coat, went to the mirror, brushed the hair up from his temples, after the style of the Emperor, Alexander Pavlovitch, and, being persuaded by Rostof's looks that his coat was noticeable, left the room with a smile of satisfaction. "Ugh, what a brute I am, though!" exclaimed Rostov, reading the letter. "What now?" "Ugh, what a pig I am that I did not write them sooner, and frighten them so! Ugh, what a pig I am!" he repeated, suddenly reddening. "Well, you sent Gavrilo for wine, have you? Very good, we'll have a drink," said he. Among the home letters there was enclosed a note of recommendation to Prince Bagration, which the old countess at Anna Mikhailovna's suggestion obtained from some acquaintance and sent to her son, urging him to present it and get all the advantage she could find from it. "What nonsense! Much I need this," said Rostov, flinging the letter on the table. "Why did you throw it down?" asked Boris. "Oh, it was a letter of suggestion. What the deuce do I want of such a letter?" "Why do you say that?" asked Boris, picking up the letter and reading the inscription. "This letter might be very useful to you." "I don't need anything, and I don't care to become anyone's adjutant." "Why not, pray?" asked Boris. "It's a lackey's place." "You still have some queer notions, I see," rejoined Boris, shaking his head. "And you're the same old diplomat. However, that's not to the point. How are you?" asked Rostov. "Just exactly as you see. So far all has gone well with me, but I confess I should very much like to be made an adjutant and not stick to the line." "Why?" "Because, having once entered upon the profession of arms, it is best to make one's career as brilliant as possible." "Yes, that's true," said Rostov, evidently thinking of something else. He gave his friend a steady, inquiring look, evidently trying in vain to find in his eyes the answer to some puzzling question. Old Gavrilo brought the wine. "Hadn't we better send now for Alphonse Karluich?" asked Boris. "He will drink with you, for I can't." "Yes, do send for him. But who is this Dutchman?" asked Rostov, with a scornful smile. "He's a very, very nice, honorable, and pleasant man," exclaimed Boris. Rostov once more looked steadily into Boris's eyes and sighed. Berg came back, and over the bottle of wine the conversation between the three officers grew more lively. The two guardsmen told Rostov of their march, and how they had been honored in Russia, Poland, and abroad. They told about the sayings and doings of their commander, the Grand Duke, together with anecdotes about his goodness and irascibility. Berg, as usual, kept silent when there was nothing that specially concerned himself, but when they began to speak about the goodness and irascibility of the Grand Duke, he told with great gusto how, in Galicia, he happened to have a talk with the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke was making the tour of the regiment and became very angry at the disorderly state of the division. With a smile of complacency on his face, Berg told how the Grand Duke, in a great state of vexation, came up to it and shouted, "Arnoitui, villains," being a favorite term of abuse when he was vexed, and called the company commander. "Would you believe it, Count? I was not the least scared because I knew that I was all right. And, Count, I may say without boasting, that I knew all the regulations by heart, and the standing orders as well, knew them just as well as our Father in heaven. And so, Count, in my company, there was no complaint to be made of negligence. And that was the reason of my being so composed and having such an untroubled conscience. I stepped forward." Here Berg stood up and represented in pantomime how he had raised his hand to his visor as he stepped forward. Really it would have been hard to imagine a face more expressive of deference and self-sufficiency. Oh, how he scolded me, rated me, you might say, rated and rated and rated mortally, not for life but for death, as the Russians say, and called me an Arnaut, and a devil, and threatened me with Siberia, proceeded Berg, with a shrewd smile. But I knew that I was in the right, and so I made no reply. Wasn't that best, Count? What? Are you dumb?" he cried. "Still I hold my tongue. What do you think of that, count? On the next day there was nothing at all about it in the general orders. So that's what comes of not losing one's wits. Isn't that so, count?" demanded Berg, lighting his pipe and sending out rings of smoke. "Yes, that's splendid," said Rostov with a smile. But Boris, perceiving that Rostov was all ready to poke fun at Berg, adroitly changed the conversation. He asked Rostov to tell them how and where he had been wounded. This quite suited the young man, and he began to give a circumstantial account of it, growing more and more animated all the time. He described his action at Schöngraben exactly in the way that those who take part in battles always describe them, that is, in the way that they would be glad to have had them happen, so that his story agreed with all the other accounts of the participants, but was very far from being the exact truth. Rostov was a truthful young man, for not anything in the world would he have deliberately told a falsehood. He began with the intention of telling it exactly as it happened, but imperceptibly, involuntarily, and unavoidably, as far as he was concerned, he fell into falsehood. If he had told the truth to these listeners of his, who had already heard from others, just as he himself had many times, the story of the charge, and had formed a definite idea of how the charge was made, and expected a substantially similar account of it from him, either they would not have believed him, or, what would have been worse, they would have come to the conclusion that Rostov was himself to blame for it, and that he had not undergone what he claimed to have undergone, since it did not agree with what is usually related of cavalry charges. He could not tell them in so many words that they had all started on the trot, that he had fallen from his horse, sprained his arm, and run away from the Frenchman with all his might and main into the forest. Moreover, in order to tell the story in its grim reality, he would have been obliged to exercise much self-control to tell only what had occurred. To tell the truth is very hard, and young men are rarely capable of it. It was expected of him to tell how he grew excited under the fire, and, forgetting everything, had dashed like a whirlwind against the square, how he had cut and slashed with his saber right and left, as a knife cuts cheese, and how at length he had fallen from exhaustion, and the like. And that was what he told them. In the midst of his tale, just as he was saying the words, "You can't imagine what a strange sensation of frenzy you experience during a charge," Prince Andrei Bolkonsky, whom Boris had been expected, came into the room. Prince Andrei, who liked to bear a patronizing relationship toward young men, was flattered at having Boris consigned to his protection, and was very well disposed toward him. Boris had succeeded in making a pleasant impression upon him, and he had made up his mind to have the young man's desire gratified. Being sent with dispatches from Kutuzov to the Cesarevitch, he had looked up his young protege, expecting to find him alone. When he came in and found there a hussar of the line, relating his military experiences, a sort of individual whom the prince could not endure, he gave Boris an affectionate smile, scowled at Rostov, half closing his eyes, and with a stiff little bow took his seat wearily and indifferently on the sofa. He was disgusted at finding himself in uncongenial society. Rostov, feeling this instinctively, instantly took fire. But it was all the same to the prince. This was a stranger. He looked at Boris and saw that he seemed to be ashamed of being in company with a hussar of the line. Notwithstanding Prince Andrei's disagreeable, mocking tone, notwithstanding the general scorn which from his point of view as a hussar of the line Rostov shared for the staff adjutants, to which number evidently belonged the gentleman who had just entered, Rostov felt overwhelmed with confusion, reddened, and grew silent. Boris asked what was the news at headquarters, and whether it were indiscretion for him to inquire about our future movements. "Probably shall advance," replied Bolkonsky, evidently not wishing to commit himself further in the presence of strangers. Berg took advantage of his opportunity to ask with his usual politeness whether it were true, as he had heard, that double rations of forage were to be supplied to the captains of the line. At this Prince Andrei smiled, and replied that he could not give an opinion in regard to such important questions of state, and Berg laughed heartily with delight. "In regard to that matter of yours," said Prince Andrei, turning to Boris, again, "we will talk about it by and by," and he glanced at Rostov. "You come to me after the review. We will do all that is in our power," and glancing around the room, he addressed himself to Rostov, pretending not to notice his state of childish confusion which was rapidly assuming the form of ill temper, said he, "I suppose you were telling about the affair at Schöngraben. Were you there?" "Certainly, I was there," spitefully replied Rostof, as though desiring by his tone to insult the adjutant. Bolkonsky noticed the hussar's state of mind, and it seemed to him amusing. A scornful smile played lightly over his lips. "Yes, there are many stories afloat now about that affair." "Stories, indeed!" exclaimed Rostof in a loud voice, turning his angry eyes on Boris and Bolkonsky. "Yes, many stories, but the stories we tell are the accounts of those who were under the hottest fire of the enemy. Our accounts have some weight, and are very different from the stories of those staff officers, milk-suckers, who win rewards by doing nothing." "By which you mean to insinuate that I am one of them?" demanded Prince Andrei, with a calm and very pleasant smile. A strange feeling of anger and at the same time of respect for the dignity of this stranger were at this moment united in Rostof's mind. "I was not speaking of you," said he. "I do not know you, and I confess I have no desire to know you. I merely made a general remark concerning staff officers." "And I will say this much to you," said Prince Andrei, interrupting him, a tone of calm superiority ringing in his voice. "You wish to insult me, and I am ready to have a settlement with you, it being very easy to bring about, if you have not sufficient self-respect. But you must agree with me that the time and place are exceedingly unpropitious for any such settlement. We are all soon to take place in a great and far more serious duel, and moreover, Drubetskoi here, who says that he is an old friend of yours, cannot be held accountable for the fact that my face was unfortunate enough to displease you. However," he went on to say as he got up, "you know my name, and you know where to find me. But don't forget," he added, "that I consider that neither I nor you have any ground for feeling insulted, and my advice, as a man older than you, is not to let this matter go any further. Well, Drubetskoi, on Friday, after the review, I shall expect you. Au revoir," called Prince Andrei, and he went out with a bow to both of them. It was only after Prince Andrei had left the room that Rostof remembered what reply he should have made, and he was still more out of temper because he had not had the wit to say it. He immediately ordered his horse brought round, and bidding Boris farewell rather dryly, rode off to his own camp. Should he go next day to headquarters and challenge this captious adjutant, or should he follow his advice and leave things as they were? That was the question that tormented him all the way. At one moment he angrily imagined how frightened this little, feeble, bumptious man would look when covered by his pistol. The next, he confessed with amazement, that of all the men whom he knew, there was none whom he should be more glad to have as his friend than this same detestable adjutant. End of chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 8 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the day following the meeting of Boris and Rostov, occurred the review of the Austrian and Russian troops, including those who had just arrived from Russia, as well as those who had made the campaign with Kutuzov. Both the Emperor of Russia, with the Tsarevich, and the Emperor of Austria, with the Archduke, reviewed this army, aggregating 80,000 men. Early in the morning, the soldiers, elegantly spruced and attired, began to move, falling into line in front of the fortress. Here thousands of legs and bayonets moved along with streaming banners, and at the command of their officers halted or wheeled or formed into detachments, passing by other similar bodies of infantry in other uniforms. There, with measured hoofbeats and jingling of trappings, came the cavalry, gaily dressed in blue, red, and green embroidered uniforms, with gaily dressed musicians ahead, riding coal-black, chestnut, and gray horses. Yonder, stretching out in a long line, with their polished, shining cannon, jolting with a brazen din on their carriages, and with the smell of linstocks, came the artillery between the infantry and cavalry, and drew up in the places assigned to them. Not only the generals in full dress uniform, with slender waists or stout waists, tightened in to the last degree, and with red necks tightly clasped by their collars, and wearing their scarfs and all their orders. Not only the officers, promenaded and decked with all their glories, but all the soldiers with shining, clean-washed, and freshly shaven faces, and with all their appurtenances polished up to the highest luster, and all the horses gaily caparisoned and groomed, so that their coats were as glossy as satin, and every individual hair in their manes in exactly its proper place, had the consciousness that something grave, significant, and solemn was taking place. Every general and every soldier felt his own insignificance, counting himself as merely a grain of sand in the sea of humanity, and at the same time felt his power when regarded as part of this mighty whole. By means of strenuous efforts and devoted energy, the preparations which had begun early in the morning were completed by 10 o'clock, and everything was in proper order. The ranks were drawn up across the broad parade ground. The whole army was arranged in 3 columns, in front the cavalry, then the artillery, and, in the rear, the infantry. Between each division of the army was a space like a street. The 3 divisions of this army were sharply contrasted with each other. Kutuzov's war-worn veterans, among whom on the right flank of the front row stood the Pavlogradsky hussars, the troops of the line that had just arrived from Russia, and the regiments of the Guard and the Austrian army, but all stood in one line, under one commander, and in identical order. Like the wind rustling the leaves, a murmur agitated the lines. "They are coming! They are coming!" Vivacious shouts of command were heard, and throughout the whole army, like a wave, ran the bustle of the final preparations. Far away in front of them, near Olmutz, appeared a group coming toward them. At this moment, though the day was calm, a gentle breeze, as it were, stirred the army, and seemed to shake the pennoned pikes and the loosened standards clinging to their staffs. It seemed as though the army itself by this silent tremor expressed its gladness at the approach of the emperors. The word of command was heard uttered by one voice, "Smyrno, eyes front." Then, like the answering of cocks at daybreak, many voices repeated this command from point to point, and all grew still. In the death-like silence, the only sound heard was the trampling of horses' feet. This was the suite of the emperors. The 2 monarchs rode along the left wing, and the bugles of the 1st Cavalry Regiment burst forth with the general march. It seemed as if it were not the bugles that played this march, but as if the army itself, in its delight at the approach of the emperors, emitted these sounds. Their echoes had not died away, when the Emperor Alexander's affable young voice was distinctly heard addressing the men. He uttered the usual welcome, and the 1st Regiment gave forth one huzzah, so deafening, so long drawn out and expressive of joy, that the men themselves were amazed and awestruck at the magnitude and strength of the mass which they constituted. Hurrah! Rostov, standing in the front rank of Kutuzov's army, which the emperor first approached, shared the feeling experienced by every man in that army, a feeling of self-forgetfulness, a proud consciousness of invincibility and of passionate attachment to him on whose account all this solemn parade was prepared. He felt that the mere word of this man was only needed for this mighty mass, including himself as an insignificant grain of sand, to dash through fire and water, to commit crime, to face death, or perform the mightiest deeds of heroism, and therefore he could not help trembling, could not help his heart melting within him at the sight of this approaching word. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" was roared on all sides, and one regiment after another welcomed the sovereigns with the music of the general march, and then renewed huzzahs, the general march, and huzzahs on huzzahs, which growing louder and louder mingled in one overpowering and deafening tumult. Until the sovereign came quite close, every regiment in its silence and rigidity seemed like a lifeless body, but as soon as the sovereign came abreast of it, the regiment woke to life and broke out into acclamations which mingled with the roar extending down the whole line past which the sovereign rode. Amid the tremendous deafening tumult of these thousands of voices, through the midst of the armies, standing in their squares as motionless as though they had been carved out of granite, moved easily, carelessly, but symmetrically, and above all with freedom and grace, the hundreds of riders constituting the suites, and in front of all, 2 men, the emperors. Upon them, and upon them alone, were concentrated the suppressed but eager attention of all that mass of warriors. The handsome young Emperor Alexander, in his horse guard's uniform and 3-cornered hat worn pointed forward, with his pleasant face and clear but not loud voice, was the cynosure of all eyes. Rostov stood not far from the buglers, and his keen glance recognized the emperor while he was still far off, and followed him as he drew near. When the sovereign had approached to a distance of 20 paces, and Nikolai could clearly distinguish every feature of his handsome and radiant young face, he experienced a sense of affection and enthusiasm such as he had never felt before. Everything, every feature, every motion seemed to him bewitching in his sovereign. Pausing in front of the Pavlograd regiment, the monarch said something in French to the Emperor of Austria and smiled. Seeing this smile, Rostov himself involuntarily smiled also, and felt a still more powerful impulse of love toward his sovereign. He felt a burning desire to display this love in some way. He knew that this was impossible, and he felt like weeping. The sovereign summoned the regimental commander and said a few words to him. Bozhe moi, what would happen to me if the sovereign were to address me, thought Rostov. I should die of happiness. The emperor also addressed the officers. Gentlemen, said he, and Rostov listened as to a voice from heaven. How happy he would have been now could he only die for his Tsar. I thank you all from my heart. You have won the standards of the George, proved yourself worthy of them. Only to die for him, thought Rostov. The sovereign said a few words more, which Rostov did not catch, and the soldiers, straining their throats, cried, Hurrah! Hurrah! Rostov also joined with them, leaning forward in his saddle and shouting with all his might, willing to burst his lungs in his efforts to express the full extent of his enthusiasm for his sovereign. The emperor stood a few seconds in front of the hussars as though he were undecided. How can the sovereign be undecided, mused Rostov. But immediately even this indecision seemed to him a new proof of majesty and charm, like everything else that the sovereign did. The emperor's indecision lasted only a moment. His foot shod in a narrow, sharp-pointed boot, such as were worn at that time, pressed against the flank of the English-groomed bay mare on which he sat. The sovereign's hand, in a white glove, gathered up the reins, and he rode off, accompanied by a disorderly, tossing sea of adjutants. As he kept riding farther and farther down the line, he kept halting in front of the different regiments, and at last only his white plume could be seen by Rostov, distinguishing him from the suite that accompanied the emperors. In the number of those who accompanied the emperor, he noticed Bolkonsky, lazily and indifferently bestriding his steed. The yesterday evening's quarrel with him came into his mind, and the question arose whether or no he ought to challenge him. Of course it is out of the question now, thought Rostov. Is it worth while to think or to talk about such a thing at such a moment as this? At a time when one feels such impulses of love, enthusiasm, and self-renunciation, what consequence are our petty quarrels and provocations? I love the whole world. I forgive everyone now, said Rostov to himself. After the sovereign had ridden past almost all the regiments, the troops began to move in front of him in ceremonial march, and Rostov, on his Bedouin, which he had recently bought of Denisov, rode at the end of his squadron, that is, alone, and in a most conspicuous position before his sovereign. Just before he came up to where the emperor was, Rostov, who was an admirable horseman, plunged the spurs in Bedouin's flanks, and urged him into that mad, frenzied gallop which Bedouin always took when he was excited. Pressing his foaming mouth back to his breast, arching his tail, and seeming to fly through the air, and spurning the earth, gracefully tossing and interweaving his legs, Bedouin, also conscious that the emperor's eyes were fastened on him, dashed gallantly by. Rostov himself, keeping his feet back, and sitting straight in his saddle, feeling himself one with his horse, rode by his sovereign with disturbed but beatific face, a very devil, as Denisov expressed it. Bravo, Pavlogradsui, exclaimed the emperor. Bozhe moi, how happy I should be if only he would bid me to dash instantly into the fire, thought Rostov. When the review was ended, the officers who had just come from Russia and those of Kutuzov's division began to gather in groups and talk about the rewards of the campaign, about the Austrians and their uniforms, about their line of battle, about Bonaparte, and what a desperate position he had got himself into now, especially if Essen's corps should join them, and Prussia should take to their side. But more than all else in each of these circles, the conversation ran on the sovereign Alexander, and every word that he had spoken was repeated, and everything that he had done was praised, and all were enthusiastic over him. All had but one single expectation, under the personal direction of the sovereign, to go with all speed against the enemy. Under the command of the emperor himself, it would be an impossibility not to win the victory over anyone in the world, so thought Rostov and the majority of the officers. After this review, all were more assured of victory than they could have been after the gaining of 2 battles. End of chapter 8. Part 3, Chapter 9 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the day following the review, Boris, dressed in his best uniform, and accompanied by the wishes of his comrade, Berg, for his success, rode off to Olmutz to find Bolkonsky, anxious to take advantage of his goodwill and secure a most brilliant position, especially the position of adjutant to some important personage, as this seemed to him the most attractive branch of the service. It's fine for Rostov, whose father sends him 10,000 at a time, to argue that he would not accept favors of anyone, or be anyone's lackey, but I, who have nothing except my brains, must pursue my career and not miss opportunities, but take advantage of them. He did not find Prince Andrei in Olmutz that day, but the site of the town where the imperial headquarters were situated, where the diplomatic corps were established, and both emperors were quartered with their suites and courtiers and intimates, only expired the more desire in the young man's heart to belong to this exalted world. He had no acquaintances, and, notwithstanding his elegant uniform of the Guards, all these superior people crowding the streets in handsome equipages, plumes, ribbons, and orders, these courtiers and warriors seemed to stand so immeasurably above him that not only would they not, but they could not recognize the existence of such an insignificant officer of the Guards as he was. At the establishment of the commander-in-chief, Kutuzov, where he inquired for Bolkonsky, all the adjutants and even the servants looked at him as though it were their wish to inspire him with the idea that there was a great abundance of officers like him there, and that all were very much annoyed by their presence. In spite of this, or rather in direct consequence of this, on the very next day, the 27th, immediately after dinner, he went to Olmutz again, and going to the house occupied by Kutuzov, inquired for Bolkonsky. Prince Andrei was at home, and Boris was ushered into a great drawing-room where probably in times gone by balls had been given, but which was now occupied by 5 beds and a heterogeneous medley of furniture, tables, chairs, and a harpsichord. One adjutant, in a Persian smoking jacket, was sitting at a table near the door and writing. Another, the stout and handsome Nesvitsky, lay on his bed with his hands supporting his head, and laughing and talking with an officer who was sitting near him. A third was at the harpsichord playing a Viennese waltz. A fourth leaned on the harpsichord and was humming the air. Bolkonsky was not in the room. Not one of these gentlemen, though they glanced at Boris, paid him the slightest attention. The one who was writing, and whom Boris ventured to address, turned round with an air of annoyance, and told him that Bolkonsky was on duty, and that he would find him by passing through the door on the left, and going to the reception room if he wanted to see him. Boris thanked him and went to the reception room. He found there 10 or a dozen generals and their officers. At the moment that Boris came in, Prince Andrei, with a contemptuous frown on his face and that peculiar look of well-bred weariness which says louder than words that, if it were not my duty, I should not think of wasting any more time talking with you, was listening to an old Russian general with orders on his breast, who was standing upright, almost on his tiptoes, and, with the servile expression characteristic of the military on his purple face, was laying his case before Prince Andrei. "Very good. Be kind enough to have patience," he was saying to the general in Russian, but with that French accent which he affected when he wished to speak rather scornfully. Then, catching sight of Boris, and making no further reply to the general, who hastened after him with his petition, begging him to let him say just one thing more, Prince Andrei, with a radiant smile and waving his hand to him, went to meet Boris. Boris at this instant clearly understood what he had suspected before, that in the army there was, above and beyond the fact of subordination and discipline as laid down in the code, and which they in the regiments knew by heart, and which he knew as well as anyone else, there was another still more essential form of subordination, one which compelled this anxious general with the purple face to bide his time respectfully, while Captain Prince Andrei, for his own satisfaction, found it more interesting to talk with Ensign Drubetskoi. More than ever Boris decided henceforth not to act in accordance with the written law, but with this unwritten code. He now felt that merely through the fact of having been sent to Prince Andrei with a letter of recommendation, he was allowed to take precedence of this old general, who in other circumstances, at the front, for instance, might utterly humiliate him, a mere ensign of the Guards. Prince Andrei came to meet him and gave him his hand. "Very sorry that you missed me yesterday. I spent the whole day with the Germans. Went with Weirother to inspect the disposition of the troops. What fellows these Germans are for accuracy! There's no end to it." Boris smiled exactly as though he understood to what Prince Andrei referred. He affected to see in it a piece of generally known information, but really this was the first time that he had heard Weirother's name, and even the word dispositia. "Well, now, my dear, so you would still like to become an adjutant, would you? I was just thinking about you." "Yes," replied Boris, in spite of himself, reddening at the very thought. "I was thinking of calling upon the commander-in-chief. He has had a letter in regard to me from Prince Kuragin. I wanted to ask it," he added, as though by way of apology, "because I was afraid the Guards would not take part in any action." "Very good, very good. We will talk it all over," said Prince Andrei. "Only let me finish up this gentleman's business, and I will be at your service." While Prince Andrei went to report on the business of the purple-faced general, this general, evidently not sharing Boris's comprehension in regard to advantages of the unwritten code, glared so fiercely at the audacious young ensign who had interrupted his conversation with the adjutant, that Boris grew uncomfortable. He turned away and waited impatiently for Prince Andrei's return from the commander-in-chief's private room. "Well, my dear fellow, as I said, I was just thinking of you," said Prince Andrei, as they went into the big room where the harpsichord was. "There is no use in your going to call on the commander-in-chief," he went on to say. "He will make you pleasant enough speeches. He will have you invited to dinner. That would not be so bad according to this other code," thought Boris in his own mind. But nothing more would come of it. If it did, there would soon be a whole battalion of us adjutants and orderlies. But I tell you what we'll do. I have a good friend who is general adjutant, and a splendid man, Prince Dolgorukoff, and perhaps you may not know this, but it is a fact, that just now Kutuzov and his staff and all of us are of mighty little consequence. Everything at the present time is centered on the emperor, so let us go to Dolgorukoff. I have an errand to him anyway, and I have already spoken to him of you, so we will see whether he can't find the means of giving you a place on his own staff, or somewhere even nearer to the sun." Prince Andrei always showed great energy when he had the chance to lend a young man a hand and help him to worldly success. Under the cover of the assistance granted another, and which he would have been too proud to accept for himself, he came within the charmed circle which was the source of success, and in reality a powerful attraction for him. He very readily took Boris under his wing and went with him to Prince Dolgorukoff. It was already quite late in the afternoon when they reached the palace of Olmutz, occupied by the emperors and their immediate followers. On this very day there had been a council of war in which all the members of the Hofkriegsrath and the two emperors had taken part. In the council it had been decided, contrary to the advice of the old generals, Kutuzov and Schwarzenberg, to act immediately on the offensive and offer Bonaparte general battle. The council had only just adjourned when Prince Andrei, accompanied by Boris, entered the palace in search of Prince Dolgorukoff. Already the magic impression of this war council, which had resulted in victory for the younger party, could be seen in the faces of all whom they met at headquarters. The voices of the temporizers who advised further postponement of the attack had been so unanimously drowned out, and their arguments confuted by such indubitable proofs of the advantage of immediate attack, that the subject of their deliberations, that is, the impending engagement and the victory which would doubtless result from it, seemed to be a thing of the past rather than of the future. All advantages were on our side. The enormous forces of the Allies, doubtless far outnumbering Napoleon's forces, were concentrated at one point. The armies were inspired by the presence of the emperors and eager for action. The strategical point where the battle was to be fought was known in its minutest details to the Austrian General Weirother, who would take direction of the army. It happened also by a fortunate coincidence that the Austrian army had maneuvered the previous year on the very plains where it now was proposed that they should meet the French in battle. All the features of the ground were well known and accurately delineated on the maps, and Bonaparte, evidently weakened, was making no preparations to meet them. Dolgorukof, one of the most fiery partisans in favor of immediate attack, had only just returned from the council, weary and jaded, but full of excitement and proud of the victory won. Prince Andrei introduced the young officer whom he had taken under his protection, but Prince Dolgorukof, though he politely and even warmly pressed his hand, said nothing to him, and being evidently unable to refrain from expressing the thoughts that occupied him at this time, to the exclusion of everything else, he turned to Prince Andrei and said in French, "Well, my dear fellow, what a struggle we've been having! May God only grant that the one which will result from it will be no less victorious. One thing, my dear fellow," said he, speaking eagerly and brusquely, "I must confess my injustice to these Austrians, and especially Weirother. What exactness and care for details, what accurate knowledge of the localities, what foresight for contingencies, what thoughts for all the minutest details. No, my friend, nothing more advantageous than the condition in which we find ourselves could possibly be imagined. Austrian accuracy and Russian valor combined. What more could you desire?" "So an engagement has actually been determined upon?" asked Bolkonsky. "And do you know, my dear, it seems to me that really Bonaparte has lost his Latin. Do you know a letter was received from him today addressed to the emperor?" Dolgorukof smiled significantly. "What's that? What did he write?" asked Bolkonsky. "What could he write? Tra-di-ri-di-ra, and so forth, merely for the sake of gaining time. That's all. I tell you, he's right in our hands, that's certain. But the most amusing thing of all," said he, with a good-natured smile, "was this, that no one could think how it was best to address the reply to him. Not as counsel, and still less as emperor, of course. I suppose it would be to General Bonaparte." "But there is considerable difference between not recognizing him as emperor and addressing him as General Bonaparte," said Bolkonsky. "That's the very point," said Dolgorukof, interrupting him with a laugh and speaking rapidly. "You know Bilibin. He's a very clever man. He proposed to address him as usurper and enemy of the human race." Dolgorukof broke into a hearty peal of laughter. "Was that all?" remarked Bolkonsky. "But in the end it was Bilibin who invented a serious title for the address. He's a shrewd and clever man." "What was it?" "Head of the French government. Au chef du gouvernement français," replied Prince Dolgorukof gravely, and with satisfaction. "Say, now, wasn't that good?" "Very good, but it won't please him much," replied Bolkonsky. "Oh, not at all. My brother knows him. He's dined with him more than once, with the present emperor at Paris, and told me that he never saw a more refined and cunning diplomat. French finesse combined with Italian astuteness, you know. You've heard the anecdotes about him and Count Markof, haven't you? Count Markof was the only man who could meet him on his own ground. You know the story of the handkerchief? It's charming." And the loquacious Dolgorukof, turning now to Boris, now to Prince Andrei, told how Bonaparte, wishing to test Markof, our ambassador, purposely dropped his handkerchief in front of him and stood looking at him, apparently expecting Markof to hand it to him, and how Markof instantly dropped his handkerchief beside Bonaparte's, and stooping down picked it up, leaving Bonaparte's where it lay. "Charmant!" exclaimed Bolkonsky. "But Prince, I have come as a petitioner in behalf of this young man here. Do you know whether—" But before Prince Andrei had time to finish, an adjutant came into the room with a summons for Prince Dolgorukof to go to the emperor. "Ah, what a nuisance!" exclaimed Dolgorukof, hurriedly rising and pressing Prince Andrei and Boris's hands. "You know, I should be very glad to do all in my power either for you or for this charming young man." Once more he pressed Boris's hand, with an expression of good-natured frankness and mercurial heedlessness. "But we'll see about it. See you another time." Boris was greatly excited by the thought of being so near to such exalted powers. He felt that here he was almost in contact with the springs which set in motion all these enormous masses of which he and his regiment appeared to be a small, humble, and insignificant part. They followed Prince Dolgorukof into the corridor. Just then, from out the door leading into the sovereign's apartment, through which Dolgorukof was going, came a short individual in civil attire. with an intellectual face and a strongly pronounced and prominent lower jaw, which without disfiguring him lent a special energy and mobility to his expression. This short man nodded to Dolgorukof as to a friend and came along straight toward Prince Andrei with a fixed cold stare, evidently expecting him to make a bow or to stand out of the way from him. Prince Andrei did neither. A wrathful expression came into his face, and the young man, turning about, went down the corridor in the other direction. "Who was that?" asked Boris. "That is one of the most remarkable and to me most detestable of men, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Prince Adam Czartorinsky. Those are the men," said Bolkonsky, with a sigh which he could not stifle, as they left the palace. "Those are the men who decide the fate of nations." On the next day the armies were set in motion, and Boris had no opportunities, until the battle of Austerlitz itself, to meet either Prince Bolkonsky or Dolgorukof, and remained for the time being in his regiment. End of chapter 9. Part 3, Chapter 10 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At dawn, on the 28th, Denisov's squadron, in which Nikolai Rostov served, and which belonged to Prince Bagration's division, marched out from its bivouac to battle, as it was said, and after proceeding about a verst, behind the other columns, was halted on the highway. Rostov saw the Cossacks riding forward past them, then the first and second squadron of hussars, and battalions of infantry and artillery, and then the generals, Bagration and Dolgorukof, and their adjutants also rode by. All the fear which, just as at the previous battle, he had experienced before the action, all the internal conflict, by means of which he had overcome this fear, all his dreams of how he would distinguish himself in hussar fashion in this action were wasted. Their squadron were stationed in the reserve, and Nikolai Rostov spent that day bored and anxious. About 9 o'clock in the morning he heard at the front the sounds of musketry firing, huzzas, and shouting. He saw some wounded men carried to the rear. There were not many of them, and at last he beheld a whole division of French cavalrymen, conducted by in charge of a sotnya of Cossacks. Evidently the action was at an end, and though it appeared to be of small magnitude, it was attended with success. The soldiers and the officers, as they returned, narrated the story of their brilliant victory, resulting in the occupation of the city of Wischau and the capture of a whole squadron of the French. The day was clear and sunny, after the nipping frost of the night before, and the joyful brilliancy of an autumn day seemed to harmonize with the news of the victory, which was confirmed not only by the narratives of those who had taken part in it, but still more by the enthusiastic faces of the soldiers, officers, generals, and adjutants passing this way and that before Rostov. Nikolai's heart was the heavier for having suffered to no purpose all the pangs of fear anticipatory of the battle, and then being obliged to spend this glorious day in inaction. "Vostov, come here. Let us drown our sorrow in drink," cried Denisov, seated on the edge of the road, with a flask and lunch spread before him. The officers gathered in a circle around Denisov's bottle case, eating their lunch and chatting. "Here they come, bringing another," exclaimed one of the officers, pointing to a French dragoon who had been made prisoner, and was walking along under guard of 2 Cossacks. One of them was leading by the bridle a large, handsome French horse that had been taken from the prisoner. "Sell us the horse," cried Denisov to the Cossack. "Certainly, your nobility." The officers sprang up and crowded around the Cossacks and the prisoner. The French dragoon was a young Alsatian speaking French with a German accent. He was quite out of breath with emotion. His face was crimson. Hearing the officers talking French, he began to speak with them eagerly, turning to one and another of them. He told them that he ought not to have been taken, and that it was not his fault he was taken, but the fault of le caporal, who had sent him to get some caparisons, and that he told him the Russians were already there. And at the end of every sentence he added, "Mais qu'on ne fasse pas de mal à mon petit cheval." Don't let them harm my little horse, at the same time petting his coat. It was evident that he didn't understand very well what had happened to him. Now he apologized for having been captured, then, as though he imagined himself in the presence of his own superiors, he vaunted his strict attention to the duties of a soldier and his zeal in the service. He brought with him to our rear guard in all its freshness the very atmosphere of the French army, which was so foreign to our men. The Cossacks sold the horse for 2 ducats, and Rostov, who was now just possessed of money in plenty, and was the richest of the officers, bought it. Mais qu'on ne fasse pas de mal à mon petit cheval, said the Alsatian good-naturedly to Rostov, when the horse was handed over to the hussar. Rostov, with a smile, reassured the dragoon and gave him some money. Aliou, Aliou, said the Cossack, attempting to speak in French and touching the prisoner's arm to make him move on. Gozuda, Gozuda, the emperor, was suddenly heard among the hussars. All was hurry and confusion as the officers scattered, and Rostov distinguished down the road a number of horsemen with white plumes in their hats riding toward them. In a moment's time all were in their places and waiting. Rostov did not remember and had no consciousness of how he got to his place and mounted his horse. Instantly his disappointment at not being present at the skirmish, the mutinous frame of mind that he had felt during the hours of inaction, passed away. Every thought about himself instantly vanished. He was perfectly absorbed in the sense of happiness arising from the proximity of his sovereign. He felt himself compensated by the mere fact of his presence for all the loss of the day. He was as happy as a lover in expectation of the wished-for meeting. Not daring to look down the line, and not glancing around, he felt his approach by his enthusiastic sense. And he felt this was not alone by the mere trampling of the horses' hoofs as the cavalcade rode along, but he felt it because in proportion as they drew near, all around him grew brighter, more radiant with joy, more impressive and festive. Nearer and nearer came what was the sun for Rostov, scattering around him rays of blissful and majestic light, and now at last he realized that he was enveloped by these rays. He heard his voice, that affable, serene, majestic, and at the same time utterly unaffected voice. A dead silence ensued, just as Rostov felt ought to be the case, and this silence was broken by the sound of his sovereign's voice. Les hussards de Pavlograd? He asked. La Reserva, sire, replied some other voice, a mere human voice, after the superhuman voice which had asked if they were the Pavlograd hussars. The emperor came up near where Rostov was and reined in his horse. Alexander's face was still more beautiful than it had been 3 days before at the time of the parade. It fairly beamed with delight and youthful spirits, such innocently youthful spirits that it reminded one of the sportiveness of a 14-year-old lad, and yet, nevertheless, it was the face of a majestic emperor. Chancing to glance down the squadron, the sovereign's eyes met Rostov's, and for upwards of 2 seconds gazed into them. Maybe the sovereign read what was passing in Rostov's soul. It certainly seemed to Rostov that he must know it. At all events, he fixed his blue eyes for the space of 2 seconds on Rostov's face. A sweet and gentle light seemed to emanate from them. Then suddenly his eyebrows contracted, and with a brusque movement of his left foot, he spurred his horse and galloped forward. The young emperor could not restrain his desire to be present at the battle, and in spite of all objections of his courtiers, he managed about 12 o'clock to leave the third column, under whose escort he had been moving, and spurred off to the front. But before he reached the hussars he was met by adjutants with the report of the happy issue of the skirmish. The engagement, which was merely the capture of a squadron of French, was represented as a brilliant victory, and consequently the sovereign, and the whole army, after this, and especially before the smoke had cleared away from the field of battle, were firmly convinced that the French were conquered and were in full retreat. A few minutes after the passing of the sovereign, the division of the Pavlograd hussars were ordered to advance. In the little German town of Wischau, Rostov saw the emperor yet a second time. In the town square, where, just before the sovereign's arrival, there had been a pretty lively interchange of shots, still lay a number of men, killed and wounded, whom it had not been possible as yet to remove. The sovereign, surrounded by his suite of military and civil attendants, and riding a chestnut mare, groomed in English style, though not the same one which he had ridden at the parade, leaning over and gracefully holding a gold lorgnette to his eye, was looking at a soldier stretched out on the ground, without his shako, and with his head all covered with blood. The soldier was so filthy, rough, and disgusting that Rostov was quite affronted that he should be so near his majesty. Rostov saw how the sovereign's stooping shoulders contracted, as though a chill ran down his back, and how his left heel convulsively pressed the spur into the horse's side, and how the admirably trained animal looked around good-naturedly and did not stir from his place. An adjutant dismounted, and taking the soldier under the arm, assisted to lift him to a stretcher which had just been brought. The soldier groaned. "Gently, gently! Can't you lift him more gently?" exclaimed the sovereign, apparently suffering more keenly than the dying soldier, and rode away. Rostof saw the tears that filled his monarch's eyes, and heard him say in French to Czartoryski as he rode away, "What a terrible thing war is! What a terrible thing! Quelle terrible chose que la guerre!" The vanguard had been stationed in front of Wischau, in sight of the enemy's pickets, who had left us the place after desultory firing that had lasted all day. The vanguard had been personally congratulated and thanked by the emperor, rewards had been promised, and a double portion of vodka had been dealt out to the men. The bivouac fires crackled even more merrily than the night before, and the soldiers' songs rang out with greater gusto. Denisof that night gave a supper in honor of his promotion as major, and Rostof, who had already taken his share of wine, at the end of the merrymaking proposed a toast to the sovereign's health. Not to the sovereign emperor, the Gozuda Imperator, as he is called in official circles, said he, but the health of the sovereign as a kind-hearted, lovable, and great man. Let us drink to his health and to our probable victory over the French. If we fought well before, he went on to say, and gave no quarter to the French at Schöngraben, will not this be the case now when he himself leads us? We will all die, gladly die for him. Isn't that so, gentlemen? Perhaps I do not express myself very well, for I have been drinking a good deal, but that's what I feel, and so do you all. To the health of Alexander I! Hurrah!" "Hurrah! Hurrah!" rang the hearty voices of the officers, and the old Captain Kirsten shouted just as heartily and no less sincerely than the 20-year-old Rostof. When the officers had drunken the toast and broken their glasses, Kirsten got a fresh one and filled it, and in his shirt sleeves and riding trousers, with the glass in his hand, went to the campfire of some of the soldiers, assuming a majestic pose, waving his hand over his head, stood with his long gray mustache and white chest visible under his unbuttoned shirt in the firelight. "Children, to the health of the sovereign emperor, to victory over our enemies, hurrah!" he cried in his youthful old hussar's baritone. The hussars crowded around, and answered in friendly wise with a tremendous shout. Late that night, when all had separated, Denisof laid his stubby hand on his favorite Rostof's shoulder. "In the field, no room for love affairs, when one's so much in love with the Tsar," said he. "Denisof, don't jest on this subject," cried Rostof. "This is such an exalted, such a noble feeling, that—" "I agree with you, my friend. I understand, I approve." "No, you can't understand it," and Rostof got up and began to wander among the watchfires, and dreamed of what bliss it would be to die. As to losing his life he did not dare think of that, but simply to die in the presence of his sovereign. He was really in love, not only with the Tsar, but also with the glory of the Russian arms, and the hope of impending victory. And he was not the only one who experienced this feeling on the memorable days that preceded the battle of Austerlitz. 9/10 of the men composing the Russian army were at that time in love, though perhaps less ecstatically, with their Tsar and the glory of the Russian arms. End of chapter 10. Part 3, Chapter 11 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the following day the sovereign remained in Wischau. His body physician Villiers was several times called to see him, and not only at headquarters, but in the various corps, the report was spread abroad that the emperor was ill. He had eaten nothing that day, and had slept badly the night before, so those who were in his councils reported. This indisposition proceeded from the powerful impression produced upon his sensitive soul by the sight of the wounded and the killed. At daybreak, on the 29th, a French officer with a flag of truce passed the sentinels and was brought into Wischau demanding a personal interview with the Russian emperor. This officer was Savary. The sovereign had just fallen asleep, and therefore Savary was obliged to wait. At noon he was admitted into the emperor's presence. and at the end of an hour came out and rode, accompanied by Prince Dolgorukoff, back to the pickets of the French army. It was soon reported that the purpose of Sèvres' mission was a proposal for a meeting of the Emperor with Napoleon. This personal meeting was refused, much to the gratification and delight of the whole army, and in the sovereign's place Prince Dolgorukoff, the conqueror of Wischau, was delegated to confer with Napoleon, if contrary to anticipation he should express a genuine desire for peace. In the evening Dolgorukoff returned, went directly to the sovereign and was closeted a long time with him alone. On the 30th of November and the 1st of December, the armies moved forward 2 more stages, and the advanced pickets of the army, after slight skirmishes, retired. Before noon of December 1st, there began in the upper circles of the army a vigorous stirring and exciting movement, which continued until the morning of the 2nd of December, when was fought the world-renowned battle of Austerlitz. Up till the afternoon of the 1st, the movement, the excited conversations, the galloping about and carrying of messages was confined to the headquarters of the 2 emperors. In the afternoon of the same day, the excitement was communicated to Kutuzov's headquarters and to the staffs and the division commanders. By evening, this movement had spread by means of the adjutants to all the remotest portions of the army, and during the night that followed the 1st of December, the enormous mass of 80,000 men, comprising the allied armies, arose from their bivouacs with a hum of voices, and stirred and wavered like a mighty fabric 10 versts in length. The concentrated movement, beginning in the morning at the headquarters of the emperors and finally giving its impulse to the whole, even to the remotest parts, was analogous to the first movement of the central wheel of a great tower clock. The one wheel moves slowly, it starts another, a third, and ever more and more swiftly the wheels, pulleys, pinions begin to revolve, the chimes of bells to play, the figures to go through their evolutions, the hands to move in measured time, showing the results of the motions. As in the mechanism of the clock, so in the mechanism of this military movement, no less irresistibly they move even to the last resultant, when once the impulse is given, and just as impassibly immovable, up to the moment when the movement is started, are the parts of the mechanisms as yet unstirred by their work. The wheels whiz on their axles, the cogs catch, the revolving sheaves hiss in their rapid motion, but the next wheel is as yet as calm and immovable as though it had before it a century to remain in immobility. And then its movement comes, the cog has caught, and becoming subject to the motion of the wheel begins to whir as it revolves and takes part in an activity, the results and aim of which are incomprehensible to it. Just as in the clock, the result of the complicated motions of numberless and different wheels and pulleys is merely to move the hands slowly and in measured rhythm so as to tell the time, so the results of all the complicated human motions of these 160,000 Russians and French, all the passions, desires, regrets, humiliations, sufferings, transports of pride, panic, enthusiasms of all of these men was merely the loss of the battle of Austerlitz, called the Battle of the 3 Emperors. In other words, the measured forward motion of the hand of universal history on the dial of humanity. Prince Andrei was on duty this day and constantly by the side of the commander-in-chief. About 6 o'clock in the evening, Kutuzov came to the headquarters of the emperors, and after a short audience with his sovereign, went to see Count Tolstoy, the Oberhofmarschall, master of supplies. Bolkonsky took advantage of this time to run into Dolgorukov's to find out about the impending engagement. Prince Andrei felt that Kutuzov was dissatisfied and out of sorts for some reason or another, and that he was out of favor at headquarters, and that all whom he had met at the emperor's headquarters behaved toward him like men who know more than others know, and it was for this reason that he was anxious for a talk with Dolgorukov. "Well, how are you, mon cher?" exclaimed Dolgorukov, who was drinking tea with Bilibin. "The celebration comes tomorrow. What's the matter with your old man? He seems out of sorts?" "I should not say that he was out of sorts, but I think that he would like to have been listened to." "Well, he was listened to at the council of war, and he will be when he is willing to talk business, But to be temporizing and waiting for something now that Bonaparte fears a general engagement more than anything else is impossible." "And so you've seen him, have you?" asked Prince Andrei. "Well, what sort of man is this Bonaparte? What impression did he produce upon you?" "Yes, I have seen him, and I am convinced that he is more afraid of a general engagement than of anything else in the world," replied Dolgorukoff, evidently laying great store by this general conclusion drawn from his interview with Napoleon. If he were not afraid of a general battle, why should he have demanded this interview and entered into negotiations, and above all retreated, when retreating is contrary to his entire method of carrying on war? Believe me, he is afraid of a general engagement. His hour is at hand, mark my words." "But tell me, about him, what kind of man is he?" asked Prince Andrei. "He is a man in a gray overcoat, very anxious for me to address him as 'Your Majesty,' and very much affronted because I gave him no title at all. That's the kind of a man he is, and that's all I can say," replied Dolgorukoff, looking at Bilibin with a smile. "In spite of my perfect confidence in old Kutuzof," he went on to say, "we should all be in a fine state if we kept on waiting for something to happen, and thereby giving him the chance to outflank us or play some trick upon us, now that he's right in our hands evidently. No, it's not a good thing to forget Suvarof and his rule. It's a better policy to attack than to be attacked. I assure you in war the energy of young men often points out the way more wisely than all the experience of old tacticians." "But in what position are we going to attack him? I was at the advance post today, and it is impossible to make out where his main force is stationed," said Prince Andrei. He was anxious to explain to Dolgorukoff a plan of attack of his own that he had devised. "Oh, it's of absolutely no consequence," replied Dolgorukoff, hastily getting up and spreading a map on the table. "All contingencies are foreseen. If he's posted at Brunn," and Prince Dolgorukoff rapidly and not very clearly unfolded Weirother's plan for a flank movement. Prince Andrei hastened to raise objections and to expound his own plan. Perhaps it was fully as good as Weirother's, but it had one serious fault, that Weirother's had been approved instead. As soon as Prince Andrei began to point out the disadvantages of Weirother's and the excellencies of his own plan, Prince Dolgorukoff ceased listening to him and looked absently not at the map, but at Prince Andrei's face. "Well, there is to be a council of war this evening at Kutuzov's. There you will have a chance to deliver your views," said Dolgorukoff. "I certainly shall," said Prince Andrei, pushing the map aside. "And what are you struggling over, gentlemen?" asked Bilibin, who until now had been listening to their discussion with a gay smile, and had at last made up his mind to get some sport out of it. "Whether we have a victory or a defeat tomorrow, the glory of the Russian arms is assured. Except our Kutuzov, there isn't a single Russian division commander. The heads are Herr General Wimpfen, le Comte de Lorraine, le Prince de Liechtenstein, le Prince de Hohenlohe et ein von Pretz, and all the rest of the alphabet, like all Polish names." "Hush, mauvaise langue," said Dolgorukoff. "It isn't so, for here are two others, Russians, Miloradovitch and Dokhtyrov, and we might count Count Arakcheyev as a third, but he has weak nerves." "Well, I think Mikhail Iliaronovitch must have come out," said Prince Andrei. "I wish you all happiness and success, gentlemen," he added, and after shaking hands with Dolgorukoff and Bilibin went in search of Kutuzov. On the way back to their quarters, Prince Andrei could not refrain from asking Kutuzov, who sat in moody silence beside him, what he thought of the approaching engagement. Kutuzov looked sternly at his adjutant, and after a moment of silence replied, "I think that the battle will be lost, and so I told Count Tolstoy, and begged him to repeat it to the sovereign. And what do you think was the answer he gave me? 'Ah, my dear general, rice and cutlets occupy me, you attend to the affairs of war.' Yes, that's the way they answer me." End of chapter 11. Part 3, Chapter 12 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At 10 o'clock that evening, Weirother came with his plans to Kutuzov's headquarters, where the council of war was to be convened. All the division commanders had been summoned to meet at the commander-in-chief's, and with the exception of Prince Bagration, who excused himself, all appeared at the appointed hour. Weirother, who was the chief promoter of the proposed engagement, presented by his eagerness and vehemence a sharp contrast to the dissatisfied and sleepy-looking Kutuzov, who in spite of himself was obliged to preside as chairman over the council of war. Weirother evidently felt that he was the head center of the movement which had already become irresistible. He was like a horse harnessed into a loaded team and going downhill. He knows not whether he is pulling it or whether it is forcing him onward, but he is borne down with all possible rapidity and has no time to deliberate on the outcomes of this downward motion. Weirother twice that afternoon had been out personally to inspect the enemy's pickets, and had twice called on the Russian and Austrian emperors with his reports and explanations, and had been to his own chancellery where he had dictated his dispositions in German. And now, all worn out, he came to Kutuzov's. He was evidently so full of his own ideas that he forgot to be civil to the commander-in-chief. He interrupted him, spoke rapidly and incoherently, not looking into the face of his colleague, not replying to the questions asked him, and he was spattered with mud and had a woebegone, haggard, distracted, but at the same time self-conceited and haughty appearance. Kutuzov occupied a small manor house near Austerlitz. In the large drawing-room, which had been converted into a cabinet for the commander-in-chief, were gathered all the members of the council of war, including Kutuzov himself and Weirother. They were drinking tea. They were only waiting for Bagration in order to open the council session. Shortly after 10 o'clock, Bagration's orderly rode over with the message that the prince was unable to be present. Prince Andrei came in to report this to the commander-in-chief, and improving the permission previously granted by Kutuzov to be present at the council, remained in the room. "Well, then, as Prince Bagration is not to be here, we may as well begin," exclaimed Weirother, hastily jumping up from his seat and going over to the table whereon was spread a large map of the environs of Brünn. Kutuzov, with his uniform unbuttoned, apparently to give greater freedom to his stout neck, clasped by his collar, was sitting in a Voltaire chair, with his plump, aged-looking hands symmetrically placed on the arms, and was almost asleep. At the sound of Weirother's voice, he with difficulty opened his one eye. Yes, please, else it will be late," said he, nodding his head, he let it sink, and again closed his eye. If, at first, the members of the council supposed that Kutuzov was only pretending to sleep, this time the sounds that proceeded from his nose during the course of the subsequent reading were sufficient proof that what occupied the commander-in-chief was vastly more serious to him than his desire to express scorn for the plan of battle, or anything else. What concerned him at that moment was the invincible requirement of human nature, sleep. He was actually napping. Weirother, with the action of a man too much occupied to waste a moment of time, glanced at Kutuzov, as though he perceived that he was asleep, took his paper, and in a loud, monotonous tone began to read his plan for the disposition of forces for the impending engagement, under the heading, which he also read, "Distribution of the forces for the attack on the enemy's position behind Kobelnitz and Sokolnitz, November 30th, 1805. The disposition was very complicated and difficult to comprehend. In the original German it was to the following effect: Since the enemy rests his left wing on the wooded mountains and his right wing stretches along by Nobelnitz and Sokolnitz, behind the ponds that are there, while we, on the other hand, far outnumber his right wing with our left, it is, therefore, to our advantage to attack the enemy's right wing, especially if we are in possession of the villages of Sokolnitz and Kobelnitz, because we should immediately fall upon the enemy's flanks and be able to drive him across the plain between Schlapanitz and the Thueris forest, and avoid the defiles of Schlapanitz and Belowitz, which protect the enemy's front. To this end it is necessary, the first columns must march, the second column must march, the third column must march, and so on." Thus read Weirother. The generals found it hard to listen to the tedious details of the scheme. The tall, fair-haired General Buxhovden stood leaning up against a wall and resting his eyes upon the lighted candles, seemed neither to listen nor to wish it to be supposed that he was listening. Directly opposite Weirother sat Miloradovitch, with his brilliant, wide-open eyes, ruddy face, and elevated mustache and shoulders. In soldierly attitude, resting his hands on his knees, with the elbows turned out, he preserved a stubborn silence, gazing directly into Weirother's face, and taking his eyes from him only when the Austrian commander paused. Then Miloradovitch looked significantly at the other generals. But it was utterly impossible to tell by this significant look whether he agreed or disagreed, whether he were satisfied or dissatisfied with the proposed plan. Nearest of all to Weirother sat Count de Langeron, and with a shrewd smile which did not once during the reading vanish from his southern French countenance, he gazed at his slender fingers, rapidly twirling by the corners his gold snuff-box adorned with a miniature portrait. In the midst of one of the longest sentences, he stopped this whirling of his snuff-box, raised his head, and, with a disagreeable show of politeness, carried to extremes, he interrupted him and started to make some remark. But the Austrian general, not pausing in his task, frowned angrily and made a gesture with his elbows, as much as to say, "Wait, wait, you shall tell me your ideas by and by. Now be good enough to look at the map and follow me." Langeron threw up his eyes with an expression of perplexity, glanced at Miloradovitch, as though seeking for an explanation, but meeting Miloradovitch's significant but enigmatical glance, he looked away gloomily and began once more to twirl his snuff-box. "Une leçon de géographie," he exclaimed, as if to himself, but loud enough to be heard by the others. Prscevsky, with respectful but dignified politeness, held one hand to the ear nearest Weirother, and had the appearance of a man whose attention is perfectly absorbed. Dokhturov, small in stature, sat opposite Weirother, with attentive and modest mien, and leaned over the map unrolled before him, and conscientiously followed the scheme as it was evolved, studying the places which he did not know. Several times he begged Weirother to repeat some word that he had failed to understand, or the names of villages that were hard for him to catch. Weirother complied with his request, and Dokhturov wrote them down in his notebook. When the reading, which had lasted upwards of an hour, was completed, Langeron, again laying down his snuff-box, and without looking at Weirother, or any one in particular, began to discourse on the difficulties in the way of carrying out such a plan of battle, even where the position of the enemy was known, and particularly when the position of the enemy could not be known, owing to their constant changing from one place to another. Langeron's objections were well taken, but it was evident that their animus came from a desire to show General Weirother, who had been reading his plan of attack in the most conceited manner, as though to a pack of schoolboys, that he was dealing not with dunces, but with men who were able to give even him lessons in the art of waging war. When Weirother's monotonous voice ceased, Kutuzof opened his eyes, like a miller who wakes the moment the soporific sounds of his mill wheels are interrupted. He listened to what Langeron said, and then, as much as to say, "Well, what nonsense you are all capable of uttering," hurriedly closed his eyes again, and let his head sink even lower on his breast. Langeron, evidently to wound Weirother as cruelly as possible in his self-love as an author and soldier, went on to show that Bonaparte might easily attack instead of waiting to be attacked, and, consequently, make all this elaborate plan of battle perfectly nugatory. Weirother replied to all these objections with a steady, scornful smile that was evidently prepared beforehand against everything that might be said to him. "If he had been able to attack us, he would have done so today," said he. "You think that he is weak, do you?" asked Langeron. "He is well off if he has 40,000 men," replied Weirother, with the same smile of a regular practitioner to whom a woman doctor wishes to suggest some remedy. "In that case, he is rushing on his own ruin by waiting for us to attack him," said Langeron with a slightly ironical smile, looking to Miloradovitch again for confirmation. But Miloradovitch was apparently thinking least of all of what the generals were contending about. "Ma foi," said he, "tomorrow we shall find out all about it on the battlefield." Weirother again indulged in that smile which said that to him it was absurd and strange to meet the objections of the Russian generals toward what not only he himself but the sovereign emperors had had faith in. "The enemy have quenched their fires, and a constant rumble has been heard in his camp," said he. What does that signify? Either he is retreating, which is the only thing that we have to fear, or he is changing his position." He smiled. "But even if he should take up his position in Thurasa, he is merely saving us great trouble, and all our arrangements, even to the minutest details, would remain the same." "How so?" asked Prince Andrei, who had been watching for some time for an opportunity to express his doubts. Kutuzof here woke up, coughed severely, and looked around on the generals. "Gentlemen, the arrangements for tomorrow, or rather for today, for it is already 1 o'clock, cannot be changed," said he. "You have heard them, and we will all perform our duty. But before the battle there is nothing more important," he paused a moment, "than to have a good night's rest." He made a motion to arise. The generals bowed and separated. It was already after midnight. Prince Andrei went to his quarters. The council of war, at which Prince Andrei was not given a chance to express his opinion as he had hoped, left a dubious and disturbing impression on his mind. He did not know who was right, Dolgorukof and Rothweiler, or Kutuzof and Langeron and the others who did not approve of the plan of attack. But is it possible that Kutuzof cannot communicate his ideas directly with the emperor? Can't this be done even now? Can it be that for mere court or private considerations thousands of lives must be imperiled? And mine? He asked himself. Yes, it is very possible, he thought, that I may be killed tomorrow. And suddenly at this thought of death, a whole series of most remote and most sincere recollections began to arise in his mind. He recalled his last parting with his father and his wife. He remembered the early days of his love toward her. He remembered the baby that she was to bear him, and he began to feel sorry for her and for himself. And so in a nervously tender and agitated frame of mind, he left the cottage where he lodged with Nesvitsky and began to walk up and down in front of the house. The night was cloudy, but the moonbeams mysteriously gleamed through the clouds. Yes, tomorrow, he thought. Tomorrow, perhaps all will be ended as far as I am concerned. All these recollections will have vanished. All these recollections will be for me as a mere nothing. Tomorrow, perhaps, indeed most probably, tomorrow, I am convinced of it, I shall have an opportunity for the first time at last of showing all that I can do. And he began to picture to himself the battle, the loss of it, the concentration of the fighting at one single point, and the confusion and bewilderment of all the leaders. And now comes the blessed moment, that Toulon, for which he had been waiting so long, offering itself to him. He resolutely and clearly tells his opinion to Kutuzof and Weirother and the emperors. All his plans are honored with their approval, but no one offers to carry them out, and so he selects a regiment, a division, imposes the condition that no one shall interfere in his arrangements, and he leads his division to the decisive point and alone wins the victory. But death and suffering, says another voice. Prince Andrei, however, paid no heed to this voice and continued to dream of his triumphs. The arrangements of the next battle are entrusted to him alone. He is still nothing but an officer of the day in Kutuzof's army, but still he does everything by his own unaided efforts. The next battle is gained by him alone. Kutuzof is removed. He is called to fill his place. Well, but what then? Whispered the other voices. What then? Supposing you are not wounded 10 times, killed, or overreached. Well, then, and what next? I am sure I do not know, replied Prince Andrei to himself. I know not what will come next. I cannot know, and I have no wish to know. But if I wish this, if I wish to gain glory, if I wish to be a famous man, if I wish to be loved by men, then I am not to blame because I desire it, because this is the only thing that I desire, the only thing for which I live. Yes, the only thing. I never will confess this to anyone. But, my God, what can I do if I love nothing except glory only and devotion to humanity? Death, wounds, loss of family, nothing is terrible to me, and yet dear to me, precious to me as many people are, father, sister, wife, the dearest of all, yet strange and unnatural as it may seem, I would instantly sacrifice them all for 1 minute of glory, of triumph, for the affection of men whom I do not know and never shall know, even for the love of those men there," he said to himself as he listened to the sounds of voices talking in Kutuzov's courtyard. In Kutuzov's courtyard, the Denschenks were busy packing up and talking. One voice, apparently that of the coachman, who was teasing Kutuzov's old cook, whom Prince Andrei knew, and whom they called Tit, kept saying, "Tit, I say, Tit." "There, now," replied the old man. "Tit, Tit, grind the wheat." "Tf, go to the devil," rang the voice, which was drowned by the shouts of laughter of the Denschenks and servants. "And yet I love and prize the victory over them all. I prize this mysterious strength and glory, which seems here to hover above my head in yonder clouds." End of chapter 12. Part 3, Chapter 13 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Rostov went that same night with his platoon to serve as outpost stationed in the front of Bagratión's division. His hussars were posted 2 and 2 along the line. He himself kept riding his horse the whole length of the line, struggling to overcome his irresistible inclination to drowsiness. Behind him he could see the enormous extent of space filled with the watchfires of our army, dimly gleaming through the fog. In front of him was the misty darkness. Though he strained his eyes to penetrate this misty distance, he could see nothing. Now it seemed to brighten up a little, then there seemed to be some black object, then he imagined that he saw a light which he thought must be the watchfires where the enemy were, and then again he told himself that his eyes had deceived him. He closed his eyes, and his imagination presented now his sovereign, now Denisov, now his recollections of Moscow, and again he would open his eyes and see right before his face the head and ears of his horse, and here and there the dark forms of hussars as he came within 6 paces of them, while everywhere was the same misty darkness veiling the distance. Why not? It might very possibly come to pass, thought Rostov. The emperor might meet me and give me an order, just as to any other officer, might say, "Ride off yonder and find out what is there." I have heard many stories about his finding just by mere chance an officer like me and taking him into his personal service. What if he should take me into his personal service? Oh, and how I should watch over him, how I should tell him the whole truth, how I should unmask his deceivers. And Rostov, in order to give greater color to the love and devotion which he felt for his sovereign, imagined that he had before him an enemy whom he was killing, or a German traitor whose ears he was roundly boxing, in presence of his sovereign. Suddenly a distant shout startled him. He awoke and opened his eyes. Where am I? Oh, yes, at the outposts. Countersign and password are Cart Pole and Olmütz. What a shame that our squadron is going to be held in reserve tomorrow, he said to himself. I will beg to take part. That is probably the only chance I shall have of seeing the emperor. It won't be long before I am relieved. I will ride up and down once more, and then I will go and ask the general. He straightened himself up in the saddle and turned his horse once more to inspect his hussars. It seemed to him that it had grown lighter. Toward his left he could see a slope, the gleam of a declivity, and, lying opposite to him, a dark knoll which seemed as steep as a wall. On the top of this knoll was a white spot. Rostov could not clearly make out whether it was a clearing in the woods, lighted by the moon, or a patch of snow, or white houses. It even seemed to him that there was something moving in that white spot. It must be snow, that spot. Spot, une tache, said Rostov, first in Russian, then in French. How absurd! It's no tache. Natasha, my sister, has black eyes. Tashka. How amazed she will be when I tell her I have seen the emperor. Natasha. My saber, Tasha. Take it. Farther to the right, your nobility. There are bushes there, said the voice of the hussar, by whom Rostov was passing, half asleep. Rostov raised his head, which had fallen over almost down to his horse's mane. He drew up near the hussar. The sleep of youth, of childhood, irresistibly overcame him. Oh, dear me, what was I thinking of? I must not forget. How shall I speak to the emperor? No, that's not it. That's for tomorrow. Oh, yes, that spot. Setash. They'll be attacking us. Us? Who? The hussars. But the hussars and a pair of mustaches. Along the Tverskaya the hussar was riding, and I was thinking about him. Right opposite Hurif's house. The old man Hurif. Splendid little Denisov. Ah, this is all nonsense. The main thing, the emperor is here now. How he looked at me and wanted to say something to me, but he did not venture. No, it was I who did not venture. This is all mixed up, but the main thing is that I must not forget that I had something important on my mind. So I had, Natasha. Latash. Yes, that's a good joke. And again his head sank forward on the horse's mane. Suddenly, it seemed to him that the enemy were firing at him. What? What's that? Speak. What is it? Cried Rostov, waking. At the instant Rostov opened his eyes, he heard in front of him, in the direction of the enemy, the prolonged shouts of thousands of voices. His horse, and the hussars stationed near him, picked up their ears at these sounds. On the spot from which the cries proceeded, one point of fire after another flashed and died, and along the whole line of the French army, stretching up the hills, gleamed those fires, while the shouts grew louder and louder. Rostov made out that it was French, but could not distinguish the words. There was too great a roar of voices. All it sounded like was a confused ah and What's that? What do you think it is? Asked Rostov, turning to his neighbor, the hussar. It's from the enemy, isn't it? The hussar made no reply. What? Don't you hear anything? Asked Rostov, after waiting for some time for the hussar to speak. How can anybody tell, your nobility? Replied the hussar in a non-committal way. Judging from the direction, it must be the enemy, mustn't it? Inquired Rostov. Maybe 'tis, and maybe 'tisn't, exclaimed the hussar. You see, it's night. There now, steady, he cried to his horse, who was growing restive. Rostov's horse also became excited and pawed the frozen ground as he listened to the shouting and glanced at the flashing fires. The shouts of the voices constantly increased in volume and mingled in a general roar, such as could have been produced only by an army of many thousand men. The fires stretched out more and more until at last they seemed to extend throughout the French camp. Rostov had now lost all inclination to sleep. The joyful, enthusiastic huzzas in the enemy's army had a most stimulating effect upon him. Vive l'empereur, l'empereur, were the words that Rostov could now clearly distinguish. Well, they can't be far away. It must be just beyond the brook, said he to the hussar by his side. The hussar only sighed, without vouchsafing any answer, and coughed sullenly. Along the line of the hussars was heard the sound of horsemen coming at full gallop, and out of the darkness of the night suddenly loomed up a shape apparently larger than a colossal elephant. It was a non-commissioned officer of hussars. The generals, your nobility, cried the subaltern, riding up to Rostov. Rostov, still looking in the direction of the shouting and the light, joined the subaltern and rode back to meet several horsemen who were riding along the line. One was on a white horse. It was Bagration, who, together with Prince Dolgorukoff and several aides, came down to see what they could make of the strange phenomenon of the fires and the shouting in the enemy's army. Rostov rode up to Bagration, reported, and took his place among the adjutants, who were listening to what the general might say. Believe me, said Prince Dolgorukoff, addressing Bagration, this is nothing but a ruse. He is retreating and has ordered the rear guard to light fires and make a noise so as to deceive us. It is not likely, said Bagration. Last evening I saw them on that knoll. If they were retreating, they would have abandoned it. Mr. Officer, turning to Rostov, Are his scouts still there?" "They were there last evening, but I can't tell now, your illustriousness. If you would like, I will take some of the hussars and find out," replied Rostof. Bagration hesitated, and making no answer, tried to peer into Rostof's face. "Well, all right, go and reconnoitre," said he, after a short pause. "I will do so." Rostov applied spurs to his horse, called subaltern Fenchenko and 2 other hussars, ordered them to follow him, and galloped off down the slope in the direction of the prolonged shouts. Rostov felt both sad and glad to be riding thus alone with 3 hussars yonder into that mysterious and terrible misty distance where no one had preceded him. Bagration called to him from the crest not to go further than the brook, but Rostov pretended not to hear what he said, and without pausing they rode farther and farther, constantly finding themselves subject to illusions, mistaking bushes for trees, gullies for men, and constantly rectifying his impressions. After they had reached the bottom at a rapid trot, they no longer saw any fires, either on our side or on the enemy's, but the shouts of the French began to sound louder and clearer. In the ravine, he saw before him what looked to be a river, but when he approached it, he recognized that it was a highway over which he had once ridden. When he reached the highway he reined in his horse with some uncertainty. Should he ride along the road, or cross it, or strike into the dark field on the other side? To ride along the road which shone through the fog was less perilous, because he could distinguish men at a greater distance. "Follow me," he cried, crossing the road, and he began to gallop up the hill toward that place where a French picket had been stationed the afternoon before. "Your nobility, there he is!" exclaimed one of the hussars, and before Rostov had a chance to look at what was beginning to loom up black in the fog, there came a flash of fire, the report rang out, and the bullet, as though regretting something, buzzed high over their heads through the fog and sped out of hearing. There was no second report, the powder merely flashed in the priming pan. Rostov turned his horse about and rode back at a gallop. Again from different points 4 musket shots rang out, and the bullets with various tones whistled by and buried themselves in the darkness. Rostov reined in his horse, which like himself felt a thrill of joy at the firing, and proceeded at a walk. "Well, there it is again! There it is again!" whispered some inspiriting voice in his heart, but there were no more shots. As soon as he neared Bagration, Rostov again urged his horse into a gallop, and held his hand to his visor as he approached. Dolgorukhof still clung to his opinion that the French were retreating, and had kindled the fires merely for the sake of deceiving us. "What does this signify?" he asked, as Rostov rode up to them. "They might retreat and still leave pickets." "It is evident they have not all gone, Prince," said Bagration. "Tomorrow morning, we shall know for a certainty." "There is a picket, your illustriousness, in just the same place as yesterday," reported Rostov, bending forward, still holding his hand at his visor, and unable to refrain from a smile of delight at his ride, and especially at the sound of the bullets. Very good," replied Bagration. "Thank you, Mr. Officer." "Your illustriousness," asked Rostov, "allow me to ask a favor." "What is it?" "Tomorrow our squadron is to be left in reserve. Allow me to be transferred to the first squadron." "What is your name?" "Count Rostov." "Ah, good. Stay with me as orderly." "Son of Ilya Andreyitch?" asked Dolgorukhof, but Rostov made him no answer. "So I may expect it, your illustriousness?" "I will see to it." "Tomorrow, very likely, I may be sent with some message to the sovereign," said Rostov to himself. "Glory to God!" The shouts and cries in the enemy's army arose from the circumstance that at the time Napoleon's general order was being read throughout the army, the emperor himself came on horseback to inspect the bivouacs. The soldiers, seeing the emperor, lighted trusses of straw and followed him with cries of "Vive l'Empereur!" Napoleon's order was as follows: "Soldiers, the Russian army has come against us in order to avenge the Austrian army of Ulm. These are the same battalions which we defeated at Hollabrunn, and which, since that time, we have been constantly following up. The position which we occupy is paramount, and as soon as they attempt to outflank my right they will expose their own flank. Soldiers, I myself will direct your battalions. I will keep out of range of the firing if you, with your usual gallantry, carry confusion and consternation into the ranks of the enemy. But if the combat becomes for one instant doubtful, you will see your emperor exposing himself at the front to the blows of the enemy, since there can be no hesitation in the victory, especially today, when the honor of the French infantry, in whose hand lies the honor of the nation, is at stake. Do not break the ranks under the pretext of carrying away the wounded. Let each man be animated by the thought that we must conquer these mercenaries of England, filled with such hatred against our nation. This victory will bring the campaign to an end, and we can retire to winter quarters where we shall be joined by the fresh troops which are mobilizing in France. And then the peace which I shall conclude will be memorable for my people, for you, and for me. Napoleon. End of chapter 13. Part 3, Chapter 14 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At 5 o'clock in the morning, it was still perfectly dark. The troops of the center, of the reserves, and the right wing under Bagration were as yet motionless. But on the left wing the columns of infantry, cavalry, and artillery, ordered to be the first to descend from the heights and attack the enemy's right flank, and drive him back into the mountains of Bohemia, according to the disposition, were already stirring and beginning to rise from their couches. The smoke from the fires, into which they were throwing everything superfluous, made their eyes smart. It was cold and dark. The officers were hastily drinking their tea and breakfasting. The soldiers were munching their biscuits, kicking the round shot to warm their feet, and crowding about in front of the fires, throwing in the remains of their huts, chairs, tables, wheels, buckets, and everything that could not be taken with them. The Austrian guides came between the Russian lines and gave the signal for the start. As soon as the Austrian officer made his appearance near the quarters of a regimental commander, the regiment began to stir. The soldiers hastened from the fires, thrust their pipes into their bootlegs, their bags into the baggage wagons, put their guns in order, and fell into line. The officers buttoned themselves up, put on their swords and pouches, and inspected the lines, now and then venting their displeasure. The adjutants, battalion commanders, and colonels mounted their horses, crossed themselves, and issued their last instructions, orders, and commissions to the train hands left in charge of the baggage. Then was heard the monotonous tramping of thousands of feet. The columns were set in motion, but they knew not whither they were going, and owing to the throngs that surrounded them, and the smoke and the thickening fog, they could not see either the place that they were leaving or that to which they were sent. The soldier in a military movement is as much surrounded, limited, and fettered by his regiment, as a sailor is by the ship in which he sails. However far he goes, into whatever strange unknown and terrible distances he is sent, around him are always and everywhere the same comrades, the same ranks, the same sergeant, Ivan Mitrich, the same company's dog, Zotka, the same officers. Just as for the sailor, there are the same decks, the same masts, and the same cables. The sailor rarely cares to know what distances over which his ship has sailed. But on the day of a military movement, God knows how, or whence, or in what world of mystery, the soldiers hear a stern note, which is the same for all, and which signifies the nearness of something decisive and solemn, and invites them to dream of what they are not usually wont to think about. The soldiers on the day of a military movement are excited, and strive to get beyond the petty interests of their own regiment. They are all ears and eyes, and greedily ask questions about what is going to take place before them. The fog was so dense that, though it had grown lighter, it was impossible to see 10 paces ahead. Bushes seemed like huge trees. Level places gave the impression of being precipices and slopes. Anywhere, at any moment, they might fall upon the enemy, who would be utterly invisible within 10 paces. But the columns marched for a long time in the same fog, up hill and down dale, skirting gardens and orchards, along by places where none of them had ever been before, and still they found no enemy. On the other hand, in front of them, behind them, on all sides of them, the soldiers were made conscious that our Russian columns were all marching in the same direction. Each soldier felt a thrill at the heart at the knowledge that many, many others of our men were going where he was going, that is, he knew not whither. "See there, the Kursk men have started," said various voices in the ranks. "Terrible lot of our troops collecting here, messmates. Last evening I looked around when the fires were lit, couldn't see the end of 'em. Like Moscow, in one word." Although not one of the division nachalniks came near the ranks or had anything to say to the soldiers, the division nachalniks, as we saw in the council of war, were out of sorts and dissatisfied with the work in hand, and, consequently, merely carried out the general orders and did nothing to inspirit the men. Still the soldiers marched on cheerfully, as is usually the case when they are going into action, and particularly to offensive action. But after they had been marching for about an hour, all the time in thick fog, they were ordered to halt, and an unpleasant consciousness of disorder and confusion in the operations spread through the ranks. It would be very difficult to explain how such a consciousness got abroad, but there was no doubt that it was transmitted and spread with extraordinary rapidity. The uncertainty became certainty, gaining with irresistible force as water rushes down a ravine. If the Russian army had been alone by itself, without allies, then possibly it would have taken much longer time for this consciousness of confusion to grow into a general certainty. But as it was, all took a natural satisfaction in attributing the cause of the disorder to the stupid Germans, and were convinced that the pernicious snarl was due to the sausage makers. "Why are we halting? What? Have we got blocked? We can't have come afoul of the French, can we? No, we should have heard from them. They'd have begun to fire at us. They hurried us off so, and now here we are, all in muddle in the middle of the field. That's the way with those cursed Germans. They muddle everything all up. What stupid devils! If I'd had anything to do with them, I'd have put them to the front, but instead, you may be sure of it, they press us from behind. And here we are without having anything to eat. Well, I wonder if we shall be planted here all day. The cavalry, they say, is what is blocking the road," exclaimed an officer. "Ech, those damned Germans don't know their own country," said another. "What division are you?" cried an adjutant, riding up to them. "The 18th. "Then why are you here? You should have been at the front long since. You won't get there now before the afternoon." "Here's a stupid piece of confusion. They themselves don't know what they're up to," said the officer, and he rode off. Then a general passed and angrily shouted some order in a language that wasn't Russian. "Ta la fa! What sort of stuff is he jabbering? Can't make out a thing he says," remarked a soldier, mimicking the general as he rode off. "I'd have had them all shot down, the scoundrels. We were ordered to be in position by 9 o'clock, and now we have not got halfway there. What stupid arrangements!" And this was heard on all sides, and the feeling of energetic ardor with which the army had started out began to be wasted in vexation and anger against the arrangements and the Germans. The cause of the confusion was this. After the Austrian cavalry on the left wing had set forward, those who had charge of it came to the conclusion that the Russian center was too widely separated from the right, and all the cavalry was commanded to cross over to the right side. Several thousands of cavalrymen rode across the front of the columns of infantry, and the infantry had to wait till they passed. At the front a dispute had arisen between the Austrian guide and a Russian general. The Russian general shouted angrily, demanding that the cavalry should stop. The Austrian insisted that he was not to blame, but his superior officers. Meantime the army was obliged to halt, and was growing impatient and losing spirit. After an hour's delay, the troops at last began to move forward once more, and found themselves descending into the valley. The fog which had been scattering on the heights was as thick as ever on the lower lands where they were now marching. In front of them in the fog one shot, and then a second was fired, incoherently and at different points. Trat-tat-tat! And then the firing became more regular and rapid, and the engagement fairly began over the brook called Holdbach. As the troops had no expectation of falling in with the enemy so far down in the valley as the brook, and then met them unexpectedly in the fog, as they had no words of encouragement from their commanding officers, and the idea was widespread among them that it was too late, And moreover, as they could not see anyone either in front of them or anywhere near them, owing to the density of the fog, they apathetically and lazily exchanged shots with the enemy, slowly moved forward, and then came to a halt again, failing to receive in time the word of command from their officers or the adjutants, who wandered at haphazard through the fog in places with which they were unacquainted and in search of their own divisions. That was the way that affairs occurred to the first, second, and third columns which had been ordered to march down into the valley. The fourth column which Kutuzof himself had under his own command was stationed on the heights of the Pratzer. In the lowlands, where the battle had already begun, the fog seemed thicker than ever, but on the heights it was clear. Still nothing could be seen of what was going on at the front. Until 9 o'clock no one could tell whether the enemy was in his full strength, as we supposed, 10 versts in advance, or was down there in the impenetrable fog. It was now 9 o'clock. The fog like a fathomless sea spread over the valley, but on the height in front of the village of Schlapanitz, on the height, where Napoleon stood surrounded by his marshals, it was perfectly bright. Over them was the bright blue heaven, and the mighty sun, like a gigantic hollow ball of fire, just rose above the milk-white sea of fog. The French troops and Napoleon himself with his staff were not on the farther side of the brooks, and the hollows of Sokolnitz and Schlapanitz, behind which we had expected to take up our positions and begin the engagement, but they had all come over to the hither side and were so near our troops that Napoleon with his naked eye could distinguish in our army a horseman from an infantry soldier. Napoleon mounted on his little gray Arab, and wearing the same blue cloak in which he had made the whole Italian campaign, stood a little in advance of his marshals. He silently gazed at the summits of the hills seeming to emerge from the fog, and watched the Russian troops moving along in the distance, and listened to the sounds of firing in the valley. Not a muscle of his face, it was still thin, moved. His glittering eyes were steadfastly fixed upon one spot. His anticipation seemed to be justified. The Russian troops had already in part defiled down into the ravine toward the ponds and lakes, and part of them were evacuating the heights of the Pratzer, which he considered the key of the situation and intended to attack. He could see amid the fog how down into the hollow formed by the two high hills near the village of Pratzen, the Russian columns with glittering bayonets were steadily moving in one direction toward the valley, and disappearing one after another into the sea of fog. By the reports which had been brought him the evening before, by the sound of wheels and footsteps that had been heard during the night along the vanguard, by the disorderly movements of the Russian columns, by all the indications, he clearly saw in fact that the Allied armies supposed him to be posted a long distance from them, that the columns moving near in the vicinity of Pratzen constituted the center of the Russian army, and that this center was weak enough to justify him in giving it attack. But still, he did not begin the battle. That was a solemn day for him, the anniversary of his coronation. Just before morning he had taken a nap for a few hours, and then waking, healthy, jovial, fresh, and in that happy frame of mind in which everything seems possible, success certain, he mounted his horse and rode out into the field. He stood motionless, gazing at the hills becoming visible through the fog, and into his cold face there came that peculiar shade of self-confident, well-deserved happiness, such as is sometimes seen on the face of a young lad who is happy and in love. His marshals were grouped behind him, and did not venture to distract his attention. He gazed now at the heights of the Pratzer, now at the sun swimming out of the fog. When the sun had risen clear above the fog, and his dazzling radiance gushed over the fields and the fog, as though this were the signal for which he was waiting to begin the affair, he drew off his glove from his handsome white hand, beckoned his marshals, and gave the order for the beginning of the battle. The marshals, accompanied by their aides, galloped off in different directions, and within a few moments the chief forces of the French army were in rapid motion toward those same heights of the Pratzer, which the Russian troops were abandoning more and more as they filed to the left and into the vale. End of chapter 14. Part 3, Chapter 15 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At 8 o'clock that morning Kutuzov had ridden up toward the Pratzer, at the head of the 4th Division, Milodradovich's, which was to take the place of the columns of Przeshevsky and de Langeron, which were now on their way down into the valley. He greeted the men of the foremost regiment, and gave the word of command, thereby signifying that he intended to lead that column in person. When he reached the village of Pratzen he halted. Prince Andrei, forming one of his large staff, stood just behind him. Prince Andrei felt stirred and excited, and at the same time self-confident and calm, as is apt to be the case with a man at the arrival of the moment which he has been anxiously awaiting. He was firmly convinced that this day was to be his Toulon, or his bridge of Arcola. How it would come about he had not the faintest idea, but he was firmly convinced that it would be. The lay of the land and the position of our forces were well known to him, so far as they could be known to any one in our army. His own strategical plan, which now seemed to be doomed never to be carried into effect, had been forgotten. Having made himself master of Weirother's scheme, Prince Andrei wondered what possibilities might rise before him, and began to make new combinations according to which his presence of mind and firmness of might be called into request. Toward the left, in the valley below, where the fog lay, could be heard the musket fires of the unseen opponents. There, so it seemed to Prince Andrei, the fighting would be hottest. There the obstacles would be met with, and there I shall be sent, he said to himself, with a brigade or division, and with the standard in my hand. I shall rush on and conquer everything before me. Prince Andrei could not look at the standards of the battalions passing before him without a thrill. As he looked at one, he kept saying to himself, maybe that is the very standard that I shall seize when I lead the army to the front. The nocturnal fog remained on the heights only in the form of hoarfrost, which was rapidly changing into dew. In the hollows, however, it still spread out like milk-white sea. Nothing could be discerned in that fog toward the left, where our troops were descending, and where the musketry firing was heard. Over the heights stretched the clear, bright sky, and at the right hung the monstrous ball of the sun. Far away toward the front, on the other shore of the sea of fog, the wooded hills could be seen rising. There the enemy must be stationed, and there some object could be distinguished. At the right, the guards, with echoing tramp, and rattling wheels, and occasionally the glint of bayonets, were passing down into the dominion of the fog. At the left, beyond the village, similar masses of cavalry were filing down and disappearing from view in the sea of fog. In front and behind, the infantry were debouching. The commander-in-chief stationed himself at the entrance of the village, and allowed the troops to file past him. Kutuzov that morning appeared fatigued and irritated. The infantry, filing by him, came to a halt without any orders, apparently because they had come in contact with some obstacle ahead of them. "Go and tell them to form into battalions and get outside the village," said Kutuzov to a general who came riding along. "How is it, you do not understand, your excellency, my dear sir, that it's impossible to open ranks so, along a village street, when we are moving against the enemy?" "I propose to form behind the village, your eminence," replied the general. Kutuzov gave him a saturnine smile. "You'd be in a fine condition deploying your front in presence of the enemy, very fine idea." "The enemy are still a long way off, your eminence. According to the plan." "The plan!" cried Kutuzov bitterly. "And who told you that? Be good enough to do as I bid you." "I obey." "Mon cher," whispered Nesvitsky to Prince Andrei, "the old man is surly as a dog." An Austrian officer in a white uniform, with a green plume in his hat, galloped up to Kutuzov and asked him in the name of the emperor whether the 4th column were taking part in the action. Kutuzov, without answering him, turned around, and his glance fell accidentally on Prince Andrei, who was stationed near him. When he noticed Bolkonsky, the vicious and acrimonious expression of his face softened, as though to acknowledge that he was not to blame for what was taking place. And still without answering the Austrian adjutant, he turned to Bolkonsky and said in French, "Go and see, my dear, if the 3rd Division has passed the village yet. Command them to halt and await my orders." As soon as Prince Andrei started, he called back, and ask if the skirmishers are posted, and what they are doing." "What they are doing," he repeated to himself, still paying no attention to the Austrian. Prince Andrei galloped off to execute this order. Outstripping the battalions, which were all the time pressing forward, he halted the third division, and convinced himself that no skirmishers had been thrown out in front of our columns. The general command in front of the foremost regiment was greatly amazed at the order from the commander in chief to throw out sharpshooters. The regimental commander was firmly assured in his own mind that other troops were in front of him and that the enemy could not be less than 10 versts distant. In reality, nothing could be discerned in front of them except waste ground which sloped down and was shrouded in fog. After giving him the commander-in-chief's orders to repair his negligence, Prince Andrei galloped back. Kutuzov was still in the same place, and with his fat body sitting in a dumpy position in the saddle, was yawning heavily, with his eyes closed. The troops had not yet moved, but stood with grounded arms. "Good, very good," said he to Prince Andrei, and turned to the general, who, holding his watch in his hand, said that it must be time to move, since all the columns had already gone down from the left wing. "Time enough, your excellency," said Kutuzof. "We shall have time enough," he repeated. At this time, behind Kutuzof were heard the sounds of the regiments in the distance, cheering, and these voices quickly ran along the whole extent of the line of the Russian columns under march. It was evident that the one whom they greeted was approaching rapidly. When the soldiers of the regiment at whose head Kutuzof was stationed began to cheer, he rode a little to one side and glanced around with a frown. Along the road from Pratzen came what appeared to be a squadron of gay-colored horsemen. Two of them at a round gallop rode side by side ahead of the others. One was in a black uniform with a white plume, on a chestnut horse groomed in the English style. The other in a white uniform on a coal-black steed. These were the two emperors with their suite. Kutuzof, with the affectation of the thorough soldier, found at his post, shouted "Smirno, eyes front," to the soldiers halting near him, and saluting rode toward the emperor. His whole figure and manner had suddenly undergone a change. He had assumed the mien of a subordinate, of a man ready to surrender his own will. With an affectation of deference which evidently was not pleasing to the Emperor Alexander, he came to meet him and saluted him. This impression crossed the young and happy face of the emperor, and disappeared like the mist wreaths in the clear sky. After his indisposition he was a trifle thinner that day than he had been on the fields of Olmütz, where Bolkonsky had for the first time seen him abroad. There was the same enchanting union of majesty and sweetness in his beautiful gray eyes, and on his thin lips the same possibility of varied feelings, and the same predominating expression of beneficent, innocent youth. At the review at Olmütz he had been more majestic. Here he was happier and more full of energy. His face was a trifle flushed after his gallop of 3 versts, and as he reined in his horse, he drew a long breath and glanced around into the faces of his suite, all young men like himself, and like himself all full of life. Czartoryski and Novosiltsof, and Prince Volkonsky, and Stroganov, and many others, all richly dressed, jovial young men on handsome, well-groomed, fresh-looking, and slightly sweating horses, chatting and laughing together, formed a group behind the sovereign. The Emperor Franz, a florid young man with a long face, sat bolt upright in his saddle on his handsome black stallion, and slowly glanced around him with an anxious expression. He beckoned to one of his white uniformed aides and asked him some question. Probably he asked at what hour they had come, thought Prince Andrei, gazing at his old acquaintance with a smile which he could not repress at the thought of his audience. The emperor's suite was composed of young orderlies, Austrian and Russian, selected from the regiments of the guards and of the line. Grooms had brought with them handsome reserve horses in embroidered caparisons for the emperors. Just as when a fresh breeze from the fields breathes through an open window into a stuffy chamber, so these brilliant young men brought with them to Kutuzov's dispirited staff the sense of youth and energy and confidence in victory. "Why don't you begin, Mikhail Larionovitch?" impatiently demanded the Emperor Alexander, turning to Kutuzov, at the same time looking curiously toward the Emperor Franz. "I was waiting, your majesty," replied Kutuzov, deferentially bowing low. The emperor leaned toward him, frowning slightly, and giving him to understand that he did not hear. "I was waiting, your majesty," repeated Kutuzof, and Prince Andrei noted that Kutuzof's upper lip curled unnaturally when he repeated the words, "I was waiting." "The columns have not all assembled, your majesty." The sovereign heard, but the answer evidently displeased him. He shrugged his drooping shoulders, glanced at Novosiltsof, who was standing near him, and his glance seemed to imply a certain compassion for Kutuzof. "We are not on the empress's field, Mikhail Larionovitch, where the review is not begun until all the regiments are present," said the emperor, again glancing at the Emperor Franz's eyes, as if to ask him if he would not take part so that he might listen to what he might say. But the Emperor Franz, who was still gazing about, did not heed him. "That's the very reason I do not begin, sire," said Kutuzof, in a ringing voice, seeming to anticipate the possibility that the emperor might not see fit to hear him, and again a peculiar look passed over his face. "That's the very reason I do not begin, sire, because we are not on parade and not on the empress's field," he repeated, clearly and distinctly. The faces of all those composing the emperor's suite expressed annoyance and reproach, as they hastily exchanged glances on hearing these words. "No matter if he is old, he ought not, he never ought to speak in that way," the faces seemed to say. "However, if you give the order, your majesty," said Kutuzof, raising his head and again assuming that former tone of a general ready to listen to orders and to obey. He turned his horse. Beckoning to Division Commander Miloradovitch, he gave him the order to attack. The troops were again set in motion, and 2 battalions of the Novgorodsky regiment and 1 battalion of the Isfahan regiment filed forward past the emperor. While this Afrezim battalion was passing, the florid Miloradovitch, without his cloak and with his uniform covered with orders, and his hat decorated with an immense plume and set on one side with the point forward, galloped forward and gallantly saluting, reined in his horse in front of the sovereign. "Es Bogom, God be with you, general," exclaimed the emperor. "We will do our best, sire," replied the other cheerily. Nevertheless, the gentleman of the suite could not refrain from smiling contemptuously at the execrable way in which he pronounced his French. Miloradovitch turned his horse sharply round and remained a short distance behind the emperor. The Isfahan boys, inspired by the presence of their sovereign, marched by the emperors and their suite with lively, gallant strides, keeping perfect time. "Children," cried Miloradovitch in a loud, self-confident and cheering voice, evidently roused by the sounds of the firing, the expectation of the battle, and the sight of the Isfahan boys, who had been his comrades in the campaign with Suvarof, and were now briskly marching past the emperors, and roused to such a pitch that he forgot that the sovereign was present. "Children, this is not the first village that you have had to take," he cried. "Do our best," cried the soldiers. The emperor's mare started at the unexpected shout. This mare, which the emperor had ridden before during other reviews in Russia, here on the battlefield of Austerlitz carried her rider, not noticing the captious thrusts of his left heel, pricking up her ears at the sound of the musketry firing, just as she did on the field of Mars, not realizing the significance of those re-echoing volleys, nor of the neighborhood of the Emperor Franz's black stallion, nor of what the man who was on that day sat upon her back said, thought, felt. The sovereign, with a smile, turned to one of his immediate suite, and pointing to the Isfahan lads, made some remark. End of chapter 15. Part 3, Chapter 16 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Kutuzof, accompanied by his aides, rode slowly after the carabiners. After riding half a verst, he caught up with the rear end of the column and halted at a single deserted house, it had apparently been a drinking house, near the junction of 2 roads. Both roads led down into the valley, and both were crowded with troops. The fog began to disperse, and already 2 versts away could be seen, though as yet indistinctly, the ranks of the enemy on the heights opposite. Down in the valley at the left, the firing was growing more violent. Kutuzof halted, discussing some point with the Austrian general. Prince Andrei, sitting on his horse a little distance behind, gazed at them, and then, wishing to obtain the use of a field glass, turned to one of the aides who had one. "Look! Look!" exclaimed this adjutant, turning his glass not at the distant host, but to a hill near by in front of them. "Look, there are the French." The two generals and the adjutants reached after the glass, one taking it from the other. All the faces suddenly changed, and an expression of dismay came into them. They expected to find the French 2 versts away, and there they were unexpectedly appearing right at hand. "Is that the enemy? It can't be. Yes, look, they." "Certainly it is. What does it mean?" exclaimed various voices. Prince Andrei with his naked eye could see a dense mass of the French moving up at the right to meet the Apsheron boys, not more than 500 paces from the very spot where Kutuzof was standing. "Here it is. The decisive moment is at hand. My chance has come," said Prince Andrei, and starting up his horse he approached Kutuzof. "The Apsheron men ought to be halted, your eminence," he cried. But at that very instant all became veiled in smoke. The rattle of musketry sounded near them, and a naively terrified voice only 2 steps from Prince Andrei called, "Well, brothers, it's all up with us." And this voice seemed to be a command. At this voice all started to run. Confused, but still constantly increasing throngs ran back by the very same place where 5 minutes before the troops had filed so proudly past the emperors. Not only was it hard to arrest these fugitives, but it was even impossible not to be borne back by the mob. Bolkonsky could only struggle not to let them pass him, and he gazed around finding it quite out of the question to understand what was taking place at the front. Nesvitsky, with angry face, flushed and quite unlike himself, cried to Kutuzof that if he did not instantly come away he would probably be taken prisoner. Kutuzof still stayed in the same place and without answering took out his handkerchief. A stream of blood was trickling from his face. Prince Andrei forced his way through to where he was. "You are wounded?" he asked, scarcely controlling the trembling of his lower jaw. "The wound is not here, but yonder," said Kutuzof, pressing his handkerchief to his wounded cheek, and pointing to the fugitives. "Halt them!" he cried, and at the same time, evidently convinced that it was an impossibility to bring them to a halt, he gave spurs to his horse and rode off to the right. New masses of fugitives came pouring along like a torrent, engulfed him, and bore him along with them. These troops were pouring back in such a dense throng that when one was once entangled in the midst of it, there was great difficulty in extricating oneself. Some shouted, "He's coming! Why don't you let him pass?" Others turned around and fired their muskets into the air. Others struck the horse on which Kutuzof rode. But by the exercise of supreme force, Kutuzof, accompanied by his staff, diminished by more than half, struggled through to the left and rode off in the direction of the cannonading heard not far away. Prince Andrei, also forcing his way through the throng of fugitives, and endeavoring not to become separated from Kutuzof, could make out through the reek of gunpowder smoke a Russian battery on the side of the hill still blazing away vigorously, while the French were just marching against it. A little higher up stood the Russian infantry, neither moving forward to the aid of the battery, nor back in the same direction with the fugitives. A general spurred down from this brigade of infantry and approached Kutuzof. Out of Kutuzof's staff only 4 men were left, and all were pale and silently exchanged glances. "Stop those poltroons!" cried Kutuzof, all out of breath, as the regimental commander came up to him and pointing to the fugitives. But at that very second, as though for punishment for those words, like a bevy of birds a number of bullets flew buzzing over the heads of the regiment and of Kutuzof's staff. The French were charging the battery, and when they caught sight of Kutuzof, they aimed at him. At this volley the regimental commander suddenly clapped his hand to his leg, a few soldiers fell, and an ensign standing with the flag dropped it from his hand. The flag reeled and fell, catching on the bayonets of the soldiers near him. The men began to load and fire without orders. "Ugh!" groaned Kutuzof, with an expression of despair, and glanced around. "Bolkonsky," he whispered, his weak old man's voice trembling with emotion. "Bolkonsky," he whispered, pointing to the demoralized battalion and at the enemy. "What does this mean?" But before he had uttered these words, Prince Andrei, conscious of the tears of shame and anger choking him, had already leaped from his horse and rushed toward the standard. "Children, follow me!" he cried in his youthful penetrating voice. Here it is, thought Prince Andrei as he seized the flagstaff. and he listened with rapture to the whiz of the bullets that were evidently directed straight at him. A number of the soldiers fell. "Hurrah!" cried Prince Andrei, instantly seizing the flag and rushing forward with unfailing confidence that the whole battalion would follow him. In fact, he ran on only a few steps alone. Then one soldier was stirred, and then another, and the whole battalion with huzzas dashed forward and overtook him. A non-commissioned officer of the battalion grasped the standard, which from its weight shook in Prince Andrei's hand, but he was instantly shot down. Prince Andrei again grasped the flag and, dragging it along by the staff, followed after the battalion. In front of him he saw our artillerymen, some fighting, others abandoning the guns and running toward him. He also saw the French infantry, who had seized the artillery horses and were reversing the field pieces. Prince Andrei and the battalion were now only 20 paces distant from the battery. He heard the incessant whizzing of the bullets over his head, and the soldiers constantly groaning and falling at his left and at his right. But he did not look at them. His eyes were fastened only on what was going on in front of him, where the battery was. He now saw distinctly a red-headed artilleryman with his shako knocked in and on one side, struggling with a French soldier for the possession of the ramrod. Prince Andrei distinguished clearly the distorted and angry faces of these two men, who evidently were not aware of what they were doing. "What are they up to?" queried Prince Andrei as he looked at them. "Why doesn't the Sandy artillerist run if he has no weapons, and why doesn't the Frenchman finish him? He wouldn't have time to get any distance, though, before the Frenchman would recollect his musket and put an end to him." In point of fact, another Frenchman, with pointed bayonet, ran up to the combatants, and the fate of the red-haired artillerist, who had no idea what was coming upon him, and had just triumphantly made himself master of the ramrod, must have been sealed. But Prince Andrei did not witness the end of the struggle. It seemed to him as though one of the approaching soldiers struck him in the head with the full weight of a cudgel. It was rather painful, but his chief sensation was that of displeasure because it distracted his attention and prevented him from seeing what he had been looking at. "What does this mean? Am I falling? Surely my legs are giving way," he said to himself, and he fell on his back. He opened his eyes, hoping to see how the struggle between the artillerymen and the Frenchman ended, and anxious to know whether or not the red-haired artillerist was killed or not, and the cannon saved or captured. But he could see nothing of it. Over him he could see nothing except the sky, the lofty sky, no longer clear, but still immeasurably lofty, and with light gray clouds slowly wandering over it. How still, calm, and solemn! How entirely different from when I was running, said Prince Andrei to himself. It was not so when we were all running and shouting and fighting. How entirely different it is from when the Frenchmen and the artillerymen, with vindictive and frightened faces, were struggling for possession of the ramrod. It wasn't so that the clouds then floated over the infinite depths of sky. How is it that I never before saw this lofty sky? And how glad I am that I have learned to know it at last. Yes, all is empty, all is deception, except these infinite heavens. Nothing, nothing at all, beside. And even that is nothing but silence and peace. And thank God. End of chapter 16. Part 3, Chapter 17 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. At 9 o'clock, the right wing, under Bagration, had not as yet begun to fight. Unwilling to acquiesce in Dolgorikov's urgency to begin the battle, and anxious to escape the responsibility, Prince Bagration proposed to the latter to send and make inquiries of the commander-in-chief. Bagration knew that as the distance separating the two wings was almost 10 versts, the messenger, if he were not killed, which was very probable, and even if he found the commander-in-chief, which would be extremely difficult, would not have time to return till late in the afternoon. Bagration glanced over his staff, with his great, expressionless, sleepy eyes, and was involuntarily attracted by Rostov's boyish face, full of excitement and hope. He chose him for the messenger. "And if I should meet his majesty first before I found the commander-in-chief, your illustriousness?" asked Rostov, touching his cap visor. "You can give the message to his majesty," said Dolgorukov, taking the words out of Bagration's mouth. After he was relieved at the outposts, Rostov had been able to catch a few hours' sleep before the morning, and felt happy, full of daring and resolution, and brimming over with elasticity of motion and confidence in his own good fortune. In such a state of mind, everything seems easy, bright, and possible. All his desires had been fulfilled that morning. A general engagement was to be fought. He was to take part in it. Moreover, he had been made orderly on the staff of one of the bravest generals. Nay, more, he was entrusted with a message to Kutuzof, and might have to deliver it to the sovereign himself. The morning was clear and bright. The horse that he rode was excellent. His heart was full of joy and courage. Having received his instructions, he struck in the spurs and galloped off along the line. At first he passed in front of Bagration's forces, which had not as yet engaged, and were ranged in motionless ranks. Then he rode into the space occupied by Uvarov's cavalry, and here he began to remark some excitement and indications of readiness for battle. After passing Uvarov's cavalry, he began to distinguish clearly the sounds of cannonading and musketry in front of him. The firing kept growing more violent. The morning air was fresh and clear, and it was no longer firing at irregular intervals, 2 or 3 shots at a time, and then 1 or 2 cannon shot. But along the declivities of the hills in front of Pratzen was heard the thunder of musketry, dominated by such frequent reports from the heavy guns that often a number of them could not be distinguished apart but mingled in one general rumble. It could be seen how over the mountainside the puffs of smoke from the muskets seemed to run along, chasing each other, and how the great clouds of smoke from the cannon rolled whirling up, spread and mingled in the air. By the glint of bayonets through the smoke, the masses of infantry could be seen moving along, and the narrow ribbons of artillery, with their green caissons. Rostof reined in his horse on a hilltop for a moment, in order to watch what was going on, but in spite of the closeness of his scrutiny, he could not make out or decipher himself from what he saw, what men were moving in the smoke, or what bodies of troops were hurrying this way and that, back and forth. But why? Who are they? Where are they going? It was impossible to tell. This spectacle did not arouse in him any melancholy or timid feelings. On the contrary, they filled him with a new energy and zeal. Well, then, give it to them again, said he, mentally replying to these sounds. And again he started on a gallop along the lines, making his way farther and farther within the domain of troops already now entering into the action. How this is going to turn out yonder I do not know, but it will be all right, thought Rostof. Having passed by some of the troops of the Austrian army, Rostof noticed that the portion of the line next, they were the guards, were already moving to the attack. So much the better, I can see it close at hand, he said to himself. He was now riding along almost at the very front. A number of horsemen were galloping in his direction. These were our Lieb Uhlans, who, with broken and disorderly ranks, were returning from the charge. Rostof passed them and could not help noticing that one of them was covered with blood, but he galloped on. That's of no consequence to me, he said to himself. He had ridden only a few hundred paces further when he perceived at his left, coming down upon him, an immense body of cavalry extending the whole length of the field and likely to cross his path. They were on coal-black horses and dressed in brilliant white uniforms. Rostof spurred his horse at full speed so as to get out of the way of these cavalrymen, and he would easily have done so had they kept on at the same pace all the time, but they rode faster and faster, and some of the horses were almost upon him. Rostof distinguished more and more clearly the trampling of their feet and the jingling of their arms, and could see more and more distinctly their horses, their figures, and their faces. These were our cavalier guards on their way to charge the French cavalry who were deploying to meet them. The cavalier guards came galloping along, still keeping their horses under restraint. Rostof could already see their faces and hear the word of command spoken by an officer, Marsch! Marsch! who was urging on his blooded charger. Rostof, afraid of being crushed or carried away into the charge against the French, spurred along the front with all the speed that he could get out of his horse, and still it seemed as though he were going to fail of it. The last rider in the line, a pock-marked man of giant frame, frowned angrily when he saw Rostof in front of him, knowing that they must infallibly come into collision. This guardsman would surely have overthrown Rostof, for Rostof himself could not help seeing how small and slight he and Bedouin were in comparison with these tremendous men and horses, if he had not had the presence of mind to shake his riding whip into the eyes of the guardsman's horse. The charger, black as coal, heavy and high, shied, cropping back his ears, but the pock-marked rider plunged his huge spurs into his side with all his might, and the charger, arching his tail and stretching out his neck, rushed onwards faster than ever. Rostof was hardly out of the way of the guardsmen when he heard their huzzas, and glancing around saw that their front ranks were already mingling with strange horsemen with red epaulets, apparently the French. Farther away it was impossible to see anything, because immediately after this on the other side the cannon began to belch forth smoke, and everything was shrouded. At the moment that the guardsmen dashed past him and were lost to view in the smoke, Rostof was undecided in his own mind whether he should gallop after them or go where his duty called him. This was that brilliant charge of the Cavalier Guards which the French themselves so much admired. It was terrible for Rostof when he heard afterward that out of all that throng of handsome young giants, out of all those brilliant rich young men, officers and yunkers mounted on splendid chargers who galloped past him, only 18 were left alive after the charge. Why should I envy them? My turn will come, and perhaps I shall see the sovereign very soon now, thought Rostof, as he galloped on. When he came up to the infantry of the guards, his attention was called to the fact that shot and shell were flying over them and all around them, not so much because he heard the sounds of the missiles, as because he saw dismay on the faces of the soldiers and an unnatural martial solemnity on the faces of the officers. As he was riding behind one of the infantry regiments of the guard, he heard a voice calling him by name. "Rostof!" "What is it?" he replied, not seeing that it was Boris. "What do you think of this? We were put in the front line. Our regiment has been in a charge," said Boris, smiling with the happy face such as young men wear when they have been for the first time under fire. Rostof drew up. "Have you indeed?" he said. "And how was it?" "Repulsed," said Boris eagerly, and becoming talkative. You can imagine. And Boris began to relate how the guards as they stood in their places and seeing troops in front of them, mistook them for Austrians, and then suddenly by the shots that came flying over them from these same troops, recognized that they were in the front line and unexpectedly engaged in the conflict. Rostof, not stopping to hear Boris to the end of the story, started his horse. "Where are you bound?" "To His Majesty, with a message." "There he is," said Boris, who supposed that Rostof wanted His Highness instead of His Majesty, and therefore pointed him to the Grand Duke, who was standing not 100 paces away. Dressed in a helmet and a Cavalier Guard collet or jacket, with elevated shoulders and frowning face, he was shouting something to a pale Austrian officer in a white uniform. "No, that's the Grand Duke, but my errand is to the commander-in-chief, or to the emperor," said Rostof, and was just getting his horse under way. "Count! Count!" cried Berg, who, no less excited than Boris had been, came running out from the other side. "Count, I have been wounded in my right arm," said he, pointing to his wrist, which was bloody and wrapped up in a handkerchief, "and I stayed at the front. Count, I had to hold my sword in my left hand. In our family all the von Bergs have been knighted." Berg went on to say something more, but Rostof, not stopping to listen to him, was already far away. Passing by the guards and across a vacant space, Rostof, in order not to get into the front again, as he had been when he was caught by the charge of the Cavalier Guards, rode along the line of the reserves, making a considerable detour of the place where the most violent cannonade and musketry firing was heard. Suddenly he heard loud volleys of musketry before him, and behind our troops, in a place where he would never have suspected the presence of the enemy. "What can that mean?" wondered Rostof. "Can the enemy have outflanked us? It cannot be," he said to himself, and a horror of fear for himself and for the success of the battle suddenly came over him. "Whatever it is, however," he thought, "now there's no avoiding it. I must find the commander-in-chief here, and if all is lost, then it is my place to perish with the rest." The gloomy presentiment which had come over him was more and more made certainty the farther he rode into the fields behind the village of Pratzen, which were occupied by throngs of demoralized troops. "What does this mean? What can this mean? At whom are they firing? Who is firing?" he inquired, as he overtook Russian and Austrian soldiers running in confused throngs across his path. "The devil only knows. He has beaten us all. All is lost," answered the throngs of the fugitives in Russian, in German, and in Bohemian, and they could tell no better than he himself could what was going on there. "Hang the Germans!" cried one. "The devil take 'em, the traitors!" "Zum Henker diese Russen!" To the devil with these Russians, stammered some German. A number of wounded were wandering down the road. Curses, cries, groans, mingled in one general uproar. The firing ceased. As Rostov afterwards heard, Russian and Austrian soldiers had fired at each other. Bozhe moi, my God, what does this mean? Thought Rostov. And here where any minute the emperor might see them. But no, these were apparently only a few cowards. This is only transient, this is nothing, it cannot be, he said to himself. I must get by them as soon as possible. The idea of a defeat and of a total defeat could not enter Rostov's head. Although he could see the French cannon and troops on the Pratzer, on the very place where he had been commanded to find the commander-in-chief, he could not and would not believe this. End of chapter 17. Part 3, Chapter 18 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. Rostov had been told that he should find Kutuzov and the emperor somewhere in the vicinity of the village of Pratzen. But they were not to be found there, nor was a single nachalnik in sight, but everywhere throngs of fleeing troops of all nationalities. He spurred on his horse, which was already growing fagged, so as to pass by these fugitives as quickly as possible, but the farther he went, the more demoralized he found the forces. Along the high roads where he was riding, carriages and equipages of all sorts were crowded together. Russian and Austrian soldiers of all the different branches of the service. Wounded and not wounded. All this mass hummed and confusedly swarmed under the dispiriting sounds of the shells fired from French batteries, posted on the heights overlooking Pratzen. Where is the emperor? Where's Kutuzov? Asked Rostov of all whom he could bring to a stop, but not one could vouchsafe him any answer. At last seizing a soldier by the collar, he obliged him to reply. Brother, they've all been yonder this long time, all cut sticks, said the soldier laughing for some reason, and breaking away. Releasing the soldier, who was evidently drunk, Rostov managed to stop the denshchik, or the groom of some person of consequence, and began to ply him with questions. The denshchik told Rostov that the emperor had been driven by an hour before at full speed, in a carriage along this same road, and that the emperor had been wounded. It cannot be, said Rostov. It must have been someone else. I myself saw him, said the denshchik, with a self-satisfied laugh. I ought to know the sovereign by sight. I should like to know how many times I have seen him in Petersburg. He leaned back in the carriage and was pale, very pale. Heavens, what a rate those 4 black horses thundered by us here. I should think I might know the Tsar's horses, and Ilya Ivanovitch. I guess Ilya, the coachman, wouldn't be very likely to drive by with anyone less than the Tsar. Rostov gave his horse the spur and started to ride farther. A wounded officer passing by turned to him. Who was it you wanted? Asked the officer. The commander-in-chief. He was killed by a cannonball, hit him in the chest, right at the head of our regiment. Not killed, only wounded, said another officer. Who? Kutuzov? Asked Rostov. No, not Kutuzov, but what do you call him? Well, it's all the same. Not many are left alive. If you go down yonder to that village, you'll find all the commanders gathered, said the officer, pointing to the village of Gostiradek, and he passed on. Rostov walked his horse, not knowing now where to go or whom to seek. The sovereign wounded, the battle lost. It was impossible to believe that, even now. Rostov rode away in the direction indicated by the officer. In the distance could be seen towers and a church. What was the need of him to hurry? What had he now to say to the sovereign or to Kutuzov, even if they were alive and not wounded? That road, take that road, your nobility, else they'll shoot you down yonder, cried a soldier to him. They'll shoot you. Oh, what are you talking about? Cried another. That's the nearest way to where he's going. Rostov considered a moment, and then rode in exactly the direction where they said that he would be killed. Now it's all the same to me. If the sovereign is wounded, why should I try to save my life? He asked himself. He rode out on the open space where there had been the heaviest slaughter of men escaping from Pratzen. The French had not yet occupied this place, and the Russians, that is, those who were alive or only slightly wounded, had long before abandoned it. On the ground, like shocks of corn on a fertile field, lay 10 men, 15 men, killed or wounded, on every rood of the place. The wounded had crawled together, 2 or 3 at a time, and their cries and groans could be heard most gruesomely, though it seemed to Rostof that they were often simulated. He put his horse at a trot, so as not to see all these suffering men, and a great horror overcame him. He was not afraid for his own life, but lest he should lose the manliness which he felt was essential to him. He knew that he could not endure the spectacle of those unfortunate wretches. The French had ceased to fire on this field strewn with dead and wounded, because there was no longer any sign of life on it. But when they caught sight of the adjutant riding across, they turned one of their cannon on it and sent a few balls after him. The sensation caused by these terrific whistling sounds, and the spectacle of the dead around him, aroused in Rostof's mind an impression of horror and self-commiseration. He recalled his mother's last letter. How would she feel, he asked himself, if she should see me now, here in this field, with these cannon pointed at me? At the village of Gostiredek, the Russian troops were retiring from the field of battle in good order, though the regiments were mixed together. This was out of range of the French cannonballs, and the sounds of the firing seemed more distant. Here all clearly saw and openly confessed that the battle was lost. No one to whom Rostov applied for information could tell him where the emperor was, or where Kutuzof was. Some declared that the report about the sovereign being wounded was correct. Others denied it and explained this false though widespread rumor by the fact that the Oberhofmarschall, Count Tolstoy, who had gone out in company of others of the suite to see the battle, had dashed away pale and frightened from the field of battle in the emperor's carriage. One officer told Rostov that in the rear of the village over toward the left he had seen some officials of high rank, and Rostov started in that direction, not indeed with the expectation of finding anyone, but merely for the sake of clearing his conscience. After riding 3 versts and passing beyond the last of the Russian troops, Rostov reached an orchard protected by a ditch, and saw 2 riders standing near the ditch. One with a white plume in his hat had a familiar look. The other rider, whom he did not know, was mounted on a handsome chestnut charger. This charger somehow seemed familiar to Rostov, and rode up to the ditch, put spurs to his horse, and giving him his head, easily leaped the ditch into the orchard. The earth merely crumbled away a little from the embankment under the horse's hind hoofs. Turning his horse short, he leaped back over the ditch again, and addressed himself respectfully to the rider with the white plume, apparently urging him to do the same thing. The rider whose figure Rostov seemed to recognize, and had therefore involuntarily attracted his attention, shook his head and made a gesture of refusal with his hand, and Rostov immediately by this gesture knew that it was his idolized, lamented sovereign. But it cannot be that he is left alone in this bare field, thought Rostov. Just then Alexander turned his head so that he had a good view of those beloved features so sharply graven in his memory. The sovereign was pale, his cheeks sunken, and his eyes cavernous, but there was all the more charm, all the more sweetness in his features. Rostov was delighted to be convinced that the rumor of the sovereign's wound was false. He was happy to have seen him. He knew that he might, nay, that he ought, go straight up to him and deliver the message that had been entrusted to him by Dolgorukov. But just as a young man in love trembles and loses his presence of mind, not daring to say what he has been dreaming about night after night, and timidly looks around, in search of help or the possibility of postponing it, when the wished-for moment has at last arrived, and he stands alone with her. So also with Rostov, now that he had attained what he had yearned for more than all else in the world. He did not know how to approach his sovereign, and devised 1,000 excuses for finding it untimely, improper, and impossible. What? I might seem to be taking advantage of his being alone and dejected. An unknown face at this moment of sorrow might seem unpleasant and troublesome. Besides, what could I say to him now, when one glance from him makes my heart swell within me and seem to leap into my mouth? Not one of those innumerable speeches which he had so carefully prepared in case he should meet the emperor, now recurred to his mind. Those speeches were for the most part indicated under different conditions. They were to be spoken at the moment of victory and triumph. Above all, on his deathbed, when he sank under the wounds that he had received, his sovereign would come to see him and thank him for his heroic conduct. Thus he would show him his love sealed by his death. Besides, what now could I ask the emperor in regard to his commands to the left wing, when now already it is 4 o'clock in the afternoon and the battle is lost? No, really I ought not to trouble him. I ought not to break in upon his reflections. It would be better to die 1,000 times than to receive an angry look or an angry word from him. Such was Rostov's decision, and melancholy, and with despair in his heart he rode away, constantly glancing back at the emperor, still remaining in the same undecided attitude. While Rostov was making these reflections and sadly rode away from his sovereign, Captain von Toll galloped up to the same place, and seeing the emperor went straight up to him, offered him his services, and helped him to cross the ditch on foot. The emperor, wishing to rest and feeling ill, sat down under an apple tree, and Toll stood near him. Rostov looked from afar and saw with jealousy and regret how von Toll talked long and eagerly to the sovereign, and how the sovereign, apparently weeping, covered his eyes with one hand, and with the other pressed von Toll's. And I might have done that in his place, thought Rostov, and with difficulty restraining the tears of sympathy for his sovereign, he rode away in utter despair, not knowing now where he should go or for what reason. His despair was all the more bitter because he felt that his own weakness was the cause of his misfortune. He might, not only might, but he ought to have ridden up to the emperor. And this was his only chance of exhibiting to the sovereign his devotion. And he did not take advantage of it. Why did I do so? He asked himself, and he turned his horse about and galloped back to the same place where the emperor had been sitting, but there was no one any longer on the other side of the ditch. A train of baggage wagons and carriages was winding along. From one of the wagoners Rostov learned that Kutuzov's staff were not very far away, at the village where the wagons were bound. Rostov followed them. The foremost in the train, Kutuzov's groom, leading a horse with his trappings. The wagons followed behind the groom, and behind the wagon walked an old man, a household serf with bandy legs, wearing a cap and a half shuba. "Tit! Ah, Tit!" cried the groom. "What is it?" asked the old man heedlessly. "Tit! Tit! Grind the wheat." Durak! Tch!" said the old man, angrily spitting. Some time passed in silence as they moved onward, and then the same joking rhyme was repeated. By 5 o'clock in the evening the battle was lost at every point. More than 100 cannon had already fallen into the hands of the French. Przeshevsky and his battalion had laid down their arms. The other columns, having lost more than half their efficient, were retreating in disorderly, demoralized throngs. The relics of Langeron and Dokhturov's forces, all in confusion, were crowded together around the ponds, on the dikes and banks of the village of Augest. By 6 o'clock the only cannonading that was any longer heard was directed at the dike of Augest by some of the French, who had established a large battery on the slopes of the Pratzer, and were trying to cut down our men as they retreated. At the rear, Dokhturov and some others, having collected their battalions, made a stand against the French, who were pursuing our troops. It had begun to be entirely dark. On the narrow dike of Augest, where so many years the little old miller had peacefully sat with his hook and line, while his grandson, with shirt sleeves rolled up, played in the water can with a palpitating silver fish. On that dike, over which the Moravians, in shaggy caps and blue blouses, had driven their 2-horse teams loaded down with spring wheat, and returned dusted with flour and with whitened teams. Along this same dike, this narrow dike, among vans and field pieces, under the feet of horses and between the wheels, crowded a throng of men, their faces distorted with fear of death, pushing each other, expiring, trampling on the dying and dead, and crushing each other, only to be killed themselves a few steps farther on. Every 10 seconds a cannonball, compressing the air, flew by, or a shell came bursting amid this dense throng, dealing death, and spattering with blood those who stood near by. Dolokhov, wounded in the arm, on foot with 10 men of his company, he was now an officer again, and his regimental commander, on horseback, constituted the sole survivors of the whole regiment. Carried along in the throng, they were crowded together at the very entrance of the dike, and pressed on all sides, were obliged to halt, because a horse attached to a field piece had fallen, and the throng were trying to drag it along. One cannonball struck someone behind them, another struck just in front and spattered Dolokhov with blood. The crowd moved on in desperation, squeezing together, and then halted again. If only we could make those 100 paces, and safety is sure. If we stay here 2 minutes longer, our destruction is certain, said each one to himself. Dolokhov, standing in the midst of the throng, forced his way through to the edge of the dike, knocking down 2 soldiers, and sprang out on the glare ice that covered the pond. Turn out this way, he cried, sliding along on the ice, which bent under his weight. Turn out, he cried to the gunner. It will hold, it will hold. And it was evident that it would immediately give way, if not under his weight alone, certainly under that of the field piece or the throng of men. They looked at him and crowded along the shore, not venturing to step upon the ice. The commander of the regiment, sitting on horseback at the entrance, was just raising his hand and opening his mouth to speak to Dolokhov, when suddenly a cannonball flew so close over the men that they all ducked their heads. There was a dull thud as though something soft were struck, and the general fell in a pool of blood. No one looked at the general or thought of picking him up. Come on the ice. Cross the ice. Come on. Move on. Don't you hear? Come, was heard suddenly from innumerable voices after the cannonball had struck the general, though the men knew not what or why they were crying. One of the last field pieces that was just entering the dike ventured on the ice. A throng of soldiers hastened down from the ground upon the frozen pond. One of the rearmost soldiers broke through, one leg slumping down into the water. He tried to save himself and sank up to his belt. The men who stood nearest held back. The driver of the field piece drew in his horses, but still behind them were heard the shouts, "Take to the ice! What are you stopping for? Take to the ice! Take to the ice!" And cries of horror were heard among the throng. The soldiers surrounding the gun gesticulated over their horses and beat them to make them turn and go on. The horses struck out from the shore. The ice, which might have held the foot soldiers, gave way in one immense sheet, and 40 men who were on it threw themselves some forward and some back, trampling on each other. All the time the cannonballs kept regularly whistling by and falling on the ice, into the water, and, more frequently than all, into the mass of men that covered the dike, the ponds, and the banks. End of chapter 18. Part 3, Chapter 19 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Marianne. On the Pratzer Hill, in the same spot where he had fallen with the flagstaff in his hand, lay Prince Andrei Bolkonsky, his lifeblood oozing away, and unconsciously groaning, with light, pitiful groans, like an ailing child. By evening, he ceased to groan and lay absolutely still. He did not know how long his unconsciousness continued. Suddenly he felt that he was alive and suffering from a burning and tormenting pain in his head. Where is that lofty heaven which I had never seen before and which I saw today? That was his first thought. And I never knew such pain as this either, he said to himself. Yes, I have never known anything at all, till now. But where am I? He tried to listen and heard the trampling hooves of several horses approaching and the sounds of voices talking French. He opened his eyes. Over him still stretched the same lofty heavens, with clouds sailing over it in still loftier heights, and beyond them he could see the depths of endless blue. He did not turn his head or look at those who, to judge from the hoofbeats of the horses and the sounds of the voices, rode up to him and paused. These horsemen were Napoleon, accompanied by 2 aides. Bonaparte, who had been riding over the field of battle, had given orders to strengthen the battery that was cannonading the dike of August, and was now looking after the killed and wounded left on the battlefield. "De beaux hommes, handsome men," said Napoleon, gazing at a Russian grenadier who lay on his belly with his face half buried in the soil and his neck turning black and one arm flung out and stiffened in death. "The ammunition for the field guns is exhausted, sire." "Have that of the reserves brought," said Napoleon, and then a step or two nearer he paused over Prince Andrei, who lay on his back with the flagstaff clutched in his hands. The flag had been carried off by the French as a trophy. "Voilà, un bel homme," said Napoleon, gazing at Bolkonsky. Prince Andrei realized that this was said of him, and that it was spoken by Napoleon. He heard them address the speaker as "Sire," but he heard these words as though they had been the buzzing of a fly. He was not only not interested in them, but they made no impression upon him, and he immediately forgot them. His head throbbed as with fire. He felt that his lifeblood was ebbing, and he still saw far above him the distant, eternal heavens. He knew that this was Napoleon, his hero, but at this moment Napoleon seemed to him merely a small, insignificant man in comparison with that lofty, infinite heaven with the clouds flying over it. It was a matter of utter indifference to him who stood looking down upon him or what was said about him at that moment. He was merely conscious of a feeling of joy that people had come to him, and of a desire that these people give him assistance and bring him back to life, which seemed to him so beautiful, because he understood it so differently now. He collected all his strength to move and make some sound. He managed to move his legs slightly and uttered a weak, feeble, sickly moan that stirred pity even in himself. "Ah, he is alive," said Napoleon. "Take up this young man, ce jeune homme, and take him to the temporary hospital." Having given this order, Napoleon went on to meet Marshal Lannes, who, removing his hat and smiling, rode up and congratulated him on the victory. Prince Andrei recollected nothing further. He lost consciousness of the terrible pain caused by those who placed him on the stretcher, and by the jolting as he was carried along, and the probing of the wound. He recovered it again only at the very end of the day, as he was carried to the hospital together with the other Russian wounded, and taken prisoner. At this time he felt a little fresher and was able to glance around and even to speak. The first words which he heard after he came to were spoken by a French officer in charge of the convoy, who said, "We must stop here. The emperor is coming by immediately. It will give him pleasure to see these prisoners." "There are so many prisoners today, almost the whole Russian army. I should think it would have become an old story," said another officer. "Well, at any events, this man here, they say, was the commander of all the Emperor Alexander's guards," said the first speaker, indicating a wounded Russian officer in a white Cavalier Guards uniform. Bolkonsky recognized Prince Repnin, whom he had met in Petersburg society. Next him was a youth of 19, an officer of the Cavalier Guard also wounded. Bonaparte, coming up at a gallop, reined in his horse. "Who is the chief officer here?" he asked, looking at the wounded. They pointed to Colonel Prince Repnin. "Were you the commander of the Emperor Alexander's Horse Guard regiment?" asked Napoleon. "I commanded a squadron," replied Repnin. "Your regiment did its duty with honor," remarked Napoleon. "Praise from a great commander is the highest reward that a soldier can have," said Repnin. "It is with pleasure that I give it to you," replied Napoleon. "Who is this young man next you?" Prince Repnin named Lieutenant Sukhtelen. Napoleon glanced at him and said with a smile, "Il est venu, bien jeune se faute à nous," very young to oppose us. "Youth does not prevent one from being brave," replied Sukhtelen in a broken voice. "A beautiful answer," said Napoleon. "Young man, you will get on in the world." Prince Andrei, who had been placed also in the front rank, under the eyes of the emperor, so as to swell the number of those who had been taken prisoner, naturally attracted his attention. Napoleon evidently remembered having seen him on the field, and turning to him he used exactly the same expression, "young man," as when Bolkonsky had the first time come under his notice. "Et vous, jeune homme?" "Well, and you, young man," said he, addressing him. "How do you feel, mon brave?" Although 5 minutes before this Prince Andrei had been able to say a few words to the soldiers who were bearing him, he now fixed his eyes directly on Napoleon, but had nothing to say. To him at this moment all the interests occupying Napoleon seemed so petty, his former hero himself, with his small vanity and delight in the victory, seemed so sordid in comparison with that high, true, and just heaven which he had seen and learned to understand. And that was why he could not answer him. Yes, and everything seemed to him so profitless and insignificant in comparison with that stern and majestic train of thought induced in his mind by his lapsing strength, as his life-blood ebbed away, by his suffering and the near expectation of death. As Prince Andrei looked into Napoleon's eyes, he thought of the insignificance of majesty, of the insignificance of life, the meaning of which no one could understand, and of the still greater insignificance of death, the thought of which no one could among men understand or explain. The emperor, without waiting for any answer, turned away, and as he started to ride on, said to one of the officers, "Have these gentlemen looked after and conveyed to my bivouac. Have Dr. Larrey himself looked after their wounds. Au revoir, Prince Repnin," and he touched the spurs to his horse and galloped away. His face was bright with self-satisfaction and happiness. The soldiers carrying Prince Andrei had taken from him the gold medallion which the Princess Mariya had hung around her brother's neck, but when they saw the flattering way in which the emperor treated the prisoners, they hastened to return the medallion. Prince Andrei did not see how or by whom the medallion was replaced, but he suddenly discovered on his chest, outside of his uniform, the little image attached to its slender golden chain. It would be good, thought Prince Andrei, letting his eyes rest on the medallion which his sister had hung around his neck with so much feeling and reverence. It would be good if everything were as clear and simple as it seems to the Princess Mariya. How good it would be to know where to find help in this life and what to expect after it, beyond the grave. How happy and composed I should be if I could say now, "Lord, have mercy on me." But to whom can I say that? It is force, impalpable, incomprehensible, which I cannot turn to, or even express in words. Is it the great all or nothingness, said he to himself, or is it God which is sewed in this amulet which my sister gave me? Nothing, nothing is certain, except the insignificance of all within my comprehension, and the majesty of that which is incomprehensible but all important. The stretcher started off. At every jolt he again felt the insufferable pain. His fever grew more violent, and he began to be delirious. The dreams about his father, his wife, his sister, and his unborn son, and the feeling of tenderness which he had experienced on the night before the battle, the figure of the little insignificant Napoleon, and above all the lofty sky, formed the principal content of his feverish imaginations. He seemed to be living a quiet life amid calm, domestic happiness at Luisiya-Gorui. He was beginning to take delight in this blissful existence, when suddenly the little Napoleon appeared with his unsympathetic, shallow-minded face, expressing happiness at the unhappiness of others, and once more doubts began to arise and torment him, and only the skies seemed to promise healing balm. Toward morning all his imaginations were utterly confused and blurred in the chaos and fogs of unconsciousness and forgetfulness, which much more likely, according to the opinion of Dr. Larrey, Napoleon's physician, would end with death than recovery. C'est un souvenir very belou. Il ne échappera pas. He won't recover. Prince Andrei, together with other prisoners hopelessly wounded, was turned over to the care of the natives of the region. End of chapter 19, end of part 3, and end of volume 1 of War and Peace by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Nathan Haskell Doyle, and recorded by Marianne Spiegel in Chicago, Illinois, February 2013. Thank you to Cat Rose for proof listening this volume.